The Way to Peace by Mallory Ford. Thank you for listening. If you enjoy Christian romance, please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. Prologue. 5 Points, New York City. Winter, 1891. Alexander Byrne unwrapped his knuckles, still bruised from his last fight, and stretched out his fingers. Studying his hands, scarred from 3 years in the underground bare-knuckle boxing circuit, he realized they looked much older than his 19 years of age. But then, he supposed the rest of him did too. Cheers rose up down the hall, in the large open room of the warehouse where the fights were held. He couldn't call it a ring, like they'd have in the official circuit. No, this was nothing more than a square roped off on all 4 sides to keep the crowds back. The first row was often sprayed with the blood and sweat of the fighters, but they'd come to expect it. Despite the January cold, the bodies pressed against each other in the fight room would make the heat nearly stifling. The room was nothing special, lit with a few kerosene lamps and boasting 3 rickety wooden chairs. The floor was the same mismatched wood floors he'd fight on. Alex stood and shook out his arms. He jogged in place for a moment to get his blood moving after sitting for so long. This was it, his last fight. Pa's debt would be paid off, and Alex could be well and truly rid of the man for good. Had he not been a compulsive gambler in the first place, 16-year-old Alex would never have had to enter the ring. A woman's sob ripped through the air, and Alex bolted through the door. Why any man brought his woman to these fights was beyond him. They were barbaric, no place for a woman. He followed the heart-wrenching sound down the hall, and his pulse slowed when he noted the source of the noise. His opponent in the tournament finals, Griff Taylor, held the woman Alex knew to be his wife in his arms. Her head lay on his chest, and rather than doing his own warm-ups for the fight, he comforted her. "I promise, Clarissa," he said as he smoothed her dark blonde hair, "it'll be all right. I'm gonna win, we won't be tossed out." She placed a hand on her swollen stomach and raised her head to look him in the eye. "How, Griff? You're fighting the Red Thunder, how can you assure me you'll win? This baby needs a home, and we have to make rent this month." Alex shrunk back further into the shadows so the couple didn't see him. Oh, how he loathed that nickname. The loan shark his father owed money to, Wyatt Patterson, had nicknamed him Red Thunder, and it stuck. His red hair and beard explained the first part of the nickname, the second supposedly due to the sound his opponents made as he knocked them to the ground. Backing up as softly as he could, Alex returned to his room and jogged in place some more. He stifled a groan when the door opened and Patterson stepped through with his assistant Jonah Bradford. Patterson was tall, not as tall as Alex's 6.5 feet, nor was he half as broad. But Patterson held 5 Points and much of New York City by their purse strings. The day Pa had lost a series of card games to him changed their lives forever. Patterson wasn't just mean, he was downright evil. His business acumen stretched further than saloon card games and boxing matches. It was rumored he had half the politicians in the city in his back pocket. It was the reason he'd never been arrested, despite being the benefactor of the illegal boxing circuit Alex competed in now. "You ready, son?" "I'm ready, sir." Alex couldn't wait to be out of the clutches of that man. But still, to win meant tossing Griffin's pregnant wife out in the January cold in New York City. It had been a long time since victory held any joy for him, but thinking of it tonight just felt wrong. And Alex would win. He always did. Patterson reached up and squeezed Alex's shoulder, his suit and bowler hat perfect as always. Of course, he had others to do his dirty work. Bradford picked up the telltale red band Alex wore in every match and tied it tightly around his bicep. He was nearly a foot shorter than Alex, and the light reflecting on his bald head nearly made Alex snicker. But he wasn't in a particularly jovial mood. "You win tonight," Patterson said as he smacked Alex across the face in a manner that didn't hurt but reminded him who was in control. "You'll secure your and your father's freedom. That is, if he doesn't get lured into another game of cards." Bile rose in Alex's throat at the thought of even one more fight. Familiar resentment against his father, who didn't even have the courage to show himself in the readying rooms, rose right alongside it. But he'd be out there to watch, he never missed a match. After tonight, Alex growled, "I'm done." Patterson smirked but didn't respond, so Alex pushed past him and was accosted by the sound of the roaring crowd in the dim lighting. They fought in warehouses in the heart of 5 Points and crammed as many people inside as would fit. The people toward the back couldn't even see the fight, but they could say they'd been there. That night Red Thunder defended his title against Griff Taylor. A roar ran through the crowd as Alex made his way to the ring and climbed through the ropes. As always, he went and stood in the corner where Pa stood. The guilt in the old man's yellowed eyes was evident. He'd never expressly apologized for digging himself into a hole so deep that the only way out was for Alex to fight, for the likes of Wyatt Patterson. But what could he say? How did one apologize for making a deal with the devil? Griff stepped in the room and climbed through the ropes as well. He stood in front of his trainer the way Alex stood in front of his father. Griff's eyes shot toward his wife, who dried her tears as she approached. Her hand rested on her belly. If only he could give them money from the winnings, he'd do it. But he hadn't seen a dime from the hundreds of fights he'd won. No, it all went to paying off Pa's debt. If it hadn't, Pa would have been at the bottom of the Hudson River. If he had any of that money, he and Pa wouldn't still be living in the same rat-infested apartment just down the street. They wouldn't hear their neighbors hollering at each other every night, and their paper-thin walls wouldn't let out any heat they managed to build with a fire. He felt a hand on his shoulder from behind and Pa's scratchy voice speak softly. "You can do it, son. I know ya can." Nodding curtly, Alex walked to the middle of the ring where the official would call the start. They still played by the London rules here, even if London didn't anymore. Knockdown signaled the end of the round, then 30 seconds to rest. A fighter had 8 seconds to move back to the center of the ring or he lost. Knockout signaled an automatic loss. Alex had knocked many men unconscious in his time, and it never sat well with him. The official held one of each man's hands in the air. Alex met Griff's eyes, and he could see the worry the man held there. Worry for his wife, his unborn child. His head wasn't in the ring, he was distracted. Cheers roared once again, oblivious to the inner turmoil of the men in the ring. But then, they weren't humans to the crowd, they were a show. It wasn't much different than dog fighting to them, not in the illegal circuit where most of the men lived in squalor and scraped by on their meager winnings. The official whistled for the start of the match, and both men got in a few good jabs. Kicking was banned, as was hitting below the waist, so Alex normally tried to find a weakness in his opponent's upper body and exploit it. He spotted Griff's within seconds. The man was so distracted, his left hand fell too low just before he threw a punch with his right. It gave Alex time to dodge the punch and get in a sock to Griff's ribs. After a time or two, Griff started to slow, and Alex knew his endurance would win him the fight if he just tired the man out. Who knew how many jobs Griff worked to try and keep his family afloat? Alex landed a third punch to the ribs and Griff lost his balance, signaling the end of the round. Alex took a swig of water from the canteen his father handed him before moving back to the center of the ring. The crowd still roared around him, but he only had eyes for 2 faces. Patterson stood on a stage he had brought in for fights, just to prove who was in charge. He sat with a grin that sent a chill through Alex's spine. The second face was Griff's wife. Tears rolled down her face again, even as she tried to encourage her husband. It was the look of utter hopelessness. Alex knew that look, it was the look his mother had just before she passed from an infection when he'd been just a boy. Alex took a deep breath and prepared for the second round. Griff was shaky, but he moved back to the center. Blood poured from his nose, and the spot Alex had repeatedly jabbed in his middle had already begun to bruise. The official raised their hands again and blew the whistle. With one last look at Griff's wife, the hand atop her pregnant belly, and a flash of the memory of his mother in bed as she took her last breaths, Alex lowered his hand just enough to let Griff get the jump on him. Griff took advantage of the momentary lapse and knocked Alex right in the temple with a tight fist and respectable strength. Alex did his best to fall like he'd seen other men fall at his feet, crashing to the ground with his eyes closed. The knock to the temple would have done it for most men. He just hoped it'd be believable. A roar ripped through the crowd as Griff had upset the odds and beat the Red Thunder. Alex could hear men who'd bet on him yelling obscenities, but the grateful sobs of Griff's wife were enough. If he'd been able to bring that hope back into his mother's eyes as an 8-year-old boy, he'd have done it. He'd have done anything for just a moment of joy for her. He didn't notice the clapping of boots on the floor behind him until one was brought down with a stomp just beside his head. He flinched and inwardly groaned at his inability to stay still. An unconscious man wouldn't have flinched. He was jerked up to a sitting position by a rough hand. He stared into the eyes of one of the most evil men in New York. He didn't look angry, though. His expression was far more terrifying. He was cold, calculating, as he stared at Alex from 2 inches away. Patterson stood to his full height and pulled out a Colt .45. Alex tensed for the pain. He could try and sweep the man's legs out from under him, but 3 of his men stood behind him and would take him out anyway. No one had noticed the gun apparently, as Griff's fans had raised him up on their shoulders to parade him around, his money already in hand. Alex closed his eyes and prepared for death to take him. It couldn't be much worse than the last 3 years, really ever since Ma died and Pa turned to the bottle and a deck of cards as his mistress. The loud pop was followed by a split second of silence and then pandemonium. Alex didn't feel the sharp pain he'd expected or any pain at all. He opened his eyes and realized Patterson's gun wasn't pointed to him at all, but Pa lay on the ground with blood pooling around him. Pa choked out as he tried to yell. "Run! Alex, run!" Alex tried to push his way through Patterson's goons to reach his father, but they didn't allow it. Pa breathed his last breath on the floor there in the warehouse, and the men turned cold eyes on him. Around them, men and women pushed and shoved out the door. 2 of Patterson's men pulled him up, but he was ready for them. He'd spent years fighting. Even 3-on-1, he'd give them a run for their money. After he dropped one, another set of fists entered the fray, and Alex spotted Griff taking down another of Patterson's men. Patterson himself had backed away from the fray. "Go!" Griff yelled as loudly as he could over the noise. "Do what your pa said and get out of here." As Alex abandoned the fight and ran for the door, he hid behind a stack of barrels until he saw Griff run out not a minute later with his wife, pulling her as quickly as he could through the people still streaming out of the warehouse. Alex ran fast and hard, never looking back. Chapter 1. Pine Creek, Texas. Early spring, 1897. "Timmy, if you do not put that snake outside right this instant, you will be staying after school with me every day for the rest of the year." Lily Carson tried her best to sound firm, but it was decidedly more difficult from her current perch atop her desk. Frogs, she could handle. Spiders, she could squash them. But snakes? Absolutely not. Half the girls in the class stood on their own chairs while the boys did their best to appear unbothered. Jack Yates edged down the wall farthest from where Timmy Corden held the snake, with Jamie Granger not far behind him. 12-year-old Timmy snickered, the mischief in his eyes reminding her of his father and uncles when they were children. It had been his uncle Jonathan who put more than one wildlife surprise in Edie's lunch pail over the years, aided by Lily's brothers to be sure. It wouldn't be a pleasant landing if she fell off, but if he came any closer, Lily was liable to faint. "I mean it, Timmy. You have until I count to 3. 1. Come on, Miss Carson, we're just having a little fun." He grinned like the cat who got the cream and took a step closer, holding his slithery charge up like a proud papa. "Absolutely not, Timothy. You are moving the wrong direction." She took the tiniest step backwards but had run out of room. She knew she crushed the tests they'd just taken under her feet, but she'd give everyone full marks if she could just get Timmy to take the thing outside. "That's 2. Timmy's friends roared with laughter as Stacy and Christy Wilder let out shrieks, moving from standing on their chairs to their tables when Timmy passed them. Lily's cousin Emily and her friend Lila hid behind pews in the back of the church. Everything in Lily screamed at her to get control, but nothing scared her like snakes did. As a child, she'd been bitten by a rattlesnake while out on the ranch with Papa. The quick thinking of their foreman, Ray's father, had possibly saved her life, as had the healing salve Grandma Ruth made for it. Regardless of the outcome, it solidified a lifelong fear of snakes in Lily Carson. Timmy took 2 steps closer, until he was only a foot from the table Lily used as a desk, the one that replaced the pulpit after church on Sunday. Some back part of her mind registered the sound of a door opening behind her, but Lily was too focused on the large, wiggling, black snake in Timmy's hand to care. Why had she put down her ruler? She'd never struck a child with it and never intended to, but Timmy was nearly to her. She didn't know how it was possible that his grin grew wider at her distress, but it did. She might just give him detention for the rest of his life. Timmy, her words were cut off by the sudden feeling that she was falling, not even realizing she'd taken a step backwards off the table until she was midair. Bracing for impact, she closed her eyes and her hands involuntarily flailed until they made contact with soft flesh. "Oomph," said a familiar masculine voice as she landed with unexpected softness in 2 strong arms. It took a moment for her to register that Pastor Alex Hall had apparently walked out of his office in the back of the church, and now stared down into her eyes with both amusement and concern. "Are you all right, Miss Carson?" Words wouldn't come. Why did her brain have to muddle every time he was around? She could blame it on his broad, strong build and kind spirit, or the way he preached the gospel with such passion and conviction. She could also blame it on his dark blue eyes, handsome smile, or hair the color of oak leaves just before they fell in the fall. In truth, it was all those things. Lily? The concern had fully replaced his amusement now, and she realized she'd just been staring. She felt a blush rise up her cheeks, and she cursed her fair skin, as it surely showed. She'd taken after Mama on that front, fair skin, light blonde hair, and her father's rich brown eyes. "Are you hurt?" "Pull it together." "Yes. I mean, no, Alex, I'm not hurt." "Thank you so much." She moved to get down, though not overly perturbed at the time spent in his arms. Her comfort was short-lived as she remembered Timmy still had the snake. Whipping around, Lily noticed Timmy had backed off, his eyes wide. "I'm so sorry, Miss Carson. I didn't think you'd step off the desk." "Timmy," she ground out with a finger, "get that creature out of my classroom." Alex stepped around her and took the snake from Timmy. "I'll take care of it, Miss Carson." His eyes never left Timmy's face. "Timothy," he spoke in a low voice, "men don't set out to scare women. We treat them with kindness and respect." Timmy nodded, his trembling frame reminding them that he might be on the cusp of manhood, but he wasn't there yet. It didn't hurt that all the boys regarded Pastor Alex with some sort of hero worship. "Yes, Pastor." "Now," Alex said gently, "what do you need to say to Miss Carson?" Walking forward slowly, his face to the ground, Timmy approached her. "I'm sorry, Miss Carson." As much as she still trembled herself from the excitement, Lily pulled him into a hug. She'd started teaching when Timmy was only 8, and though he'd passed her in height, she'd always have a soft spot for mischievous little boys. If she had to say why, it was likely due to the fact that her little brothers, Simon and Nicholas, had always been twin tornadoes of mischief growing up. To be fair, at times they still were. "I forgive you, Timmy." Releasing him and turning back to the class, she pasted on a smile that still wasn't completely genuine as Pastor Alex hadn't gotten the snake fully outside yet. "Well, class, I think we'll take our lunch now." The children grabbed lunch pails and ran outside to eat in the bright spring sunshine. Lily loved to be outside as well, but lunch was the only time she got a little quiet throughout the day and preferred to work on plans and grading while the children played, and burned off some energy. Alex climbed the steps again and walked through the doors, propped open for the breeze. "You sure you're all right, Lil?" He was the only one who called her that. Even her older brother Malachi hadn't given her a nickname, though that might have been for the best, considering her cousin Edith had always been called Edie, but the boys had shortened it to Ed to annoy her. "I'm fine, thank you for catching me. And for disposing of it." She remembered then about her flailing arms on the way down. "Oh no. Alex, I hit you." "I'm so sorry." Alex chuckled and leaned back on one of the long tables they used through the week to turn the church pews into desks. "Trust me, I've had worse." It was no problem. He didn't elaborate, but he never did when it came to his past. He crossed his arms and studied her for a breath, but long enough for her to discern he had something on his mind. Something wrong? He shook his head. No, I just was wondering if you'd heard from Malachi recently. But I didn't want to ask if it might be a source of worry for you. Ever the protector. Malachi was Lily's older brother and Alex's best friend. They'd gotten to know each other when Alex moved to Pine Creek to take over for Grandpa when he'd retired as pastor. Since Malachi left to join the Texas Rangers last year, it seemed Alex had taken it upon himself to take the role of overprotective big brother. Unfortunately for Lily, that wasn't the role she wanted him to fill. We had a letter from him a few weeks ago, Lily said, unable to keep the pride out of her voice. He said he was doing well. They'd finished up their training and had their first assignment. Though he couldn't say what it was. Understandable. Alex looked like he had more to say but thought better of it. He straightened and wiped his hands on his trousers. I've got to head out for some afternoon visits. Would you like me to issue a warning to all the boys before I leave? No more snakes? He winked, and Lily thought it was a good thing she was seated or surely her knees would have buckled at the sight. No, I think merely breaking their teacher's neck probably bought me the rest of the school year snake-free. I might take you up on it next year, though. She'd meant it in jest, but the momentary darkening of his eyes made her wish she'd kept her mouth shut. Where Malachi had always been protective, Alex had taken on the role in spades. It seemed he viewed any scratch that might appear on Lily as a personal affront to his friendship with Malachi. He brightened quickly, though, and let out a slightly forced chuckle. Well, I'll leave you to it, then. Will anyone be in town to ride with you back to the ranch after school? Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes. I've ridden back by myself since I started teaching, but we have family dinner at Aunt Carissa's house tonight anyway. I'm planning to meet the girls at the bakery before. The girls, meaning her cousins Edie and Helen, would no doubt find the story of the snake hilarious. And Helen was likely to swoon at the part where Alex caught her. I'll leave you to it then, he said as he headed out the door. Have a nice weekend, Lily. You too, Alex, she responded before dropping her head into her hands with a sigh. She'd spent nearly 6 months trying to get him to see her as more than just a little sister he needed to protect, more than Malachi's tag-along. And then she had to go and fall off the blasted desk. If she hadn't hated snakes before, she certainly would now. Though, the feel of Alex's strong arms holding her had been pretty incredible. She could imagine being wrapped in those arms as he arrived home in the evenings, their children running around them in a house filled with laughter. He'd kiss her on the head and tell her he loved her, just like Papa did with Mama. But then, he'd have to realize she was a fully grown woman for that to happen, and for all he noticed, she might as well still be in braids. Lily Carson was going to be the death of him. The bright sun and fresh air had served to clear his head slightly of the mud she turned it into, but even it was no match for the feel of Lily in his arms. Her blue-green eyes had looked at him with such trust and with maybe a little of the same want he knew blazed in his. He'd nearly had a heart attack when he walked out of his office in the back of the church to find her stepping backward off her desk. Now that he knew she was fine, he had to acknowledge the humor in it, but still. The breeze felt nice and made spring parishioner visits much more pleasant than those in the heat of summer or the dead of winter. The road he traveled on horseback was long and dusty, but it wasn't so dry yet that it bothered people. Rabbits hopped in the field beside the road, occasionally distracting his rented mount from their path. The retired Reverend Thomas Foster, Alex's mentor and Malachi and Lily's grandfather in all the ways that mattered, had always taken a buggy on his visits. Alex didn't, preferring the freedom of horseback. It also helped him eat up the distance between homes on the outskirts of town faster. Mr. and Mrs. Williams had been grateful for the company, as both of them struggled to get out anymore. Mrs. Thurston, on the other hand, had once again tried to set him up with her daughter Belle. He'd sooner go 10 rounds with the toughest fighter in New York than be married to her for the rest of his life, not that he'd ever tell Mrs. Thurston that. No, he'd smile and remind her that he came to Pine Creek to serve the Lord, not in want of a wife. Besides, Belle Thurston was interested in one man and one man alone, Malachi Carson. It was a shame for her that the man in question could look past her beauty and see her personality. Mrs. Thurston always waved his protests off and told him he could do both, which was true. Too bad the only woman he wanted could never be his. It wasn't so much the shame of his past. The Lord had forgiven him of that, and he'd forgiven himself. It wasn't even so much how her family might respond. He'd known them long enough to know their stories, to know how deep of a role redemption played in their lives. They'd understand, except maybe Malachi. Malachi Carson had been Alex's best friend for nigh on 3 years. He felt more like a brother, something Alex never had. Malachi had entrusted Lily's protection to Alex when he left to join the Rangers. "Be me when I can't be there," he'd said. "Protect her from the men who want to court her." It'd be a slap in the face if Alex came courting when his job had been to protect her. But then, even though it had been 6 years since he'd hopped a train leaving New York City and found a job laying a rail line out west, he still wondered if Wyatt Patterson wouldn't find him. Alex had changed his last name, not thrown a single punch since leaving, and worked hard to stay far away from anything having to do with New York City or Patterson, but he couldn't be sure. Bachelor life was no doubt safer, if for no other reason than Alex still occasionally looked over his shoulder as he waited for his past to catch up to him. Shouts ahead jolted him from his thoughts, and he nudged the black mare into a trot to see what was wrong. A group of teenagers stood just on the outskirts of town. They formed a circle, while some of the boys pumped fists in the air. The group was mostly boys, but a few girls were interspersed as well. A circle like that meant one thing. Fight. "Whoa now," Alex said as he brought the mare to a halt under a small tree. He swung his leg over and dismounted quickly, tying her off on a branch. He ran forward, hoping neither of the offenders were hurt too badly. As he moved closer, he noticed one of the girls was Lily's cousin Emily, 16 and in her last year of school, as she'd moved through more quickly than some of the other students. She stood next to her friend Lila Baker. Tears streamed down Lila's face and screamed at the boys to stop. "Please. This won't solve anything." She covered her face with her hands while Emily pulled her in closer. Justin Blackburn, the brother of Emily's former beau James, pummeled Peter Randolph with blow after blow. Years ago, Alex probably would have complimented the boy on his form. Alex stepped in and pulled the two apart easily. Both were 15, but neither had grown into a man's strength yet. "That's quite enough," he boomed. At a tone they'd likely never heard their pastor use, both boys stopped struggling, their glares still firmly in place. "If I let you both go," Alex said in a low voice, "will you have a go again?" He held both boys by the scruff of their shirt collars, his wingspan well over 6 feet apart. Justin shook his head first. "No sir," he grumbled. Alex turned his attention to Peter, who shook his head as well. "Good," Alex said as he dropped his grip on both boys. He stayed alert, lest one decide to dive again. "Now what's this about?" Timmy Corden, who'd found his way away from his slithery friend and to the group of fight spectators, piped up. "They's fightin' over Lila, pastor." He surmised as much from Lila's distress, but wasn't sure exactly what role she played. Alex looked from Peter to Justin. "That true?" Both boys turned their glares on Timmy, and he shrunk back behind Jasper Hamilton, his dark mop of curly hair the only thing visible. "It's true," Justin answered. "I've been courtin' her for 2 months, now he's decided he's gonna leave her little notes and gifts and stuff." Peter shrugged with a smirk, and Alex prepared himself to pull Justin back again. Though, he'd known Peter a long time, and he probably had deserved a jab to the face. As it was, his eye was black and his nose bled, but he still managed to look smug. "All right," Alex said, "everyone who's not directly involved in this situation can go on home." The group dispersed, the excitement of the fight still evident on their faces. Lila stayed, so Emily stayed, but Alex didn't say anything about it. Lila needed a friend. "Boys," Alex began, "violence accomplishes nothing but hurt and hate." It was ironic, coming from him. But he knew the lesson because he'd lived it. Justin shifted from foot to foot. "But he won't leave her alone. Aren't we supposed to protect our girl?" "A man protects what's his." Peter scoffed. She ain't your girl if she goes willingly. Stop, Alex said with authority. He didn't want to break up the fight a second time. Protecting is one thing, but that's not what you're doing. When Justin looked confused, he elaborated. It's only protecting if they're under a clear threat. He pointed at Peter. Him leaving her notes isn't threatening, it's annoying and sneaky, but not threatening. You're just letting your pride get in the way and treating her like she's territory, property. Justin visibly slumped, and he studied the ground for a moment before meeting Lila's eyes. I'm sorry, Lila. I thought I was doing the right thing. Lila smiled softly through her tears and nodded but didn't speak. We all make mistakes, son, Alex said as he clapped a hand on Justin's shoulder. But remember, one of the reasons you like her so much is because she's smart. That right? Justin nodded. Yes, sir, she's way smarter than I am. Then it stands to reason, Alex replied, that she can make her own decision. Yes, sir. And you, Alex spun and focused his attention on Peter. Why would you try and turn a girl's affections, especially after she's made her position clear? Peter shrugged again, his smirk only growing. I was bored. Alex took a deep breath. Maybe he should have let Justin get in a few more shots. Go home, Peter. Peter turned and winked at Lila before sauntering off down the road like he didn't have a face full of bruises. Justin, who had nothing but a red spot along his jaw, took a step forward. I'm sorry, Pastor. Are you gonna have to tell my pa? I think you're old enough to make that decision, Justin. I can trust you to make the right one. His pa wasn't the warm and fuzzy sort, and Alex didn't think he'd ever seen the man darken the door of a church, but he wasn't cruel to his sons. Justin sighed, knowing exactly what the right decision was. Lila, Emily, he said, can I walk you both home? That'd be fine, Lila replied. Emily grinned up at Alex. Thanks, Pastor. Will you be coming to family dinner this evening? The mischief in her eyes was clear. Alex had come to family dinner often before Malachi left, and probably more often since, but he didn't miss the way most of the women in the family ensured he was often seated near Lily. But then, he was a glutton for punishment. Sure, Em, I'll be there. Just make sure your mama knows. Oh, she knows. Emily giggled, and Alex got the feeling they'd discussed it. We'll see you tonight. Chapter 2. I can't believe you fell into his arms, Helen swooned as she leaned back in her chair at the bakery. How romantic. The evening sun shining in the large windows brightened the already cheery light blue walls, and the smell of Helen's confections wafted from the kitchen in the back. Lily sat with her cousins Edie and Helen, as well as Helen's friend Rose who also worked at the bakery, and regaled them with the tale of the snake. It wasn't romantic, Lily said as she rolled her eyes. He caught me so I didn't go crashing to the floor. But still, Edie added, it was pretty heroic. Lily playfully shoved Edie. Oh please, not you too. She pointed at Helen. We already have one hopeless romantic. Please don't tell me you're joining ranks now that you've married. Not quite, Edie chuckled. But I do want my cousins to be as happy as I am. I'm plenty happy as is, Lily quipped, though she knew she wasn't being completely honest. Edie knew it too. Edie's eyes narrowed at her and her mouth quirked up. Of course you are, she said, but that doesn't mean you can't be a different kind of happy as well. Helen's eyes sparkled and she sat up straighter. If you're not interested in our right reverend, perhaps I should fall off a desk myself. Or perhaps a chair. I wouldn't mind being caught by him. Edie saved Lily from responding by tossing her napkin at Helen. You swore for years you'd never marry another redhead because you hate the color of your hair. Your exact words were, I have to give my children a chance. Rose burst into laughter, her joy infectious. Her strawberry blonde hair wasn't quite as red as Helen's, who took after Aunt Abigail, but it was thick and luscious, just the same. I can recall making similar statements as a child. You won't have to worry about it, Rosie, Helen said. Callum isn't in here once a week because he likes my cinnamon rolls that much, and his hair doesn't have a lick of red. The blush that worked its way up Rose's cheeks only made her, if possible, even more beautiful. Edie's brother Callum had been sweet on Rose since they were children. The only person who couldn't see it was Rose. "You shut your mouth, Helen Jones," Rose said. "Callum is my friend and has been for ages. He's like my brother." Edie's grin widened. Relationships have started on much worse foundations. Lily took pity on poor Rose. "Edie, how's Emily doing now that James has gone to boot camp?" Edie sobered, clearly concerned for her little sister. It's like she had to grieve their breakup all over again. First, when he told her he was leaving and not to wait for him, then again when he left. She's doing all right now, but it took about 6 months for her to get her feet back under her. "It's so hard at that age," Lily said. Emily was in her class at school, and she'd paid close attention to her during the first few months after James left. She seemed to be doing better, but sisters saw things no one else did. Has she found any other boys who might have caught her eyes? No, Edie sighed. I told her to focus on her friendships for now, focus on her walk with the Lord. She paused and she raised an eyebrow. You know, I just realized she wasn't at Mama's when I stopped by after closing the clinic today. Edie was the physician in town and split her time between the town clinic and the one at her husband Lucas's sawmill, just on the outskirts of town. It was how they'd met and, after a rocky first meeting, seemed to have settled into married life easily. Helen said as she glanced out the window. Oh, there she is. She pointed out the window to where Emily walked with Justin Blackburn and Lila Baker. Helen flew out of her chair and opened the door. Hey, you three, come on in. Free pastry on me. Helen was all sunshine and roses, rarely in a foul mood. Lily couldn't imagine her even being upset for over 5 minutes. Her easy way with people had been something Lily envied when they were younger. Now, she appreciated her own tendency to sit back and observe. Unless she was teaching and needed to, she preferred not to command attention. Helen did it naturally, simply by being herself. She didn't fight to bring eyes to her, but her warm and bubbly personality drew them in every room. The trio approached, and Lily noticed the hesitancy written across their faces. As Justin took the door from Helen, Lily's vantage point allowed her a glimpse through the window at his bleeding, bruised knuckles. The youth stood by the bakery case, and it was clear Lila had been crying. Before Lily could quite work out how to ask, Edie did it for her. What in the world happened to your hand, Justin? And why does Lila look like she just lost her best friend in the world? Emily shut her eyes at her sister's tone that brooked no nonsense. If Helen was the bright sunflower, and Lily the demure rose, Edie was the field of bluebonnets that burst into bloom all at once and left the world around them unable to deny their presence. I got in a fight, Dr. Brown, Justin said. It still jarred Lily to hear Edie's married name used. Just call me Edie, Justin, and who did you get in a fight with? She stood and looked every bit the physician she was as she took his hand in hers. Helen, would you wet a clean napkin and bring it to me? I want to see whether this needs stitches. Justin pulled his hand back quickly. No ma'am, it doesn't. I mean... Edie. I'd really like to tell my father about this myself, so if you see him, would you not mention anything until I've had time to walk the girls home? And, if possible, could you not tell him you treated me? Edie narrowed her eyes at him. Lily knew her inner battle. Mr. Blackburn wasn't abusive, but he could be mean when provoked. And he surely wouldn't take kindly to being indebted to a woman doctor. He was one of the few in town who still felt that way, although Edie had proved herself 100 times over, but a few dissenters remained. I'll tell you what, Edie said, I'll get this cleaned up for you. If it needs stitches, I can wrap it up and your father won't have to know unless he asks you directly. No charge. She pierced Emily with a look. I don't condone lying, but this might be a special circumstance. Thank you, Edie, Justin responded. Helen came back out with the rag, and tears started to flow down Lila's face again. Lily stood and pulled the girl into a tight hug. At times, her older students felt like adults. Other times, Lily felt they needed more nurturing than her younger students did. Lily pulled back and smoothed a stray lock of hair from Lila's face. What happened, honey? The girl sniffed before answering. Peter has been pursuing me of late. He didn't want to take no for an answer, so Justin talked to him after school. I didn't intend to fight him, Justin murmured. I'm sure you didn't, Edie scoffed. Peter Randolph could provoke a saint to pop him in the jaw. Lily shook her head. Edie wasn't wrong, but Peter was her student too. Though, she had to admit, she wouldn't be angry when he graduated in a few months. It's not your fault, Lila, Lily said as she locked eyes with Lila. You're not responsible for anyone's actions but your own. Thank Miss Carson, Lila said tearily. Well, Edie said, you're in luck. You don't need stitches, and I don't have to feel bad about lying to your pa. Now there's only one question. Did you win? Justin snorted. He barely got a shot in. It's probably a good thing Pastor Alex wrote in and broke it up. Oh right, Emily said as though suddenly remembering something of vital importance. He's coming to dinner tonight. Figured Mama wouldn't mind since he saved Lily from the snake and all. Helen and Rose burst into laughter behind them, while Edie worked hard to hide her chuckle. Was her face as red as it felt? If so, there was no way she'd get through family dinner without humiliating herself. It was one thing to have to see the man every day at work, but did he have to come to family dinner every week too? On one hand, it didn't bother her at all. But then he made some offhand comment about making sure she was safe, and she was jolted right back into the realization that he saw her as nothing more than Malachi's little sister. It seemed that was all she'd ever be. Alex approached the Carmichaels' house that evening with a few jars of preserves he'd purchased from the mercantile earlier. He thought to bring flowers for Mrs. Carmichael, as Lucas did when he was courting Edie and came to dinner, but he wasn't courting anyone. Not to mention, he didn't exactly have access to a garden of fresh-cut flowers. Apparently, Lucas had charmed a few of the women whose husbands worked for him into allowing him to take a few cuttings. They thought it incredibly sweet that he'd make the gesture, but Alex didn't have any employees. He climbed the porch steps and knocked on the door of the two-story clapboard house. The wind chime tied to the porch roof jingled a little in the breeze, and the scent of herbs from Mrs. Carmichael's cottage garden wafted through the air. Mint and lavender were the most potent, but he knew others were mixed in too. The door opened and Sheriff Carmichael greeted him with a wide smile. Welcome, Alex. Emily said you'd be joining us this evening. He dropped his voice. She told us what happened with Justin and Peter. Thanks for stepping in. Alex nodded. I suppose that would fall under the other duties as assigned category of my job description. He winked. What boy doesn't get in a fight now and again? He'd certainly been in his fair share, even well before he ever stepped foot in a ring. I certainly did, Matthew said. Well, come on in. Did Thomas and Charlotte not come with you? He looked behind Alex but spotted no one. No, Alex responded. They said they'd be by shortly. When he'd taken the pastorate in Pine Creek, it came with a parsonage. To his thinking, the beautiful White House was much too big for one man, and Thomas and Charlotte Foster had occupied it for nearly 30 years before Thomas retired. They had a cottage on the property, so Alex offered to let them stay there in exchange for Thomas's mentorship as he learned to lead the church. They met weekly for a year, until Alex settled more deeply into his role. In the last year, the couple had begun spending more and more time at Hope House in New Orleans, the orphanage run by the Children's Aid Society. It was housed in an ornate mansion donated by Abigail Jones after her father passed. She'd been about to marry her husband Cade in Pine Creek and had no need of a fancy house in New Orleans, so she donated the house and all her inheritance to the ministry there. When Alex first heard the story, he'd asked Malachi how in the world she could have donated the whole pot. Malachi said the home had never been a place of warmth or love for her, and much of the money had been earned by ill-gotten means and underhanded business decisions. He said his Aunt Abigail had turned into a new person, and she didn't want any pieces of her old life to remain. It made sense and had won her and her husband unending respect in Alex's eyes. Thanks for having me tonight, Sheriff. The man chuckled as he stepped aside and gestured to Alex to join the family. I suppose after all this time, there's nothing I can do to get you to call me Matthew, is there? I can try, but I'm not sure I'll always be successful. Alex grinned. For some reason, he had no trouble calling Thomas by his given name, but something about Matthew intimidated Alex. Perhaps it was all the time he spent running from the law as a teen, or the respect for a lawman who couldn't be bought by the likes of someone like Wyatt Patterson. He wasn't sure, but the sheriff had given him the freedom of given names many times over, but old habits died hard. It could also be that the man reminded him of Tucker Hall, the man he'd met just after he left New York. Alex had hopped a train headed anywhere but there and had gotten off in Kansas City when the officials began asking for tickets. Alex had bedded down in the corner of a cold rail station, unable to sleep for the cold until Tucker brought him a blanket and asked him if he'd like to share a room at the boarding house. Alex hadn't particularly trusted the man, but he figured he outweighed him by nearly 100 pounds. Tucker was about 15 years his senior, but he was headed west to lay tracks on the railroad. Alex asked if they might have a job for one more. I imagine they would, Tucker had said as he settled into his bed in the bunkroom at the boarding house. It doesn't seem like you have much to go back to, might be something worth moving toward. In the 2 years they worked together on the rail line, Tucker led Alex to the Lord and discipled him as they laid track after track. It was there, in the backbreaking work of a rail line worker, that Alex's entire life had changed. He changed his last name, intent that Wyatt Patterson could never find him, and answered the call to seminary. Alex, it's so good to have you, Mrs. Carmichael said as she pulled him into a motherly embrace. Thank you so much for having me, ma'am, he said as he handed her the preserves. She playfully slapped his shoulder. You know you're always welcome at my table, Alex Hall. He followed her into the parlor where much of the family congregated, including Lily and her parents. Her twin brothers were engaged in a lively conversation regarding a bull. You would fall flat on your face in 2 seconds, Nicholas said as he roared with laughter. For a while, Alex hadn't been able to tell the blonde twins apart, but as he'd been in town longer, their differences became more obvious. I would not, Simon insisted. I know I could stay on longer than you. He turned to Alex, just having noticed him. Pastor, of the two of us, which is more likely to get thrown from a bull? Be honest, though I guess you can't lie, bein' a pastor and all. Oh, pastors sin just like anyone else, but I suppose I need more information. Alex settled into a seat on the sofa and winked at Lily as he turned back to her brothers and feigned seriousness. What kind of bull are we talking? A mean son of a gun, Lily's father answered. Mr. Carson looked as amused as his wife was chagrined by the topic. With a good back kick. Alex brought a hand up to stroke his short red beard, making a great show of pondering the question. And what's the motivation? Simon and Nicholas exchanged a confused glance before Simon spoke. What do you mean? Well, Alex said as he leaned forward, if it's just for bragging rights, my answer might be one thing. If it's in pursuit of a pretty girl, I might answer a different way. He stared them down as though they engaged in a deep theological conversation. So what is it? It was getting harder to keep a straight face, and Lily's twinkling eyes as she hid her own silent laughter with her hand didn't help. Simon mirrored Alex's position, leaning forward in his wingback chair. Say it's about pride, who's your pick then? Mr. Carson snorted. Definitely you, son. The man knew his sons well. When Alex first came to Pine Creek, the twins had been 16 and in their final year of school. One day, while their poor sister did her best to stop them, the boys had gotten in a pull-up competition with a few of the other boys at school. Simon pulled his shoulder out of its socket trying to beat Freddie Smith simply because he hated to lose so badly. Dr. Light had been none too gentle popping it back in place and had told Simon squarely that he deserved it. They might have just turned 19, but in many ways they were still the amusing but immature youths he'd met 3 years ago. A wide grin split Nicholas's face. So I guess that leaves me as the ladies' man. I didn't say that, Alex responded. I just said they prove as a greater motivation for you. Whether they return your affection is a different question entirely. Simon let out a bark of laughter that sounded almost identical to his father's, while Mrs. Carson, Lily, and Emily all made half-hearted efforts at concealing their own laughter. Nicholas's face turned red initially, then he shrugged. You know, you're all gonna feel real bad when I have ladies lining up for me to take them to the Christmas festival this year. Just watch. He crossed his arms and sat back, but Alex knew he wasn't truly offended. Teasing was almost a currency among the boys of this family, a fact he'd learned early on. He'd be repaid in kind during dinner, of that, he was certain. Chapter 3. So Alex, Nicholas began as all the food had been passed around at dinner. What's this we hear about you sweeping Lily off her feet today? Lily felt the heat rise up her cheeks, and Alex nearly choked on his chicken. He began. I think you might have heard an abridged version of that story. Nicholas's eyes sparkled with mirth as he glanced from Alex to Lily. Was her face on fire? It felt as though it were on fire. Edie and Lucas had arrived just before dinner began, as had Grandpa Thomas, Nana Charlotte, Aunt Abigail, Uncle Cade, Helen, and Robert. All eyes followed Nicholas's path of popping between the two of them as though it were a highly interesting game of tennis. Simon joined in. I heard she fell into your arms, did she not? That was it, both of them were getting poison ivy rubbed into their long johns the next time she did the wash. Edie, ever her defender, spoke up evenly. She wouldn't have fallen off of anything if you two hadn't informed Timmy Corden of your sister's aversion to snakes. Her eyes never left her food as she ratted out her cousins. Lily's eyes went wide as saucers. You two were responsible? She could barely keep her voice even. What did I do to deserve that? Both the twins' faces had gone white. Nicholas said, he may have heard us talking about it one day. His eyes swung to Edie. How'd you know? Edie grinned. I saw Timmy and his mother in the mercantile after we left the bakery. Timmy was very forthcoming when I mentioned the friend he'd brought for share time. Lucas shook his head. The woman can find out anything, Phyllis. You should know that by now. Uncle Matthew snorted. She comes by that honestly. He was right. As children, Aunt Carissa had been able to snuff out most of the boys' mischievous plans before they even really got started. It was like she had some odd intuition mixed with an uncanny ability to get information out of people. Wait, Mama said, can someone tell us what happened? Alex saved Lily from having to explain by launching into the tale and giving a decidedly less romantic version than the one Helen had conjured in her head that afternoon. And that's when Lily lost her footing on the desk and I happened to be there to catch her. Mama, Aunt Carissa, and Aunt Abigail all smirked, as did Uncle Matthew. Papa and Uncle Cade stared at Alex as he finished the story, eyes narrowed. Neither looked upset, but both were incredibly protective of the girls in the family. It had taken Lucas a month into marriage with Edie before those two really brought him into the fold as part of the family. Every now and then, one of them would intentionally ask him to help with a particularly laborious task just to remind him to treat Edie well. Not that he had to be told, Lucas treated Edie like a princess. An awkward silence had fallen at the table, and Lucas came to their rescue. Did I mention we're getting 25 new workers within the next few weeks? Edie jumped on the subject change as well. Yes, Brown Lumber has grown to the point that they've been able to expand the sawmill further. She shot Lily a glance, one which Lily returned gratefully. Alex wiped his mouth with a napkin and set it atop his empty plate. Where will they come from? Mostly the Northeast, Lucas answered. That's where I placed the ads in newspapers. I've been told a number of men are looking to get out of the big cities and out west for some fresh air and room to stretch out. Lily doubted anyone else noticed, but Alex's face paled at the mention of the Northeast. Perhaps it was just her imagination. Say, Alex, Uncle Matthew said, I don't think I remember exactly where you said you're from. Wasn't it up that way? All right, so maybe she hadn't been the only one who noticed. I'm definitely well acquainted with the cities of the Northeast, Alex responded. I don't blame a man for wanting some room to stretch his legs. He hadn't been rude, but he also hadn't answered the question. Uncle Matthew might have pursued the questioning further, but the twins had been thwarted from their teasing of Alex long enough. "Hey, Alex," Nicholas said with a Cheshire cat grin, "is it true Mrs. Thurston is trying to set you up with Belle?" "Nicholas," his mother spoke with warning. "What?" Nicholas placed a hand on his chest and feigned a look of innocence. "I'm just asking a simple question." Simon snorted beside him.
"Yeah."
"Alex, will Mrs. Thurston be your new mother-in-law?" Lily knew Alex would never speak poorly of anyone in town, much less a member of his congregation. Still, while the color had returned to his face, the tops of his ears burned nearly the color of his hair. Was the attention from Belle Thurston and her mother not unwelcome? Belle was beautiful, with thick blonde hair that reached past her waist. She never seemed flustered, and Lily had never seen a hair out of place. She'd set her sights on Malachi long ago and had even spread a rumor after he left that they had an understanding. No one in the family believed it, but perhaps she'd moved on to Alex? "I'm not in the market for a wife or a mother-in-law," Alex replied. "But if they ask, I'm happy to send them either of your ways." Did he mean that? Or did he just say it to get the twins out of his business? His smirk grew into a full-blown grin when Nicholas made a choking sound and Simon hit him hard on the back. "Stop that," Nicholas said as he batted Simon's hand away. "My drink just went down the wrong way." "I know," Simon said, "I just wanted to hit you." Aunt Beth leaned forward with her head in her hands while the rest of the table succumbed to their laughter. "I promise we tried, Alex. Let Lily and Malachi be the examples of our parenting, please." The laughter continued until conversation turned to a host of other things depending on which section of the table one sat. When the group finished, Edie and Lucas said their goodbyes and headed back to their cabin, the two-story beauty Lucas had built for them just before he proposed. "I should probably get going too," Alex said. "Thank you so much for dinner, Mrs. Carmichael. As I said, you're welcome at our table anytime." Aunt Carissa pulled him into a hug, and Lily watched him from where she gathered dishes as he made for the door. Without realizing Mama had come up behind her, Lily felt a push to the small of her back. "Well, go on, Lily," she said with a twinkle in her eye. "See our guest out." "I don't even live here," Lily responded, only to receive another push from her mother. She sighed and followed Alex onto the porch, feeling incredibly silly for doing so. "I hope you enjoyed yourself this evening, Alex. The twins were in fine form tonight." He grinned, and she was struck once again with just how handsome the man was when he smiled. The effect was heightened by the brilliant sunset splashed across the sky behind him. "They were fine," he said. "I never had any brothers, so they kind of feel like my own, meddling younger siblings." She pushed away the warm feelings it brought to hear him refer to her family as his own. "I do plan to get them back for telling Timmy about the snake." His eyebrows rose. "Lily Carson, I never pegged you for a prankster." A breeze kicked up, and Lily smoothed her hair back from her face. "Only where my brothers are concerned. After all, I learned from the best." "The twins?" "No," she chuckled, "Malachi." "Truly?" "Absolutely. As children, Malachi and I would team up against the twins. The number of pranks we pulled is the reason Mama's hair is mostly gray, I'm certain." He took a step closer, smile still firmly in place. "I'd love to hear a few." Lily thought for a moment. "Well, there was the time the twins told Junior Thompson that I had a crush on him, so Malachi and I baked dirt into a chocolate pie and left it on the counter to cool. We knew they'd get into it without permission, as always, so we hid outside the kitchen window until they both cut themselves a piece." Alex shook his head, his eyes sparkling. "How long did it take them to notice?" "Only a bite," Lily said through her own laughter, but the best part was when Malachi told them it had more than just dirt inside. Living on a cattle ranch, their imaginations ran wild. Tears rolled down Alex's face. "You didn't actually bake in a cow patty, did you?" "No," Lily said, "but we did put some in their boots after they hid a dead snake in the chicken coop for me to find. I nearly had a heart attack then and there." Alex's large frame shook from the laughter he couldn't control. "Remind me never to play jokes on either of you." I may not be as loud as my brothers, but I'm just as clever. I have no doubt about that, Miss Carson. Lily looked at her feet to hide her blush but heard Alex move forward. He reached a hand out and lifted her chin. Why do you do that? He dropped his hand again, and Lily was unnerved at how much she missed it. Do what? Her voice came out low and breathy. You hide, he answered softly. You hide your face when you feel uncomfortable. I wonder what else you hide from the world. Thinking back to his evasion of Uncle Matthew's line of questioning at dinner, she spoke. I suppose I could say the same for you. His eyes darkened, and whatever tender moment they'd shared was long gone. He stepped around her and tipped his chin in farewell. Have a good night, Lily. I'll see you tomorrow. He lit out toward the parsonage like she'd set him on fire, and the belief that he hid parts of his past was solidified in her mind. Who was Alex Hall, and who had he been before he came to Pine Creek? That was entirely too close, Alex muttered as he came in sight of his small cottage on the parsonage grounds. If there was anyone who could never know about his past, never have any connection to that part of his life, it was Lily. He had no intention of ever taking a wife, of ever subjecting a woman to the possibility that his past could catch up to him. He'd never put any woman in danger that way, especially one he vowed to love and protect. He'd never have been able to muster any affection for Belle Thurston, regardless, especially after the way she'd so shamelessly followed Malachi, but he hadn't been lying about his intention to stay single. The sun had fully set sometime between leaving the Carmichaels' house and arriving at the parsonage. The night was clear, stars and a full moon lighting his way. The cicadas had begun their nightly song, and he could hear the gentle breeze blowing through the trees as he unlocked the cottage door. Numerous people had called this cottage home over the years. When they first arrived in Pine Creek on the run from their outlaw father, Lily's mother and Aunt Carissa called it home. Her Aunt Abigail had lived there as well for a time. Others had passed through, a few widows needing a place closer to town, long-term visitors, and those who'd yet to find a place to put down roots. Alex had to admit, he felt a kinship with all the other wayfaring strangers who'd found refuge in the two-room, white building. He'd pondered, more than once, what it must have felt like to return after Lily's mother and aunt were literally kidnapped out of their beds. What must it have been like for widows to start over there, a life they no longer recognized? As he picked up a few things around the small main room, he remembered the testimony this place held. The simple white dishes he placed in the cabinet had been used by hopeless and hopeful alike. The sink had been pumped full by those who had no desire for a relationship with God, and those who clung to scripture like it was their dying breath. The dark oak floors had been paced in worry and danced over in joy. The gauzy white curtains, the same ones Lily's mother had placed in the windows many years before, had been pulled back to reveal lovers who'd come courting, friends who'd come calling, and pasts that had come back to haunt those who dwelled there. But through it all, God had been faithful. If anything, Alex's cottage was a beacon of the faithfulness of God, not unlike the Bible Tucker Hall had given him not long after they'd taken their places as section hands for the railroad. In that book is the fullness of hope and the path to peace, he'd said. You don't have to read it now, but keep it for when all your answers have run out. Tucker was right. Between his casual mentions of things of faith and patient answering of Alex's questions while they laid track, Alex had pledged his life to Christ. Tucker discipled him until Alex's thirst for biblical truth became more than the simple railroad worker from Arkansas could answer. He'd encouraged Alex to attend seminary, if for no other reason than to learn all he could about the faith that had changed him. It took about 6 months of convincing, but finally Alex took a chance and applied to Texas Bible College and was accepted, despite never actually finishing his schooling in New York. He'd been honest with them about his past, and they allowed him to register under his new name, Alexander Hall. He sat in the old wooden rocking chair as he did every evening, bringing his lit lantern with him. The one and only Bible he'd ever owned sat on the table beside the chair, and he opened it to a familiar passage of hope for him, Philippians chapter 1, verse 6. Being confident of this very thing, that he which hath begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ. The fear of being discovered had mostly subsided over the years, but learning of Lucas's new employees from the Northeast had shaken him. It wasn't so much the fear of the town finding out about his life, he felt no shame or condemnation over the sinner he'd been, but the idea that he'd be found by those who likely still held a grudge was terrifying. The idea that the people he'd come to love would come in contact with Patterson was enough to keep him up at night. It was one reason he could never act on his feelings for Lily, he'd never put her in that type of danger. Wyatt Patterson didn't just rough people up and then leave. He shot them down in cold blood, just as he'd done Pa, and he wouldn't hesitate to kill again to exact his revenge. Alex's gut churned at the idea of Lily on the business end of Patterson's gun. He wasn't a violent man, and he'd never hurt anyone permanently while competing, but he knew he'd kill to protect Lily. And for that reason, it was best he remained nothing more than her friend, regardless of what his heart wanted. Chapter 4. Good afternoon, Lily, Emma Archer said cheerily as Lily pushed through the door to the mercantile after school. Can I help you find anything? A grin spread over Lily's face, and she looked down a few aisles to ensure none of her family was close. I'm here to see if you have any itching powder. Emma burst into laughter. Oh goodness, have the twins awakened the beast? They might have, Lily winked. I have a few tricks up my sleeve for the two of them, but I've decided to be clever about it. Rather than spend all her energy on one large prank, she would satisfy herself with a few small ones first. You Carsons never cease to amaze me, Emma said. Emma was Edie's best friend outside the family, so she'd been privy to a number of the Carson pranks over the years. Everyone underestimates your scheming ways, Lily. If I were a betting woman, my money would be on you. The bell above the door jingled, and a familiar tall, broad redhead stepped through with a bright smile for both Emma and Lily. Hello ladies, Alex said before turning to Lily. I'm sorry I missed you today, I've been out visiting farm families all day. She'd not admit it, but she felt his absence from the building every time he was gone. It was silly, really, as he usually spent all his time in his office or out visiting, and she didn't speak with him anyway. But there was something comforting about the fact that he was just on the other side of the door. You missed another ruckus, Lily said with a chuckle. But this time it was us testing the law of gravity with different objects. Children voted which they felt would hit the ground the fastest. Despite Timmy Corden's begging, she'd not allowed him to jump off the roof of the church to see how quickly he'd reach the ground. I hate I missed that, Alex said. Perhaps next time. After another moment of small talk, Lily excused herself to go in search of the itching powder Emma assured her was in the fifth aisle back. The small can had an actual purpose Lily believed was cosmetic, but why anyone would use the terribly uncomfortable stuff was beyond her. She hadn't heard Alex walk up behind her until he spoke. He stood so close in the narrow aisle that she could feel his chest bounce from his chuckle. Itching powder, huh? Lily didn't look up, lest she find condemnation of her immaturity in his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, Pastor. His deep voice rumbled again, but this time was much closer. She felt his breath on the side of her face as he whispered, I've been known to pull a few tricks in my day, if you're interested in a stand-in ally for Malachi. A shiver ran down her spine, and she paused for a breath to regain her wits. Hopefully, he believed she was mulling over his offer. She turned and found herself facing his broad chest. She looked up and met twinkling eyes, the color of the creek after a rain. If she'd let them, those eyes would take her breath away every time. And just what, pray tell, can you provide? She hated that her voice was higher than normal and imagined a blush colored her cheeks. He chuckled again, the vibrations of his deep voice piercing her heart. Ideas aren't necessarily my strength, but I'm good at distraction and even the occasional muscle if necessary. It took everything in her not to look down from his face to the arm muscles she knew to be abundant. All right, but you can't tell anyone. Teaming up with Alex to engage in a prank war against the twins was either a wonderful or terrible idea. There would be no in-between. The corner of his mouth turned up in a smirk as he tipped his head toward the itching powder. You gonna put that in their clothes? Just their Stetsons, she replied. The clothes would be too obvious, and all they'd have to do is wash their clothes again. I'll put it in Nicholas's hat a day before, then Simon's. They'll believe they've got head lice and probably still argue over who gave it to whom. You're devious, Alex replied, clearly impressed. How can I help? Lily said as she brought a finger to her chin. Let me get back to you, comrade in arms. I didn't anticipate having help this time. Malachi gave me strict instructions before he left to stand in his place for you while he's gone. We'll consider this as my doing that. The warmth and excitement she'd felt a moment before was dashed as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. All for Malachi. Well, I better get going, Lily said with a smile she hoped he couldn't tell was fake. I'll see you Sunday, and I'll have more ideas then. Alex had to be the biggest fool in Texas. He'd just promised himself the night before that he'd keep Lily Carson at an arm's length and respect her brother's wishes, to keep the men in town away from her. Now, he'd volunteered to aid her in a prank war against Simon and Nicholas. Every part of Lily Carson he got to know made him like the whole of her better. She was kind, compassionate, and keenly observant of the people around her. Her faith was deep, her devotion to her family unshakable, and her empathy admirable. But her mischievous side, the side that put cow manure in her brother's boots and itching powder in their hats, only made her more intriguing. People underestimated Lily Carson in the light of her closest female cousins. Edie was brilliant and personable, and Helen was a bubbly dreamer that unintentionally drew attention no matter where she went. But Lily had something special. Rather than be frustrated by those who underestimated her, she seemed to be bolstered by them. Alex finished filling his basket with things Charlotte needed for dinner that evening. One perk of asking the Fosters to stay on the parsonage property was that he routinely found himself at Charlotte Foster's dinner table during the week. She liked to say she loved people through food, and he took them up on their dinner invitations most regularly. He checked out with Emma, sent his regards to her husband Nathan, and went on his way. Just as he stepped down the steps, he spotted Lily about 15 yards down the boardwalk. A man he'd seen at the sawmill stood in front of her. He didn't look threatening, and her body language didn't look fearful, not to mention it was broad daylight, but he had to consciously unclench his fist just the same. The smarmy grin on the Sawyer's face probably had something to do with it. Taking quick steps toward them, Alex worked to convince himself his only motivation was his promise to Malachi. Even still, he knew there could be nothing further from the truth. Sir, he heard Lily say as she stepped to the side, I really must be going. The man had the gall to put his hand out to the railing to block her way, and Alex asked the Lord for the strength not to knock him to the ground. It'd hardly be a good way to bring new church members, though he'd do it in a heartbeat if Lily were in real danger. Come on, the mill worker said. His clothing was mostly clean, though patched in a few areas, the muscle he sported long and lean. I've seen you around town, you've smiled at me. Alex stopped in his tracks. Lily didn't appear to welcome the man's attention, but had she in the past? He fought down the rush of anger that rolled through him at the thought. I smile at everyone, Mr. Walker, the man answered. Bradley Walker. Well, Mr. Walker, I apologize if I've given you any indication to the contrary, but I'm simply not interested. She took a step back, and Alex let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He stood no further than 5 feet behind Lily, but Walker apparently hadn't noticed him because he took hold of Lily's wrist as she moved away. Enough, Alex said in his lowest, most threatening voice. The lady has made her response to your advances clear, and you'll let her go now. Walker's eyes widened, no doubt at the sight of the mountain of a man in front of him. He was tall, but Alex had at least 4 inches and 50 pounds on him. I was just. You were just apologizing to Miss Carson and leaving. That's what you were doing. And if I find you anywhere near her again, I'll be mentioning to your boss how you don't accept a lady's word as her no. He feels very strongly about that, you know. Walker's face paled, and Alex knew he'd hit the nail on the head. He was indeed an employee of Brown Lumber. One of the first rules in the contracts Lucas had his employees sign had to do with respecting those in town, women especially. I'm sorry, ma'am. I won't bother you again. Lily nodded curtly, with no verbal response as the man left. When he was out of sight, she turned to Alex. Thank you. Her voice sounded strained, and a slight panic rose in Alex that Walker's grip on her wrist might have been tighter than he'd realized. "Are you all right, Lily? Did he hurt you?" "No," she said as her eyes filled with tears she worked hard to swallow. "I'll see you Sunday, Alex." She stepped off the porch and walked quickly to the livery he assumed to get the horse she rode in from the ranch every day. He racked his brain for what he'd said that could have upset her, or had it been Walker's advances that spooked her? That didn't seem right. It hadn't gone far enough for that. So what had he done to make her cry? Chapter 5. Lily allowed herself the short ride home atop Patches to let her tears flow freely. By the time she reached the Circle H, the place that had been peace for her since childhood, she felt better. Clouds dotted the sky, and the oppressive humidity that had settled before a morning rain had lifted. The wildflowers had started to bloom, painting spots in the fields with blues, yellows, and reds. The breeze played the prairie grasses like an instrument, their gentle brush a balm to her soul. She wasn't upset that Alex had shooed the mill worker away, she just wished he'd done it out of jealousy rather than brotherly protection. The long path from the main road to the Circle H led to a cluster of buildings that made up the living quarters. The white, two-story home with a wraparound front porch served as the main house, while the new bunkhouse cabin stood about 30 yards behind it. The two outhouses, one for the family and one for the cowhands, stood off a bit. Other homes and buildings were scattered throughout the ranch, but the main group sat about a mile off the road. Mama's large kitchen garden stood in between, and the scent of the herbs, of which she and Nicholas always planted too much, wafted through the air. It was a much preferred smell to that of the barn which sat off the front of the house a ways. The old bunkhouse, the one Pa had turned into Simon's woodworking workshop, was beside the barn, as was the garden shed. Mama's sweet voice singing one of her favorite old hymns traveled from her garden, as did the pure harmony their foreman's wife, Paula, provided. Bumper, the puppy Edie had been given as payment for treatment a few years prior, bounded toward her to greet the newcomer. Hopping off Patches, Lily knelt down and gave Bumper a good scratch behind the ears. "How's my favorite pup?" Bumper let out a woof, and his tail wagged profusely. No one had been quite sure whether the blonde fluff ball would turn into much help around the ranch, but the love and loyalty he brought had been worth it even before he'd proved himself as an excellent deterrent to the critters that found their way into the house. He also spent most of his days on the range with Pa, her brothers, and the ranch hands, mildly effective in helping keep the cattle together. Mostly, he was just too good-natured to be much help, and the cattle ignored him. Lily handed off Patches to the lead wrangler and went to find her mother. Normally, she would untack and brush down Patches herself, but she needed to talk to Mama before supper preparations were heavily underway. Pa probably wouldn't like their topic of conversation over much. "Hi Paula, Mama," Lily said as she approached. "Everything coming in nicely?" She could see that it was. All the greens that flourished in spring were bountiful, the broccoli and cabbage larger than Lily'd ever seen them. "Hi dear," Paula said as she sent a warm smile her way. Paula was one of the gentlest people she'd ever known, and Lily was thankful Ray had married her after her family had moved there from back east. "Harper has been saying all week that she can't wait to start school next year so she can share with Miss Lily all that she's learning." "I look forward to it," Lily replied. She couldn't help the pang in her heart that Harper wouldn't be able to go to school in town. Years ago, her family had fought hard to allow the Black and Mexican children in Pine Creek to come to the existing school, but the school board had voted not to allow it. Their official statement was that the children would receive better education at home, but Aunt Carissa had not accepted that. She'd been the school teacher until she married, so she'd gone back into the classroom and taught the children around her dining room table until there had been enough families move in that they needed more room. Papa had built a small schoolhouse on the Circle H property. Some of the families still chose to educate their children at home, but the option was there for them. When Paula and her family moved to town, she began helping and eventually took over for Aunt Carissa. Her 3 children sometimes went to the schoolhouse with her, but Mama watched them often. Mama stood up straight from where she'd bent over the rows pulling weeds and flashed her one of the smiles Pa swore lit up the entire sky. "Hi baby, isn't it a beautiful evening to work in the dirt?" She wiped her forehead and glanced around at the bounty. Everything's coming along. I'm pleased. We've received the perfect amount of rain recently, I suppose, so I think it might be my best year in a while. Lily stepped closer and went to her knees to help Mama and Paula with the weeding. It wasn't uncommon for her to do so, but mothers always sensed when something wasn't right with one of their children. She cocked her head and studied Lily. Mama didn't pry just yet, and went back to plucking weed after weed from the soil. How was your day? Lily relayed the same story she'd told Alex, as well as a few other moments of mischief or joy from the day. Katie Yoder had finally made full marks on one of her spelling tests. Emily wrote a beautiful report on a Charles Dickens novel Lily had lent her. Timmy Corden, for all his antics, had finally begun to understand the arithmetic he was to work through and was thrilled when they went over his homework together. Paula grinned widely. I know you were so proud. She knew exactly what it felt like. I was, Lily replied. It made the more difficult days of her job worth it. The longer they worked in the garden, the better she felt. She wasn't always someone who needed to share the intimate details of her life, but Mama and Paula were different. Telling them the good parts of her day was a balm to her frustrated soul. That's wonderful, Lily. Mama looked up from the row she worked and pierced Lily with a look all Beth Carson's children swore could see into their very souls. But I have a feeling that's not all that happened today. She glanced at Paula, who quirked the corner of her lip. I think I'd better head inside and see what mischief the kids have gotten into with your brothers. Oh, you don't have to go, Lily insisted to Paula's retreating back. Paula just turned and winked before finishing her walk up to the main house. Lily took a deep breath and took in Mama's curious expression. You and Papa loved each other long before he ever pursued you romantically, right? A knowing smile spread across Mama's face. We did. We were good friends, best friends even. But Papa had some issues to work out before he felt worthy of any woman, much less me. Lily searched her brain for the right wording as she pulled a few intruder plants with a little too much gusto. Did you, I don't know, do anything to speed the process along? Mama chuckled and her eyes glazed over, a little dreamy. Actually, I accepted a date with Pete Nelson. I didn't intend to send your papa through the roof, but that's what happened. Pete Nelson? Lily had never heard that part of the story. As in Nathan Archer's stepfather? The very same, Mama answered. Obviously, this was before he met Mary. I didn't realize it, but my heart was too far gone for your father to even consider another man. It only took one lunch with Pete before I knew. Lily sat back on her heels, eyes wide. How did Pete take it? Mama waved a hand in front of her face and went back to pulling. Oh, he was incredibly gracious. I think he knew he was fighting a losing battle then as well. Mama paused. So why the interest in mine and Papa's courtship? Do you have someone you're looking to speed along? Lily scoffed and shook her head. Hardly. There'd have to be something to speed along for that to happen. Mama straightened again, her grin nearly spreading her whole face. I assume we're talking about a certain pastor in town? Am I that obvious? Mama reached across the row of broccoli and patted Lily on the shoulder. Only to people who know you well, love. But, if it makes you feel any better, your aunts and I think you'd make a beautiful couple. She winked, and Lily groaned a little. Sometimes, Mama said gently, a man just needs a little push that his affections will be returned. How in the world would I do that? Lily wasn't necessarily shy, albeit somewhat quiet, but she didn't think she could ever bring herself to be forward about her feelings with Alex. Women have many ways, Mama replied, and it'll depend on what feels right for you. Some say a woman should never tell a man how she feels, but I believe that's hogwash. If a woman knows her mind, there's no reason she can't be upfront. But if you're not comfortable with that, you can always guide the conversation that direction and see how he responds. I suppose I could do that, Lily said, though she knew she would never be able to keep her cheeks from blushing bright red while she did it. For what it's worth, baby, I've thought Alex had feelings for you for at least a year. He may not have acted on them because of some odd loyalty to your brother. You don't think that's the case, do you? Surely Malachi wouldn't have told him to stay away from her. Who knows why men do what they do sometimes? Mama stood to her full height again and held a hand out to pull Lily to her feet as well. But we'll never know until we poke around a little. Lily stepped around a broccoli plant and pulled Mama into a hug. Thank you, she said before she pulled back. But can you please not tell Pa we had this conversation? He tends to get a little protective. Mama laughed and pulled back as well. I believe the word you're looking for is bullheaded, love. But that's what you get for being the only girl. Lily feigned a gasp, but it wasn't convincing as she couldn't hold back her giggle. And how is that my fault? It's not, Mama said, but you do reap the consequences. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Lucas Brown leaned back in the large leather chair they'd put in his office at the new sawmill and grinned. Alex rolled his eyes. You saw me earlier this week at the Carmichael's house. Maybe I just missed you, Lucas teased. Can't a guy miss his friend? Besides, you were too busy getting grilled at dinner for me to have a chance to have a heart-to-heart. You know, Alex said as he crossed the room to sit in one of the chairs Lucas kept for visitors. Marriage has made you much less grumpy and much more annoying. What can I say? Lucas said with a chuckle. It agrees with me. Can I help it if Edie and I want everyone to be as happy as we are? Alex couldn't begrudge Lucas his happiness, but he needed to change the subject before he blurted something he regretted. Have any of the new employees arrived yet? They have, Lucas said as he returned to business. He stood from his chair and walked around his large pine desk. A train came in yesterday with a whole passel of them. I can take you out to meet them if you'd like. Alex's gut screamed at him not to go, that he'd potentially be recognized, but he refused to listen. If he was to pastor one man in town, he'd pastor them all. There would be no hiding if he wanted to do the job he'd been called to do. He stood as well and motioned Lucas to the door ahead of him. After you. The layout in the new sawmill was decidedly different than the one that burned down over the summer. It was still 2 stories and ran similarly, but the main floor was much larger thanks to the extra 2 saw systems they'd added. The offices sat in the front rather than down a long hallway off the side, and the clinic had been doubled in terms of both size and resources. As Edie was the practicing physician, it didn't escape Alex's notice that the clinic sat next door to Lucas's office. Alex followed Lucas out the door and toward a path cut into the thick woods to the day's cutting site. How's the new assistant working out? Alex's old assistant Theo had been let go for stealing from the company and aiding in the sabotage his uncle had conceived. They hadn't pressed charges, as Theo's motivation had been paying for a medical treatment for his sister, but they could no longer trust him. Edie and Lucas had paid for the girl's treatment though, and Lucas told him Edie was in contact with the girl's doctors to ensure all possible avenues were being explored. He's working out well, Lucas replied as they stepped onto the path. Squirrels and deer darted away as they passed, the scent of pine heavy on the air. He seems to be well organized and is probably more adept at the bookkeeping than I am. Have you heard anything from Theo? Was he able to find another job? Lucas had struggled over the decision to let him go, but he just couldn't have an assistant who so doubt in him. He wrote a couple of months ago to thank us for paying for Ria's treatments, Lucas answered with a sigh. He's found a new position with a law office in Dallas and wanted to thank us for not pressing charges. I still feel a little guilty for letting him go. I wonder if I did the right thing. Alex thought on it for a moment. I don't think you'd have been wrong to give him another chance, but it was pretty widely known around camp what he did. I suppose it could have inspired some dissent among the rest of your men. It could have, but my main concern was Patrick Anderson's thoughts on the matter. Patrick had been hurt in an accident related to Theo's misdeeds, though Theo hadn't actually known anything about it, and had needed to have his leg amputated. Lucas had put him to work behind a desk for Brown Lumber, and the man had turned out to be an impressive assistant in his own right. He handled payroll and corresponding with accounts, giving Lucas more time to be out on the floor or in the woods with his men. He didn't love the idea of working with Theo, but he understood if I decided to hire him back on. Makes sense, Alex replied. Lucas had been in a tough position either way. They talked a bit more but soon reached the lumber camp, a sight that always impressed Alex. The system Brown Lumber had in place to maximize efficiency and worker safety was one of the reasons they had no trouble retaining quality workers. Alex had debated whether to tell Lucas about Lily's run-in with Bradley Walker but had ultimately decided to give the man a chance to redeem himself. He hadn't done anything to hurt Lily, though she must have been more shaken than she let on, to run away in tears as she had. But then, that could have been Alex's fault, but he had no idea. He hadn't seen her since yesterday afternoon, choosing the coward's way out that morning and coming out to the sawmill before she arrived for school. Lucas led him to a group of 3 men, all of which were soaked with sweat but cracking jokes in what Alex assumed was a Boston accent. He breathed easier. If they were from Boston, he likely wouldn't be recognized. "Gentlemen," Lucas said, "I have someone for you to meet." The men turned curious glances at him, though none seemed aggressive. "This is Pine Creek's pastor, Alex Hall. He makes a point to come out here fairly often, and has been known to pick up an axe for the sake of conversation as well." Lucas teased, but he wasn't wrong. "Nice to meet you men," Alex said as he put out a hand for each. They introduced themselves, and the man called Edge cocked his head. "You don't look like any pastor I've ever seen, if you don't mind me saying." "I've heard that a few times," Alex replied. Lucas let out a snort. "Just don't go up against this man in a game of tug-of-war at the town festivals and you'll be all right." "I'll never make that mistake again." The men laughed good-naturedly before returning to their task, and Lucas led Alex around to a few more groups of new employees. All were from Boston, so he breathed easier with each hand he shook. He had lunch with Lucas and headed back to town later than he planned. Likely, Lily would be gone by the time he arrived back at the church. He couldn't decide whether that thought made him relieved or disappointed. It didn't matter, though, as Lily's horse Patches was still tied under a tree in the churchyard. He steeled himself to go in. Why in the world he'd offered to help her in the prank war against her brothers was beyond him. It was as though some unseeable hand had nudged him down the aisle in the mercantile toward her. Before he realized what he'd offered, he'd committed himself to spend more time with her than he already did. But he couldn't seem to help it. The quiet, observant, insightful Lily intrigued him, but the clever prankster did as well. He'd given up trying to convince himself it had been out of some altruistic desire to stand in for Malachi. It was much more than that. He climbed the steps and opened the church door that continued to squeak no matter how much oil he applied. The running joke amongst church members was that it was to encourage parishioners to be on time as there would be no sneaking inside. Lily stood at the chalkboard they rolled in during the week, wiping off the last of the day's lessons. She turned at the sound of the door and offered him a nervous smile. "Afternoon, Alex. Were you off visiting today?" She didn't appear to be angry with him. "I was at that. Some of Lucas's new employees arrived by train yesterday, so I introduced myself." Lily smiled, and Alex inwardly groaned at how it seemed to light up the entire room. "Oh, I meant to tell you. I had another couple of ideas for tricks to pull on the twins, that is, if you're still interested in helping." She eyed him with question, and the mischief he saw there rendered him unable to say no even if he'd wanted to. "I can't wait to hear this," Alex said as she led him around her desk to a piece of paper with a long list of ideas. He knew he should bow out, should regret ever telling her he'd get involved, but he just couldn't bring himself to do so. He stood behind her as she spoke and pointed to various things on the list, taking in the scent of wildflowers and herbs he'd come to associate with her. This prank war might be between Lily and her brothers, but he was the one likely to lose. Chapter 6. Lily nodded to Alex after church on Sunday, putting their plan in motion. They had to be careful, as they were in the churchyard. Tales of the Carson prank wars were legendary around Pine Creek, but she didn't want anyone to think poorly of Alex for participating. No, best his involvement be purely for information and distraction. The weekly picnic that took place after church had just finished, and Alex asked the twins to help him move the tables inside and set out the pieces of furniture that was used throughout the week for school. Neither had worn their Stetsons into church that morning. Mama would have skinned them alive, but Lily had barely contained her giggles at their periodic head scratching just the same. How long would it be until they realized she was responsible and worked to retaliate? She didn't know, but the anticipation was half the fun. With the twins and Alex inside, Lily moved over to their horses. Few people outside their family knew that she'd been the mastermind behind most of the things she and Malachi had done to the twins over the years. Everyone assumed the boys just allowed her to tag along. Edie likely would have been offended, but Lily preferred to be underestimated. It made the victory that much sweeter. Just as she reached the horses they'd tied up next to Papa's and Callum's, she heard the telltale sound of boots on the ground. She turned and spotted Papa, but only grinned as she knelt to quickly loosen the girth straps on both their mounts. Papa chuckled and shook his head. "I thought surely by now you'd have all grown out of that, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." "You know us too well for that, Papa," Lily said as she grinned. Papa provided an excellent cover as she casually walked away from the twins' horses and waited for them to finish up with Alex. Lily joined Edie and Helen as they chatted near where the family had sat down to eat lunch. Simon emerged first, Nicholas just behind him. As she hoped, both walked proud as peacocks in front of both the young women they'd known for many years and those who'd arrived as daughters of Brown Lumber's new employees. "Look at the twins," Helen said conveniently. "Could either of their chests be puffed out any further?" "I doubt it," Edie replied with a smirk. "It seems a number of our new men have arrived with older daughters. I told Lucas this morning that Simon and Nicholas would be on the hunt for the new blood." Lily glanced around at a few of the young women. She noticed at least 4 young women she didn't recognize. An unwelcome churning in her gut took hold when she noticed Alex exit the church behind the twins only to draw the most attention. Helen nudged Lily's side. "Better get moving on that, Lily. It seems our right reverend has a few admirers." Edie shook her head. "Any man a woman has to fight another woman for isn't the kind of man she wants." Before Lily could respond, Simon and Nicholas had led both their mounts away from the tree and prepared to mount. Simon shot what was probably supposed to be a smoldering glance at one of the young women, while Nicholas seemed to take the less is more approach. Papa stood at the base of the tree and watched them, holding hands with Mama. The question and suspicion was clear in her eyes. Alex caught Lily's gaze from the church steps and winked, sending a wave of warmth through her. Helen kept her voice low as she murmured, "Doesn't look like she'll have to fight too hard." Both Lily's brothers took their saddle horns in hand and prepared to step up onto their mounts in glorious grace, only for the loosened straps to slide sideways and land both men on their behinds in the dirt. Laughter rose up among everyone, including Mama and Papa. Helen nearly doubled over from laughing so hard, but the look on Simon's and Nicholas's faces were murderous. "Well done," Edie murmured from beside Lily. "Simple, understated, perfection." Simon stood to his feet and held out a hand for Nicholas, and both stormed her direction. She could no longer hold in her laughter when Simon reached up and scratched his head, though she doubted they'd put it together yet. Simon spoke through gritted teeth, equal parts embarrassment and mischief. "Oh, it's on, Lily." Nicholas nodded, his face awash with pink at being laughed at by the girls he was trying to impress. "We won't back down, dear sister, and you're outnumbered." "I'm not sure what you mean," Lily responded innocently. "I can't imagine how both your straps got loosened. It sure is a head-scratcher." Both stared at her with furrowed brows, but it dawned on Simon first. Twin sets of eyes widened identically, and Lily snorted a wholly unladylike sound. "Oh," Nicholas said, "you've awakened the beast." "No," Lily replied coyly. "You did that when you gave Timmy Corden the tip about me and snakes. I'm simply repaying in kind." The twins narrowed their eyes at her before turning away and tightening their girth straps again. Alex met Lily's eyes over their heads, his smile spread wide across his face. She met his gaze, and returned his earlier wink. This might just be the most fun prank war yet. Alex didn't spend much time at the church the next few days, as a number in the community had illnesses. By the time he left Mrs. Yates's house on Wednesday, a woman who declared herself his grandmother and sent him home with a bevy of baked goods every time he visited, it was well after lunch. The sun blazed overhead, but, as often happened in the springtime, a slight breeze covered the prairie and brought with it the comfort that spring brought Alex every year at this time. In New York, his neighborhood had remained dirty and dark. In the winter it was dreary, and the clouds overhead chilled a body to the bone. In the summer, the temperature was warmer, but the hopelessness of the poverty-stricken neighborhood chilled just the same. In the summer, the waste emptied into the streets wafted its scent further, as did the stench of cigarettes and whiskey as one passed the many saloons. Texas was different. Springtime brought new growth, a gentle breeze, and the hope of the bounty summer would bring. Both farmers and ranchers alike felt the sense of optimism, and Alex found it contagious. He approached the church and spotted the students digging in the creek bed. The boys had their pants rolled up to their knees, and their shoes sat on the bank. Most of the girls held baskets out for the boys, preferring to stay dry, but a few of the girls, Emily Carmichael included, joined the boys in the water. The bottom 6 inches of her skirt were soaked, but she didn't seem to mind. Most were dry from the ankle upwards, though Timmy Corden looked like he might have gone under. His shirt and hair were both soaking wet, but he didn't seem to care. "All right, everyone," Lily called with a clap of her hands. "Bring your partner and your baskets back over here. As long as everyone listens closely and doesn't get too distracted, we can continue the lesson outside." Her students moved closer and took a seat on the ground. Emily and a few of the other girls sat in such a way their skirts might dry before heading home.
"Ah,
Pastor Alex," Lily said as she spotted him. "You could actually be a great help to me with this lesson, if you have time." If she kept smiling like that, he'd give her every spare minute he had. "Of course, Miss Carson, how can I be of service?" She turned back to the students and grinned conspiratorially. "Today, we're discussing fossils. Students, there is an exciting field of science that's only just emerged in popularity in the last century. It's called paleontology, the study of life on Earth." Her enthusiasm was endearing, not to mention inspiring, and he had to admit he'd have stayed for the lesson regardless. Lily held up a book. "This is from a museum in Paris called the Museum of Natural History. It's one of many such places around the world with collections of fossils, or the remains of a creature or plant that lived long ago. They're preserved with rock-like consistency, or perhaps in the rocks themselves." Janie Burns raised her hand, her smile showing both dimples and highlighting the freckles on her face. "Miss Carson, what kinds of animals turn into fossils?" "Great question, Janie. We might find an insect or even the remains of animals that look just like the ones that roam today. But, even more exciting, many of the natural history museums I mentioned have the remains of dinosaurs and prehistoric plants." If she hadn't had the boys' attention before, she did then. While the field of geology isn't new, there's so much more to be discovered. But I want each of you to pull out the rocks you collected from the creek and see if there are any imprints or impressions left on any of them. I'll give you a moment. The children found their partners and looked through their rocks excitedly. Lily stepped closer to Alex and smiled gratefully. "Thank you for being willing to join us. I'd love to discuss how the flood from Genesis could have affected the fossils." "I'd be happy to," Alex replied. How this woman was still single was beyond him. Sure, from the outside she seemed quiet and unassuming, and she was. But anyone who watched her teach, anyone who watched her interact with her students, there was no way they wouldn't want to marry her then and there. It was one of the reasons he found it so difficult to stop thinking about her. Every week, 5 days a week, she was in her element right under his nose. It was impossible to ignore. She turned back to her students and clapped once more for attention. "What have we found?" 3 groups held up rocks with what looked like the impression of a seashell on them. "Miss Carson," Timmy said as he brought one up to show. "How did a seashell get into this rock?" "There ain't no seashells in the creek, and this water comes from up the mountain." "There aren't any seashells," Lily lovingly corrected. "But you're exactly right. There aren't any seashells in the creek anymore. But at one time there were." Many of her students' eyes widened. "Can any of you think of a time in history when Texas might have been underwater?" Lily's eyes danced, and she motioned Alex forward. Emily raised her hand. The flood in Genesis? Lily nodded with a wide smile. Exactly. Did you know that every major civilization we have recorded has some sort of flood story in their history? This is true even if those civilizations don't believe in God or the Bible. Jessie Collins raised her hand in from the back of the group. But how could they know about it if they don't have the Bible? Because of seashell impressions left on rocks 500 miles inland, Lily said, and because we know from the book of Romans that the Lord reveals himself through nature, even when those people don't know his name. She glanced up at Alex, and he knew his time had come. That's right, he said as he stepped forward. Romans, chapter 1 tells us that because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath shewed it unto them. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. So, Justin Blackburn said, does that mean that people who've never heard of God might believe in him anyway? Alex nodded, thankful he'd been pulled into this lesson. It does. In fact, a friend of mine from seminary had an uncle who went to Africa as part of a mission board. He went into villages of people who'd never seen a Bible before. A tribal chieftain came to him just as he crested the hill into their village and told my friend's uncle, through a translator, that he'd dreamed that very sight the night before. He said a spirit, which we believe to have been an angel, told him to listen to the missionary. He told the truth. Gasps ran through the group as they listened, eyes wide. Lily stepped forward and offered a smile to Alex as she put a hand on his arm. Many will tell you that science and faith are at odds, but that's simply not true. The more I learn about the world around me, the more Dr. Brown teaches me about how our bodies were designed, the more my faith is bolstered. She checked the watch on her wrist and looked back to the students. That's all for today, class. I hope you enjoy the beautiful afternoon. No homework today, it'd be a crime to spend a day like today inside. The younger students cheered and all ran inside to get their things. Lily still touched his arm, and while he didn't think she realized it, he certainly did. Thank you so much, Alex. I was hoping you'd be here and you came just in time. My pleasure, Alex said. I hope I answered the questions appropriately for your lesson. You told the truth, that's all I needed. She glanced down at her hand still on his arm and removed it, but then looked back to him and winked. She truly was trying to kill him. I have to go over to the blacksmith shop to drop something off for Papa. Do you mind coming with me? Her expression was hesitation and perhaps a little embarrassment mixed with, what? But he wouldn't refuse her, couldn't even if he tried. Of course, if you'll give me a moment to set my things down, I'll walk over with you. Take all the time you need. But why in the world was she asking? She'd never asked before. Normally, he was the one trying to sneakily escort her places without her feeling like he didn't think her capable. The last of the students barreled past, and Timmy Corden turned just before he ran out of the churchyard. Mischief was clear in his grin. He pointed at Alex first, then at Lily. Will you two just get married already? If you don't do it soon, I'm gonna lose the bet. His friends roared with laughter as they all made themselves scarce. Lily's cheeks turned bright red, and Alex longed to throw the 12-year-old in the creek for embarrassing her. He didn't want to speak first, lest he make it worse. She took a deep breath and looked him straight in the eye. I'm not really sure what to say, so can we just pretend that never happened? He chuckled. There she was. She'd never been a shrinking violet and didn't let much keep her down for long. Excellent plan. Chapter 7. Lily couldn't believe she'd just asked Alex to walk with her to the blacksmith shop. Mama told her to be a little more obvious with her feelings, give him a little push, but then Timmy Corden had opened his mouth again. She wanted to toss him in the creek. While Alex put his things down inside, she swept the wood plank floor and straightened up anything left untidy from the day. They'd spent the afternoon outside, but morning had been business as usual. He emerged from his office and helped her without a word. Had she made their friendship unbearably awkward? Had Timmy pounded the final nail into the coffin? She'd nearly worked herself into a panic when Alex turned to her with a wide smile that melted her fears away. "I think that's everything," he said. "Are you ready?" She put one last book back into the shelf that sat in the corner and picked up the branding iron Papa had given her that morning. The Circle H brand was the same it had been when the Hyatts had owned it, save for one thing. For years, the brand was an H, in a large circle with a small arrow at the top. When Papa took it over, he added a small C in the bottom half of the H. That small difference, the tiny variation, brought no end of pride for Lily. Her father had worked that land with everything he had for her entire childhood. He loved it as deeply as if it had always been his. It gave her no end of joy to watch him do what he loved. "I'm ready," she replied. Alex held the church door open and took the brand from her. "I assume this is what needs fixing?" "Yes," Lily replied. "It's gotten a little worn, and one of the pieces has started to warp. It wouldn't be an issue, but another ranch on the other side of Dallas has a similar brand, and Papa wanted to make sure the cattle they drive later this summer don't get mixed up." "Understandable." They settled into easy conversation, just as they normally did. Neither mentioned Timmy's bet or his musings before he left school, but Lily did tell him about how Justin Blackburn had poured water over his head in the creek. "I wondered why he looked so much wetter than the others," Alex said with a deep chuckle. "He told Lila if she left Justin and went to him, he could make her plenty happy." Lily shook her head and rolled his eyes. "Emily told him he'd better hush or Justin might make his face match Peter's, but I suppose he preferred a low-contact route." "I can't imagine Justin wouldn't see Timmy as a threat," Alex said with a laugh. "He's what, 3 years younger than Lila? And heaps less mature," Lily finished. "Have Peter and Justin had any more trouble?" "No," Lily said. "Peter seems to have moved on to Emily. It might have been an issue if James was still home, but since he's off with the army, it's more an annoyance than anything." "Whatever happened with those two anyway?" Alex's curiosity wasn't surprising. One day they'd been sweethearts headed toward marriage, the next they were over and he was preparing to leave for the army. "I wish I knew," Lily said. "She seems much happier now, but she doesn't have the joy she once did. Edie knows more than the rest of us, but she's kept Emily's confidence." Still, it broke her heart that her cousin hurt so deeply. "As she should," Alex said before changing the subject back to lighter things. As they reached the smithy, he held her door once again. "After you, ma'am," he said with a sweeping arm. He was only being silly, but she couldn't help but swoon a little. Cade Jones, Lily's mountain of an uncle, ambled toward them holding his mallet. "Hello Lilypad, you got that brand for me?" "I do," she replied with a grin, "but I get a hug first." Uncle Cade gave the best hugs, and she didn't intend to leave the smithy without one. He chuckled and pulled off his leather apron so he didn't get soot on her dress. "As you wish, princess." He pulled her in close and engulfed her the way he had since she was tiny, before pulling back and ruffling her hair. He glanced up at Alex and seemed to notice him for the first time. She felt him tense a little, and he narrowed his eyes at Alex before glancing back at her. Apparently deciding there was no reason to threaten anyone, he let her go and held his arms open again. "You want one too, Hull?" Alex chuckled and visibly relaxed. "I think I'm all right, sir, if it's all the same to you." Uncle Cade shrugged. "Your loss." He turned back to Lily. "Is this all Jake needs?" "Yep, he said he'd talk to you later this week about another project he wants to do, but I'm not even sure what it is." "All right," he said before he turned back to Alex. "You need anything?" "Just providing an escort," Alex replied good-naturedly. Lily hadn't realized it before, but Alex actually had an inch or so on Uncle Cade. It surprised her, as he'd always felt like a giant compared to Papa and Uncle Matthew, neither of whom were small men. Both were tall and broad, but that's where the similarities ended. Uncle Cade sported dark hair and dark skin, while Alex's red hair and fair coloring stood out in contrast. Uncle Cade narrowed his eyes again, sizing Alex up, but nodded anyway. "Lily, tell your dad I'll have this done by Friday. One of you can stop by or I'll just bring it Sunday." "Thanks, Uncle Cade," Lily said as she went in for one more quick hug. I'll tell him. Alex held the door open for her again on the way out, and she almost didn't notice him turn back to Uncle Cade and nod at something before shutting the door. Whatever it was, he didn't seem inclined to tell her. Did you want to stop by the bakery and see Helen? His thoughtfulness made her smile. I'd love to, actually. Would you like a kolache? My treat for walking with me. With each step they'd taken from the church, each minute of easy conversation, her confidence had grown. Perhaps Mama's suggestion would work after all. I never say no to a kolache, Alex replied, but I can pay. Nope, she said, I insist. Consider it payment for helping me out in class today. Lily, he stopped and pierced her with serious eyes. I don't ever need payment for helping you. His expression nearly had her breathless, as did the nearness of where he stood. All right, consider it a thank you. Much better, he said as he turned again, and they reached the bakery. All of a sudden, he tensed, and she heard him snap his teeth together. A low growl sounded in his throat. Lily, he said quietly. I need you to go into the bakery, and don't come out until I'm out of sight. She looked around at what had him so flustered. A group of 3 men studied him from afar. She didn't know them, figured they must have been employees of Brown Lumber. All 3 squinted their eyes at him and one pointed. They didn't look threatening, but tension rolled off him nonetheless. Alex, who are those men? Go inside the bakery, Lily. Now. His tone brooked no argument, and she obeyed. The bell above the door jingled, and Helen looked up with a smile. Hello, Lily. What a nice surprise. She looked past Lily out the window where Alex stood. His fists were clenched, every muscle in his body taut. What's wrong with Alex? The men approached and still didn't look threatening, and one even patted him lightly on the arm. He shook his head, but Lily couldn't make out the conversation. All 3 men's eyes widened and they stepped away, shooting nervous glances back as they went. Lily, Helen repeated, what in the world was that all about? He watched them until they were out of sight, then turned back to the window and nodded at Lily before setting off quickly in the opposite direction. Lily shrugged her shoulders and leaned back against the desk. I have no idea. They'd recognized him. Alex ran his hand over his face as he walked as quickly as he could without arousing suspicion. He had no clue where he was going, all he knew was that he had to get as far from Lily as possible. Had they noticed her with him? Had he been convincing enough that he wasn't Alex Byrne? He wasn't the man they thought they recognized? He'd known it as soon as the first man pointed. None of them looked familiar to him, but thousands had watched him fight over the years. If he were to walk 5 points or even New York City today, he'd be recognized many times over. The men today didn't seem to know Patterson, they were just fans. In hindsight, he wished he'd kept calmer. He hadn't yelled or threatened them, but his answers had been clipped and more forceful than a small-town pastor mistaken for a fighter ought to be. He moved quickly, ignoring Mayor Hinson's wave as he passed, as well as Matilda Rutledge's. Hopefully, they'd think he hadn't seen them. Lord, he prayed aloud as he approached the empty church, what would you have me do? I've done what I've done to protect the people here, but I can't stay if it'll put them in danger. I can't do that. Lily's face passed through his mind, and once again his fists clenched at the idea of Lily coming anywhere near Patterson. He'd die before he let that happen. In fact, he'd kill Patterson before he let that happen. The Lord could deal with him how he saw fit, but Patterson wouldn't harm a hair on Lily's head. Somewhere, deep in the back of his brain, a steady stream of rational thought ran through like the creek falling over rocks, and the land gently sloping downward from the northern part of town to the south. Those men have likely never heard of Wyatt Patterson. They seemed to believe him that he wasn't Alex Byrne. If they had heard of Patterson, they certainly hadn't worked for him. No matter how many times the thoughts echoed, he couldn't calm his racing heart. Patterson was an animal, responsible for deaths all over New York. He wouldn't be caught, not by the local police because too many of them were on his payroll. He clearly hadn't been arrested by the U.S. Marshals or it would have been in the papers. It would have been big enough news to reach Texas. But it never had, which meant the monster walked free. Unbidden, a verse from the book of John crossed his mind. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set ye free. I know your truth, Lord, Alex prayed, biting off the last few words. But how is the truth supposed to set me free here? At worst, it's likely to lead Patterson here. Another verse from Proverbs followed. He that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confesseth and forsaketh them shall have mercy. Alex let out a long breath as he reached and paced up and down the center aisle of the church. He hadn't concealed the truth for lack of responsibility, but to protect the people he'd come to love. But if they were in danger, if more men would recognize him, he had to come clean. And he might even need to leave. The idea of leaving this town, these people, a certain blonde teacher who brought him both peace and unending frustration, twisted his heart until it felt like it would shatter. But he'd do what he had to do for them. Destination clear, he opened the door of the church and moved with purpose to the sheriff's office. He hoped with everything in him Matthew was there that day. Stepping quickly up the stairs to the boardwalk and flinging the large wooden door open, he breathed a sigh of relief that the man he sought was there alone. Alex, Matthew said as he stood, his eyebrows raised at Alex's abrupt entrance. Everything all right? No, sir, Alex replied simply. But I aim to make it so. Gone was the surprise of a moment before. Matthew schooled his features and looked every bit the unflappable lawman. Take a seat, son. Tell me what's happened. Alex remained where he was. Actually, sir, if it's all right, could we go to the parsonage? I think Thomas needs to hear this too. Matthew nodded and stepped around his desk. I'll let Carissa know where I've gone in case someone needs me. I'll meet you there. After a curt nod, Alex moved quickly back down the steps and hurried to the parsonage. It took every bit of his willpower not to look inside the bakery as he passed by. Lily Carson muddled his thinking under the best of circumstances, he couldn't bring her into this. Head down, he reached the parsonage in half the amount of time it normally took and knocked with more force than normal. Thomas answered the door, his expression similar to the sheriff's when he'd first seen him. Thomas, Alex began before his mentor could speak. I'm not the man everyone thinks I am, and I'm afraid my past has caught up to me. Or at least it's about to. His words had spilled out without conscious thought, but he couldn't deny a small weight lifted. Come on in, Alex, Thomas responded carefully. Whatever it is, the Lord is already 2 steps ahead of us all. Chapter 8. And this Wyatt Patterson, you think he might still have it out for you? Matthew sat back on the sofa in Thomas and Charlotte's parlor and blew out a breath. He stood and paced the blue and white rug for a moment before stepping to the window and looking out to the tall oak tree in the yard. Yes, Alex said, I cost him quite a bit of money. He bet on me, bet a good deal on me, and I threw the match. Thomas sat forward in his blue wingback chair. And then he shot your father in front of all those people? Even after all that time, after all his father put him through, he still felt a tiny stab in the heart every time he thought about it. He did. There were witnesses, plenty of them, but they'd never come forward against him out of fear. Matthew turned away from the window but didn't sit back down. How old were you when you started fighting? 16. My father gambled away money he didn't have in a card game against Patterson. It was either fight or he'd be killed. Turned out not to matter much in the end anyway. Thomas's eyes filled with compassion. And you threw the fight, knowing what might happen, to keep your opponent off the streets. I did. Griff would have been fine, he was tough, but his wife was pregnant and it was so cold outside. I wouldn't have been able to sleep if I had, knowing they were out there. Matthew sat back down, his back still ramrod straight as though ready to burst to his feet at any moment. I don't begrudge you for any of that, son. But I'm trying to connect the pieces here. Where did you go when you left New York? He told them the story of how he'd hopped the train and met Tucker Hall in Kansas. He told them how he'd shared his room and how he'd shared about the job with the railroad. More importantly, he'd shared Christ with Alex. He'd discipled him before Alex had any idea that was what he was doing, answering every question with knowledge and patience. "It sounds like the Lord sent Tucker to you at just the right time," Thomas said. "He did. It was Tucker who initially suggested I go to seminary. He said he'd known many men over the years who loved the Lord, and none of them had the same bottomless curiosity I had for the Word of God. He said, if nothing else, it would teach me how to study the Bible on a deeper level." "So," Matthew said, "did you change your name from Byrne to Hall at that point, or later?" "Legally, I'm still Alexander Byrne," Alex admitted. "I did tell the seminary before I enrolled, as I didn't feel right taking their money on false pretenses. They know all about my past, but assured me they wouldn't hold it against me. Tucker was killed in an accident at the tracks a month before I enrolled. It felt like a good way to honor him, as he didn't have any family left." "I'm sorry to hear that," Thomas said. "That must have been very difficult for you. It'd make any man, especially a new Christian, question his faith." "Oddly, it didn't. I suppose, in hindsight, I'm not sure why. But I suppose Tucker had just talked so much about how he was ready to go home to see the Lord, I found it bearable. The blast that killed him killed 3 other men as well. A man misjudged the direction it would fire off, and they were all killed instantly. The other 3 didn't know the Lord, and I suppose that grieved me more than Tucker's death. If anything, it bolstered my resolve to go to seminary and share Christ with as many men as I could. I knew I could do that already, but I wanted the knowledge that went with it." "So by the time you graduated," Matthew said, "you were Alex Hall for good?" Alex nodded. Legal or not, it had become my identity. Alexander Byrne was a broken, scared kid who was too strong and mean for his own good. He couldn't stand up to thugs like Patterson, no matter how badly he wanted to. The one softness in his life, his mother, had passed when he was a child. "I feel like I don't even know him anymore." Thomas stood and crossed the room. He put a hand on Alex's shoulder where he stood by the hearth when he'd arrived too antsy to sit. "I believe your mother would be very proud of you, Alex. And for what it's worth, your father sounded broken and scared as well. I imagine, could he see the man you've become, he'd be just as proud." A lump rose in Alex's throat at the thought his parents might have looked on his life with joy. He'd never let his thoughts wander down that path, leaning into his identity as Alex Hall and the relationships he'd built since then. He couldn't speak, but Thomas seemed to understand. He just squeezed his shoulder and returned to his seat. "So, now that we know the truth, what do we do?" His question was directed at Matthew, but Alex answered. "I think I need to leave town. I can't put the people here in danger that way." Matthew didn't react, just brought his hand to stroke his beard. "You said the men believed you when you told them you weren't Alex Byrne, correct?" "Yes, but how long until they find out my first name? I can't take the chance that they'll believe it was all a coincidence." Lily's face flashed in his mind again, as did Patterson's. He could never get near her, Alex was sure of that much. "I don't think you need to act rashly," Matthew said. "Even if they weren't convinced, the likelihood they know Patterson is slim, right? They'll get the idea that you don't want your identity out. We could probably even find them and speak to them if you want." "No," Alex said. "If I stay, it's probably best to just leave it alone for now." He couldn't believe he was even considering staying in town, knowing what he did about Wyatt Patterson. "The Lord led you here, son," Thomas said. It wasn't the first time Alex had wondered if Thomas could read his thoughts. A word of advice from an old man. Best not to go anywhere until the Lord tells you it's time. You don't want to be swallowed by a fish and spit back up in Pine Creek if you can help it. Thomas was right, but every nerve in Alex's body screamed otherwise. "If I stay," he said as he turned to Matthew. "How can we ensure the people here are safe?" Matthew thought for a moment. "I've been out a long time, but I still have a few friends with the U.S. Marshals in New York. They're clean, and they'd never be turned by Patterson, but I'll keep your name out of it anyway. I can ask them to keep an eye on him. 2 of them owe me favors, so I think they'll do it with no questions." "Are you sure?" Alex didn't want to think about what would happen if his location was found out. I'm sure, Matthew said with conviction. As much as Alex trusted the man before him, his gut still clenched as he nodded. All right, send the letter. Matthew paused and cocked his head at Alex with knowing eyes. Is there anyone specific that we should watch out for? Perhaps someone that could be used to lure you into a trap if Patterson were to find you? As much as he didn't want to admit the truth, he would for Lily's sake. The men who recognized me today, I was walking with Lily when they spotted me. I told her to go inside the bakery when I realized why they were staring, but I'm certain they saw us together. Matthew nodded as though the woman in question were not his niece. Though, of her father and uncles, he was certainly the least likely to draw and quarter him for his feelings about Lily. He'd barely even threatened Lucas when he came to court Edie. Does she know? No, and I'd prefer she didn't. The less she knows, the better. Alex took a deep breath and forced out his next words he'd never admitted aloud. But if someone were watching me and needed bait, she'd be the one to take. I wouldn't stay back, I wouldn't let the law handle it if I knew where she was. His eyes pierced Matthew's with an intensity he hadn't known since his fighting days. I'd go get her, and I'd do whatever I needed to do to bring her back. Matthew turned back to Thomas. This sound as familiar to you as it does to me? A small grin turned up on Thomas's face. If I close my eyes, it's like I'm listening to Jake Carson 20+ years ago. Thankfully, he's not as hot-headed as Jake was. I thought we were going to have to lock him in a jail cell when Carissa and Beth were taken. Matthew turned his attention back to Alex. I know what it feels like to fear for the woman you love. You can trust me on this, we'll do everything in our power to keep her here and safe. And more so, we'll trust the same God who led us to them years ago. He hasn't let us down yet. For the first time since he'd seen the men walk toward them on the street and realized they'd recognized him, Alex's breathing slowed. Thank you both for understanding. No one is without a past, Thomas said. To hold a past against you that the Lord has forgiven you of would be an attempt to empty the cross of its power. No one can do that, so we may as well not try. Chapter 9. You're sure you have no idea where he was headed off to in such an all-fired hurry? Helen and Lily stood in the window of the bakery and watched Alex bound down the steps of the jailhouse and off toward the parsonage. No idea, Lily answered. Are you going to follow him? Helen's eyes were wide as his figure grew smaller and smaller. Moments later, Uncle Matthew emerged as well and made a quick detour behind the jailhouse to their home and followed Alex. Do you think he's broken the law? Lily wanted to roll her eyes at Helen's dramatic musings again, the product of her voracious consumption of as many dime novels as the mercantile could carry. But, for some reason, she couldn't do it. Whatever had spooked Alex was bad, that much was clear. Yesterday, she'd have said there was no way Alex Hall would ever commit a crime. Today, she wasn't so sure. And she was angry at him for making her doubt him with no explanation. Lily stepped away from the window, having seen enough. I'm going home, Helen. I'll see you at family dinner tomorrow night. Thankfully, Helen stayed quiet and pulled Lily in for a tight hug. I know this sounds ironic, coming from me, but don't create stories in your head. Let him tell you in his own time. Lily chuckled for the first time since entering the bakery that day. You're right, it does sound ironic from you. Helen was the dreamer of the family, Edie was the pragmatic one, while Lily was somewhere in the middle. Her mother was an artist, able to create beauty from the simplest of things. Her father could be a bit of a hothead, but he'd do everything he could for anyone in need. As usual, Lily wasn't quite certain where she fell. She squeezed Helen back tightly before moving toward the door. Helen, she said hesitantly, if you could, would you keep this between us? Until we know what's going on, I don't want to spread rumors all over town. Helen feigned anger and popped both hands on her hips. Despite what our family seems to think, I am able to keep a secret. I've kept plenty over the years. I know you have, Lily said. I just wanted to make sure. Lily had ridden into town with Callum that morning, so she didn't have to go back to the church to get patches. She did, however, need to rent a horse from Pete to get home. She headed toward the livery, not surprised to find Mary Nelson working the desk. Her son, Nathan Archer, had married Lily's friend Emma Thompson last year. Mother and son shared the same untamable mass of dark curls, and Lily thought they favored in many other features as well. Mary looked up from her ledgers and grinned. "Good afternoon, Lily." "Hi Mary, how are things?" Lily hoped Mary wouldn't want to chat. The last few hours had seen her elated and hopeful, then confused and nervous, then frustrated, all due to the same man. She just wanted to get home. But she couldn't be rude. "They're good," Mary said. "Have you heard our news?" Lily's eyes widened. "News? No, I can't say I have." "I assume you haven't been into the mercantile lately to see Emma." "No, I haven't," Lily said, suddenly feeling concerned. "Is she all right?" "She's more than all right," Mary said as she beamed. "A little nauseous, more than a little exhausted, but that'll all be over in another 6 months or so." The realization hit Lily at once, and she couldn't hold back the genuine joy that spilled over. "Oh Mary," she walked around the desk to pull the woman into a hug. "They're having a baby?" Mary nodded, eyes sparkling. "She's due in the late fall. They told us we could tell people, but I imagine she'll share all about it next time you go in." "I assume Edie knows?" Lily loved Emma, but Edie and Emma were truly best friends. Mary laughed aloud. "I should hope so. She's the one who confirmed Emma was indeed expecting and not just dealing with a prolonged stomach virus." Lily shook her head at her own silliness. "Of course she would know, she just hasn't said anything. I imagine she's waiting for Emma to share the news herself, but I just can't seem to help myself these days." Mary clapped her hands like a silly schoolgirl, and Lily couldn't be happier for them all. "Congratulations, Mary. I'm just thrilled for your family." "Thank you, dear. I imagine Edie and Lucas won't be far behind." "Can you imagine your Aunt Carissa as a grandmother?" Lily truly couldn't. The child would have her and Uncle Matthew both wrapped around their finger. "It will be spoiled rotten, that's for sure." They talked a moment more, but the excitement had waned a little and Lily was truly ready to get home. "Well," Mary said, "I imagine you didn't come here for family talk. Do you need patches?" In the spring, Lily normally tied patches outside the schoolhouse, but that morning the sky had been threatening rain, so she took her to the livery. Gratefully, Lily nodded. "Yes, please." Mary made a note in her ledger before going back to get the brown and white paint mare. She saddled her up, and Lily set on her way. The trip passed quickly, the sky still the same beautiful blue it had been earlier in the day. The class down by the creek, when Alex had tied together her lesson and biblical truths so effortlessly, had that only been a few hours ago? Lily pushed Patches into a trot, and they turned down the Circle H's long front path just as the sun began to drop behind the trees. She considered taking Patches for a longer ride, but decided against it. Mama would have dinner ready soon, and she didn't want to be late and draw any unwanted questions. As she hopped off Patches and got her settled in the barn for the evening, she headed to the outhouse to use the necessary. The sunset painted the sky in a brilliant pink that Lily always found comforting. She opened the door to the small wooden structure and checked, as always, for any critters that decided to take refuge inside. It was less an issue in the warm months than it was in the winter, but she made sure just in case. Shutting the door, she settled in to do her business just as a thump sounded outside the door. What in the world was that? Another thump sounded, and she decided it might be best to check it out before finishing her business. Intending to stand and adjust her clothing, Lily was knocked backwards onto the seat when the outhouse shifted on its foundation. With a groan, she squinted her eyes shut. Simon and Nicholas Carson. Don't you dare tip this outhouse over. Snickers outside sounded, as did a bark from Bumper, and she knew her suspicions were correct. The structure pitched back the other direction, and she pushed on the door. Of course, they'd barricaded it. Bracing herself on the two sides of the outhouse, she continued to scream at her brothers as they pushed it back and forth, until she thought she'd be sick. I promise, if you two make me retch on myself, I will put ants in every article of clothing you have. Please don't let them tip it over. Please don't let them tip it over. She had no idea the last time it had been emptied, but her luck, it had been a while. Thankfully, her mother's voice sounded from the back porch. Simon. Nicholas. Your sister better not be in that thing. Bumper's whimper at Mama's tone likely mirrored the thoughts of her brothers. Despite her stomach rolling, Lily chuckled a little.
Ah.
Come on, Ma. She started it. Number 1, Mama's voice sounded closer now, that defense lost any weight when you turned 10 years old. Number 2, she didn't start it. You two did with Timmy Corden and the snake. But regardless, Lily has a caller. No one spoke for a second, but then Simon's sounded with a pitch upward. Pastor Alex? What are you doing here? If she hadn't groaned before, she did now. Not only would Alex see her stumbling from the outhouse, but she was likely green as well. That was it, her next prank on the twins had to be even better than the last. Worms in their lunch sandwiches? No, probably too far. Though, as her stomach flipped again despite the building being still, she reconsidered that position. You two better sleep with one eye open, she said. Spiders in their beds? No, she'd have to touch them to catch them. Burr under their saddles so they got bucked? No, the horses didn't deserve that. Whatever they'd used to bar the door was being removed, if the sounds outside were any indication. Lily stood and adjusted her skirts, intent to walk out with as much dignity as she could muster. But just as the door opened and Alex's eyes bore into hers with concern and something else she couldn't recognize, she lost her footing stepping out and fell forward. Before she could hit the ground, strong arms came around her, just as they had in her classroom. Her head swam, and she breathed deep so as to not lose her lunch. So much for dignity. One of the twins, she couldn't tell who, snickered behind her. You just keep falling for him, don't you, Lily? Lily shot out of Alex's arms, but he must have shot the twins a look over her head. Or Mama did. We're going to just get back to work, Nicholas said as they both took large steps backward. Mama rolled her eyes beside Lily. Probably a good idea, boys. When they were out of sight, Mama wrapped an arm around Lily's shoulders. You all right? You look a little green. I'm fine, Mama. She still hadn't looked at Alex, wishing with all her might he hadn't been there to witness her humiliation. Bumper nosed his way under the hand at her side, a silent apology and assurance he had nothing to do with the shenanigans. She took a moment to reassure the sensitive pup, before turning back to her mother. Good, Mama said as the corner of her mouth quirked up. Then I'll just leave you two to talk then. Alex, you're welcome to stay for dinner. Thank you, Mrs. Carson, but I need to get back home. I just needed to speak with Lily for a moment. Some other time, then, Mama replied before shooting a look at Lily that ensured they'd discuss whatever was said later. Lily turned back to Alex, his dark blue eyes boring into hers. Are you sure you're all right, Lils? She got the feeling he wasn't just talking about the outhouse incident. I'm fine, Alex. But I'm a little confused. What happened today? Alex let out a long breath and dragged his hand over his face. I can't tell you everything, Lily, I wish I could, but I can't. But I just wanted you to know today had nothing to do with you. Who were those men, Alex? Are they dangerous? How do you know them? He stepped back and shifted his weight from one foot to the other, looking down, up, anywhere but at her. I can't tell you any of that, but please trust me, it's for your safety. Frustrated, she threw her hands in the air. Then what can you tell me, Alex? Why did you even come here if you're not going to give me any answers? She paused until he looked her way and furrowed her brow. Have you done something illegal? He took a deep breath but didn't remove his gaze from hers. Yes. Lily felt like she'd been punched in the stomach. I don't know what to say. What did you do? His eyes pleaded with her, though his words held no more answers than they had a moment ago. I can't tell you that either. I just needed you to know it wasn't your fault and to make sure you were safe. She hadn't heard her father approach until his voice sounded angrier than she'd ever heard him. Why would she not be, Alex? What have you done that would put my daughter in danger? Papa stood like a sentinel, ready to pull her back in a moment. His normally jovial demeanor was hard as stone, anger and protectiveness emanating from him. Answer me, Hull. Why would Lily be in danger? Alex squeezed his eyes shut for a second. In my teens, I wasn't the man I am today. Before I knew the Lord, I was involved in some things I shouldn't have been. He didn't expound. And now? Why has this come up again now? Papa's voice was minutely more even than it had been before, but only a little. I don't know that it has, sir. But something happened today that made me believe it could. I've spoken to Sheriff Carmichael and Thomas, and they both believe I should stay here and not share more than I have to. Papa's eyes narrowed. Matthew knows about this? If I went and asked him, would he tell me to take you at your word right now or shoot you for putting my daughter in potential danger? You'll have to ask him that, sir. Alex's voice was respectful, but pained. Papa nodded. I'll do just that. For now, go on home. I'll be going after dinner tonight to speak with my brother-in-law, and if I need to run you out of town, I won't hesitate. Lily's eyes widened. Papa. Stay out of this, Lily. In fact, you should go inside and help your mother. Papa's eyes never left Alex's. Go now. No, she said quietly, but with conviction. His eyes popped from Alex to hers. What did you just say? Lily couldn't remember a time she disobeyed a direct command from Papa, not that he doled them out often. I said no. I need to finish speaking to Alex, you interrupted. The hurt in Papa's eyes was evident, but Lily didn't waver. Papa didn't say another word, just turned on his heel and strode toward the house, every step he took relaying how angry he was. You should go with your papa, Lily. Alex looked like he'd aged 10 years in a single conversation. Am I in any immediate danger, Alex? Right now, on my family's land? She knew she sounded contrary, but the men in her life had just snapped her last nerve. I don't believe so, Alex said with an exhausted voice. She stepped forward and put her hand on his chest, too tired to care about propriety or the fact that they weren't actually a couple. I won't ask you to tell me any details, but I need to know something. His eyes met hers, and she felt her world tilt a little, not unlike what had happened in the outhouse. Though this was decidedly more pleasant. Has the Lord forgiven you of the terrible things you did? Have you turned from it? Yes. His voice was unwavering, unequivocal. She tilted her head in one curt nod. All right then. I'll see you tomorrow. With a boldness she didn't know she possessed, Lily stood on her tiptoes and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. She heard his quick intake of breath, felt him tense, but she turned to head toward her house. Whatever Alex Hall had done, whoever he'd been, it wasn't the man that stood before her. Something in her gut told her to trust him, and she planned to listen to it. Chapter 10. It had been 3 weeks since the men from New York had approached Alex, and the tension had only just begun to lift from his shoulders. School had ended the week before, though Lily would likely spend another week or two coming in every day to get organized, a thought that brought Alex both relief and dread. Lily would undoubtedly be safer on the ranch than she would seeing him every day. Her father had never shown up that night after he'd spoken to her at the ranch, but he still refused to smile at Alex the way he had before that night. The family still attended church and the picnic, but Mr. Carson didn't seek him out or shake his hand the way he once had. It had also been 3 weeks since Lily had surprised him with a kiss on the cheek. His emotions had run high that evening, first with anger at her brothers for a prank that could have easily hurt her, then fear over what she'd say when she understood more of his past. When he'd admitted to breaking the law, he thought she'd storm inside, cry, or even look at him with fear in her eyes, which he knew would have broken his heart. But she'd done none of that. She'd left him with a cheek that still tingled with the feel of her lips on his skin. He hadn't made a point of leaving the church during the hours he knew she'd be in, opting to stay close whenever he could, but he rarely left his office. If he did, he sent a slight nod her way before continuing to his destination. He knew she'd be frustrated, knew he'd likely driven the nail in the coffin of any affection she might have had for him, but he had to. Malachi would shoot him if he knew how badly Alex had wanted to take Lily in his arms and return the kiss, with the fire of a man in love. If he had VE, Lily's papa would surely have brought out the Colt .45. As he ambled down the road atop the brown Colt he'd rented from Pete at the livery, he realized it was the first time he'd been out to the sawmill or woods camp since that day as well. It shamed him some, realizing that he'd procrastinated a key part of his ministry out of fear. "I'm sorry, Lord," he prayed in repentance. "Those men and their families need you as much as anyone in town. Forgive me for shirking my duties." The stifling heat of summer had arrived, and the humidity customary of Texas at that time of year had set in. It had taken Alex a year or two after moving there to accept that he'd simply be sweaty from May through September, if not longer. Rabbits and deer leapt across the field to his right, while birds dove into the creek to catch fish. The mill came into sight quickly, and Alex tied off his horse in front of the large wooden structure as he normally did. Rather than going straight in to see Lucas, he decided to visit a few of the families who'd begun visiting the church as they'd moved in from the northeast. A niggling sense of anxiety wound its way into his belly, but he shoved it away. He wouldn't allow the fear to control him. He didn't go inside any of the homes, as the men were all at work and it wouldn't be proper, but he did leave each family with a personal invitation to church that Sunday and an assurance that Pine Creek was happy to have them. A voice sounded from behind him. "Oi. Alex, wait for me." Andrew Wilson, Lucas's woods boss, jogged up from behind him. "Hello Andrew, how can I help you?" If one didn't know better, they might think Andrew and Alex were related. Andrew sported the same red hair and beard Alex did, as well as much of the size. Alex still had him beat by a few inches, but not by as many as most men in town. "Well, Pastor, I guess I'm not quite sure how to bring this up to ya." One brow furrowed, Alex thought what the man could have to say. Andrew wasn't a regular at church, but he came often enough to know Alex fairly well. "Why don't you just tell me what's on your mind?" No shame in honesty. Andrew ran a hand over his bright red hair. I guess I just wanted to tell ya that a couple of my men met ya a couple weeks ago, and they weren't real impressed." The men who'd recognized him. He hadn't thought about until later how poorly he'd made the church look. "I assume it was 3 of your new employees?" "Yes, sir," Andrew said. "I don't quite understand what all they were goin' on about, something about New York? Anyway, they said you'd been real rude to Sem. It's been tough for the boss to get any of the new men to come to church as a result." Alex blew out a breath. "I understand, and the blame lies squarely with me. Do you happen to know where they are right now?" "I'd like to apologize." "Sure thing, Pastor. They're at the woods camp now, and I'm just heading back. My wife's in the family way again, so I came up to check on her." The news brought Alex joy, even in the midst of his inner struggle over having reflected poorly on the church, and ultimately, the Lord. He clapped a hand on Andrew's shoulder. "That's wonderful, Andrew. Congratulations." A wide smile ran across Andrew's work-weathered face. "Thanks Pastor, we're real pleased." He turned toward the path into the woods that would take them to the men. "If you want to talk to them now, you can follow me." Of course. Alex didn't particularly relish the idea of coming face to face with the men again, but he didn't suppose he had much choice if he was to apologize properly. The woods were thick for a while until they came upon portions that had been cut previously. Brown Lumber made a point to practice selective cutting, where they left plenty of trees in place and only took a portion of the available trees. It left the beauty of the area intact, as well as kept the local fauna from needing to relocate. "I tried to tell Emya was a good fella," Andrew said as they walked the worn path. "I told Emya must have just been having a bad day." "Be that as it may," Alex said, "I shouldn't have spoken to them like I did." "We all make mistakes, Pastor," Andrew said with a wave of his hand. "I'm just glad you can get it cleared up." The site was one Alex hadn't visited before and looked to be a relatively new one. Very few trees had been felled, and men still worked to clear underbrush and smaller trees where necessary. Andrew's voice bellowed through the forest. Yoder. Peters. Rudy. Come on over here a minute. The men he'd met 3 weeks ago looked up from where they worked with machetes, clearing a large patch of briars from the base of a couple trees. They spotted Alex quickly and looked on him with suspicion. The trio reached them quickly, and Alex took in details about their appearance he'd barely noticed before. All 3 men were a good deal shorter than him, stocky from manual labor. One was light-complected with a bushy beard, while the other 2 were darker and clean-shaven. All 3 narrowed their eyes as they approached. "Fellas," Andrew said as he gestured to Alex. "Pastor's here to apologize for whatever happened in town. I hope he can get this cleared up." He turned to Alex. "I need to get back to work, so I'll leave you to it." "Thanks, Andrew," Alex said as Andrew returned to his role of Wood's boss. He returned his attention to the men before him, none of which had lifted the suspicion from their gaze. One of the men crossed his arms over his chest. "You don't need to apologize, Pastor." He didn't look like he'd forgiven Alex, just that he'd written him off completely. "I'm afraid I do," Alex replied. "I was incredibly rude to you before, and I'm sorry." He wasn't sure exactly how to apologize without confirming that he was who they thought he was. "I wish I could explain my reaction, but I can't do that and keep the people I care about safe." The man in front, the one with crossed arms, raised an eyebrow. "Like that blonde you had with you? She your sweetheart?" Alex fought the angry heat that rose up in his body at the mention of Lily. "She's a friend, but I will keep her safe." He met the man's eyes but didn't find any malice there. He held up his hands in surrender. "I'm not stupid, Byrne. I know exactly who you are, and I'm not looking to get my head beat into the ground. We won't go near her, and we won't tell anyone else who you are." Fear overtook Alex that anyone knew his identity, but he supposed it was the best he could hope for. "I thank you for it." A smirk rose up on the other man's face. "My name's Garrett Rudolph, but they call me Rudy." He put out a hand. "But I gotta warn you, Pastor. I don't know if we're the only ones who recognized you, or even if there are any other men here from the city, but you might want to shave the beard or something." The blonde man behind him scoffed. "Like that would help. He'd have more luck shaving his head entirely." "I'm Peters." "Nice to meet you, Peters. And I'll consider your suggestions." "Ain't gonna do a lick of good," the third man retorted. "Only way you wouldn't be immediately recognizable to a New Yorker from the right neighborhood is to lose 50 pounds, and lose that expression you've got when you sense a threat." "He's right," Peters added. "We knew it was you as soon as you realized we recognized you. You had on your fight face." Alex groaned. "I reckon I can't help that so much."
Nah.
Rudy said. "I reckon you can't. But knowing it might help, if nothing else. Look, we understand. I was just a kid when you fought the championships, and my pa said it'd be too dangerous to take me, but he went. I can understand why you ran, and I can understand why you might be jumpy. We'll tell everyone we were wrong, you don't have to worry about us, Pastor." Rudy's dark eyes met Alex's, and despite his initial fear, he trusted him. "Thanks, Rudy. I appreciate that." "Well," Rudy said as he clapped his hands together and looked at the other men. "I reckon we better get back to work before the boss decides we need to go on transport duty."
Bye.
"Pastor, apology accepted." Peters and Yoder offered curt nods behind Rudy, signaling he spoke for them too. With a wave to them and a signal to Andrew that all was well, he started back down the path to the mill. After a quick visit with Lucas, he'd head back to the church and finish up that Sunday's sermon. He'd fought against the topic the Lord had impressed upon him, but every sermon he started slowly trickled back into the same topic. With a sigh and a quiet prayer that the Lord would guide his steps in the coming months, he surrendered to whatever it was the Lord was trying to hammer into his head. He'd prayed more than once that the Lord would help him surrender, but as he approached the sawmill that afternoon, He couldn't shake the feeling he was being watched. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and he looked around, finding no one out of the ordinary. Hoping it was just paranoia, Alex pulled open the door to the mill and went inside, hoping his intuition was incorrect. Chapter 11. Friends, I have to be honest with you, Alex said as he stepped around the pulpit that Sunday morning. He'd been friendly but somewhat distant since that day at the farm, and Lily didn't know if it was because of the way Papa had spoken to him, whatever his past held, or her kiss on the cheek. Logic told her it likely wasn't the quick peck, but it stung of rejection nonetheless. Alex set his Bible down on the pulpit before stepping out in front of it into the swath of light that shone from a window to the east. Lily had always loved the light in the church, especially the stained glass depiction of Jesus washing the disciples' feet behind the pulpit. I fought this week's sermon. Alex moved more when he was particularly passionate about a topic. It's not the one I wanted to bring, because it steps on every toe I have. Today, we're going to discuss fear and God's providential deliverance from the fires we face. He directed them to open their Bibles to the 3rd chapter of Daniel, to the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. As he read, his reverence for the scripture struck Lily as starkly as it did every week. It was one of the things that attracted Lily to him the most. When he reached the 25th verse, he paused and pierced the congregation with his gaze. I hope you listen to the hope, the deliverance in this next verse. In my opinion, it is one of the greatest in Scripture. He looked back to his Bible and continued. He answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Only 3 men were tossed in the furnace, he continued, and 4 men walked unharmed. We know this was an angel of protection, sent by God to deliver his servants from the fire. They'd been faithful to worship God alone, and he used their story to declare his glory throughout Babylon. He went on to discuss other places in Scripture in which God sent his protection and deliverance. In my own life, I sometimes feel I've been thrown into the fire, or stepped out onto a raging sea as we see in the Gospels. I'm sure you can relate, but the same God who delivered his servants in the fire and Peter in the water, he will deliver us. This isn't to say our deliverance will always be earthly, at times we will be delivered to his side, but that is the sweetest deliverance there is. Lily didn't know what all Alex meant, but she knew she hadn't been trusting the Lord the way she should be in this situation. She'd worried for him twice as much as she'd prayed, and the conviction she felt over that was clear. Father, forgive me. Alex finished his sermon with one last call to trust the Lord, no matter the circumstances. I'll admit, it's easy for me to trust the Lord with my own life, but much harder to not want to take the reins of protection for those I love. His eyes popped quickly to Lily for just a second, and she felt Papa stiffen beside her. But they are the Lord's before they could ever be mine, and he holds their future just as he holds mine. Papa had left to speak with Uncle Matthew that night after Alex had come to the ranch, but he'd returned quiet about what was said. She'd tried to eavesdrop on him and Mama later, but she didn't think he told her much either. Whatever Uncle Matthew had said, Papa hadn't forbidden her from being around Alex, but his eyes narrowed any time he saw them speak. Mama said it probably had more to do with his little girl growing up than anything, and to let him pout. He'd get over it eventually. With a closing prayer, Alex dismissed them to go outside for the picnic. Lily had just reached the ground when Helen came up behind her and grabbed her arm. She leaned close and whispered in her ear. Did Pastor Alex look at you when he spoke of protecting those he loved? Because it certainly looked like it from where I was sitting. Edie approached with a grin on her face as well. Helen beat me to it, but I came to ask you the same thing. Lily considered telling them they'd have to ask him themselves, but refrained for fear Helen might do just that. She hadn't told them about his coming out to the ranch. She didn't know how to do so without betraying his confidence about the things he'd confessed. She also dreaded how Helen would react to the news that she'd kissed Alex, even on the cheek. Lily rolled her eyes and did her best to be convincing. If he did, it was a coincidence. She refused to admit to herself how badly she hoped it wasn't. Sure it was, Lily. Helen giggled and turned to Edie to speak, but was interrupted by Mayor Hinson whistling for attention from the top of the church steps. Ladies and gentlemen, he said with a booming voice, I wanted to make you aware of an event we've decided to put on, as it's coming up soon. Curious glances and murmurs filtered through the crowd, and Mayor Hinson let it go for a few seconds to build anticipation. 2 weeks from today, he continued, we'll be having the first of a series of events to raise money to put up a few street lamps in town. While we've had very few incidents over the years, we'd like to do everything we can to make our streets as safe as possible. Helen stood between Edie and Lily and pulled them in close. What do you think the event will be? She nearly bounced with excitement. I assume he's about to tell us, Lily replied with a smirk. Our first event, Mayor Hinson continued, will be a basket bidding contest. Women will make a delicious meal to put in a basket, and men will have the opportunity to bid on those baskets and a lunch with the woman who made it. The woman with the winning bid will receive a beautiful sash, donated by Mrs. Beth Carson, and the title of the first ever Rose of Pine Creek. We hope to continue the competition every year to raise money for other town needs as they arise. The murmurs that had run through the crowd a moment before had turned into excited planning, particularly by the town's single women, and politely suggestive glances from the town's single men. Simon and Nicholas had already puffed out their chests and looked around to see whose baskets they'd planned to bid on. Look at the twins, Lily said with a giggle. You'd think the young ladies in town were falling all over themselves to have a lunch date with them. Speaking of the twins, Edie said with a nudge to Lily's ribs. Have you repaid them in kind for the outhouse incident yet? Lily grinned. We've gone back and forth a bit since then. She'd put frogs in their beds and saddlebags, plus released crickets in the bunkhouse. The other ranch hands hadn't appreciated the crickets, but they'd said the sight of Simon and Nicholas tripping over each other in the near darkness trying to catch them had been worth it. I'm sure you have, Helen said. So, what are you girls going to put in your baskets? Edie laughed. Considering Lucas had better win the bid for mine, I don't suppose it matters much, does it? Helen giggled and flipped her red hair over her shoulder as she winked at one of the young men who stood near the twins. No, I don't suppose he'd appreciate if another man outbid him. Lily rolled her eyes at her cousin's forwardness. One of these days, you're going to get 2 young men fighting over you, and then what will you do? I don't know, Helen said as she looked at Edie. You're the one with experience there, what would you suggest I do? I suggest you stop winking at every single man you see, for starters. How does your papa not lock you in a tower for that? He knows it's harmless, Helen replied. And Mama won't let him. She did a bit of flirting back in her day in New Orleans and doesn't begrudge me my fun. Lily turned to find Uncle Cade spearing 2 young men who'd started to approach Helen with a look that stopped them in their tracks. He might not begrudge you, Helen, but I have a feeling you're going to get some poor man punched in the face one day. Her eyes widened with excitement. Oh, wouldn't that be a scandal to liven things up around here? You're hopeless, Edie said as she shook her head, the corner of her mouth turned up. But let's change the subject. Lily, what plans do you have for your basket? Alex stood next to Lucas under a tall oak by the creek as they observed the flurry of excitement the mayor's announcement brought. Lucas chuckled at the sight of Helen, Lily and Edie standing near the dessert table. You planning on bidding for Lily's basket? Alex shook his head. And why would I do that? She's not my sweetheart. The memory of the word Rudy had used earlier that week stuck in his brain, and he'd be lying if he said it didn't sound nice. Oh, no reason, Lucas said. Except that other men will most definitely bid on it, and any time another man talks to her, you look like you want to lay him out. He was right, though Alex didn't realize he'd noticed. Even then, with the bidding still 2 weeks away, Alex felt his jaw clench. Lucas chuckled beside him. That's what I thought. You don't know anything, Lucas. Drop it. Alex's voice was low, mildly threatening. He'd never actually hurt Lucas, and Lucas knew it, but he let the subject go just the same. It'd probably be better if some other man bid on Lily's basket anyway. Some man who didn't have murderers in his past with a vendetta against him. Still, the idea of her sharing a meal with another man, especially a man he didn't know if he could trust, felt like ice in his veins. If Malachi were here and knew what he was thinking, it'd be Alex on the ground, not some hypothetical man bidding on Lily's basket. Everywhere Lily went over the next week, her friends spoke about the basket bidding competition. Over the years, Pine Creek had done their fair share of festivals and parties, but this one felt different. Perhaps it was because she had someone she hoped would bid, someone whose eyes had spoken words his lips never had. That day, Lily found Mama knee-deep in her garden, as she often did. Mama sat on her knees and pulled weeds from around the base of her tomato plants before taking strings from her pocket and tying them to the wooden poles she used to stake them. At this point in the season, the plants were mostly still neat and tidy, though before long the groupings of tomatoes would turn into a jungle one had to wade through before their harvest. "Good morning, Mama. Can I help you?" Lily loved to help in the garden on summer mornings. In a Texas summer, it was the only part of the day that could really be termed comfortable, as the house blocked the sun until it rose a bit more. The garden faced the south, something Mama had been grateful to Lily and Hyatt for when they moved in. Mama sat up straight and grinned, dirt smeared across her face and gardening dress. "Of course, dear. I'd love your help." Lily approached and took a handful of strings from Mama to begin tying plants to the stake on the other side of the row. "Have you finished planning your basket yet?" Nowhere she went could she get away from talk of baskets. She didn't mind, necessarily, but it made her a little anxious just the same. She would be disappointed if Alex didn't bid on her basket, but she'd be humiliated if no one at all raised their hand. "I've begun thinking about it, but I haven't settled on a specific meal yet. I do know that blackberry pie will be a must, as they're growing so well right now." Mama nodded. "I'm happy to help you if you want. I'm not making a basket, we've decided to leave that to the younger ladies." She chuckled. "I do think it'll be great fun, though." Lily picked a few stray dandelions that had begun to grow along the row. "I hope so." She sighed before continuing. "I suppose I'm not sure what to hope for or what to fear." Mama's eyes filled with compassionate understanding, as they usually did. She didn't speak for a moment and went back to tying strings to her trellis. "Do you know what sometimes puzzles me about tomatoes?" The abrupt change in topic surprised Lily. "What's that?" "Other vegetables that grow to a point they need to be staked, they trellis themselves. Beans and cucumbers come to mind. They put out sticky tendrils that help them climb whatever I've set up next to them that year. Tomatoes don't do that." Lily quirked her brow as she tied off another shoot. "No, I suppose they don't. Left to their own devices, tomatoes will become wild and almost unmanageable. They'll get the job done, of course, and produce for you, but they make themselves more prone to disease and pests when they do so." Mama had a point, this Lily knew for sure. She just wished she knew what it was. "I think we're like that too," Mama continued. "We know what we need to do. We know who we need to trellis ourselves to in order to protect ourselves from so much that the enemy wants to do in us. But we don't always do it. We're like tomatoes, forced to the trellis over and over again by difficulty and hard times, when those times wouldn't have been quite so bad if we'd grown our own sticky tendrils in the first place." There it was. "I assume we're talking about our relationship with the Lord." Mama smiled gently. "I don't know what your future holds, darling. I wish I did, goodness knows I wish I did. But rather than worry and fret about what might or might not happen with any young men in town, even a specific one, could you say you've gone to the Lord about it in prayer and in scripture?" She gestured to the tomato plant. "Or are you waiting for life to knock you back into the trellis because it's the only place you know to go?" Lily thought for a moment. "I suppose you're right. I've done twice as much fretting about it as I have praying. I suppose I should reverse those, at least." Mama reached over the rows and took Lily's hand in hers, just as the morning bird songs filled the sky. "I've been where you are, my love. I don't know what your next steps will be, but I know that trusting the Lord has never failed me. Even when everything looked incredibly dark, He's given me more peace than I could ever imagine." "Peace that surpasses understanding," Lily quoted from the book of Philippians. "Absolutely," Mama replied. Chapter 12. How much do you think your basket will earn, Lily? Helen tied a bow of pink ribbon around the handle of her basket that Saturday morning. In another hour, they'd take them all over to the church, but for now Lily, Edie, Helen, and Rose stood in the bakery and primped their baskets until they were satisfied. I have no idea, Lily said. I just hope it doesn't sit up there all alone with no bids at all. You know your papa wouldn't let that happen, Rose responded. He'd bid on it himself. Lily groaned at the idea that no one but Papa would bid on it. I'm not sure which is worse. Well, Helen said, we know exactly who'll be bidding on your basket, Rose. All three turned to take in Rose's red cheeks. We'll see, I suppose. Lily could tell no one wanted their conversation to end more than Rose did. I'm just saying, Helen said with a giggle. I hope Callum brought plenty of money. Callum, Edie's brother, had been clearly sweet on Rose for years. He had no shortage of women who'd bake 10 of his favorite pies to get him to bid, but he continued to follow Rose like a puppy. Rose rolled her eyes. If Callum had wanted to court me, he'd have done it already. I think he just likes to flirt, and would rather keep his legions of admirers guessing than settle down. I'm not interested in that. She gestured to Edie. I know he's your brother, but... No, I agree completely. For what it's worth, though, I'm still hoping it's you one day. She winked, and Rose bit her lip. It was in situations like these when Lily appreciated her tendency to remain silent and observe. Everyone spoke more with their body and facial expressions than they did their lips. She'd noticed Rose bit her lip when she was trying to keep from smiling, usually at Callum. He'd been working to impress her, the only girl he needed to work to impress, for years. But Rose Gilbert wouldn't be one of many, that much was clear to anyone who knew her. Taking mercy on her friend, Lily changed the subject. Oh Edie, I love the colors of ribbon you used. I'd never have thought to put those colors together. The girls worked for a few more minutes on a bit of frippery for their baskets, Lily choosing a simple blue satin and white lace combination, one she happened to know would perfectly match the sash Mama donated. Not that she had any delusions of winning. If anything, Helen or Rose would be the most likely to take that title. She just liked the look. Glancing at the clock, she picked up her basket. Ladies, are we ready? We are, Edie replied. And if these beauties don't pull the most money in town, then the men here are simply clueless. Laughing and teasing each other, they set off down the street to church. The day was hot, as all early summer days were in Texas, but not unbearable. A few clouds sat in the sky, but they didn't look as though rain was forthcoming. It was truly a perfect day for an outdoor event. The churchyard was already filling up with townspeople and families from the mill, even those who didn't normally go to church. Alex had mentioned he hoped the event would be an opportunity to bring new folks into church, and Lily hoped he was right. Good morning, ladies, Mayor Hinson's wife said from behind two long tables. She gestured them over and grinned at their creations. These are lovely, girls. I know they'll bring in quite a bit of money. We hope so, Mrs. Hinson, Edie replied. Lily looked around to see who'd arrived already. Callum stood with the twins and a few of their friends under the shade of one of the oak trees. They laughed at whatever Simon had just said, and Danny Potter clapped a hand on his shoulder before looking over his shoulder and tossing Lily a wink. The move surprised her so much, she turned around to see who he could be winking at, but no one stood behind her. Helen sidled up next to her. Did Danny just wink at you? If he did, it was just to annoy me. She rarely gave any thought to Danny, a ranch hand over at Wyatt Underwood's ranch. They'd grown up together, him a year behind her. He'd been close friends with the twins, but any interaction she'd ever had with him had been his aid in their quest to embarrass her. You could be right, Helen replied, but Alex is looking at him like he'd like to break his nose. Lily's head popped around to where Helen pointed with her eyes. Alex stood beside Mayor Hinson, and his murderous gaze was indeed fixed on Danny. His narrowed eyes moved back to her and lost much of their heat. She smiled a small smile at him and tried to relieve herself of the hope that he was actually jealous. He was just protective, acting as her defender in Malachi's absence, no matter how much she wished for the former. Mayor Hinson stepped to the top of the church steps, just in front of the white double doors. If everyone's dropped off their baskets, we'll go ahead and get started. When no one else came forward with a basket, he picked the first of around 25 off the table. Look at this beauty. He checked the tag. This one belongs to a Miss Jill Wilhite, and will start the bidding at 20 cents. Simon smirked and raised his hand, as did a few other young men. We have 20 cents, Mayor Hinson said. Do I hear 25? The bidding continued to 50 cents, at which point Simon got outbid by a handsome young man from the sawmill. Edie's basket went next, and in an amusing turn of events, a bidding war began between Lucas and Uncle Matthew. At $2, Lucas good-naturedly surrendered to his father-in-law, and Edie took her basket from Mayor Hinson and brought it to her papa with a kiss on his cheek. A few other baskets passed through, with the twins losing out on a few of them. Lily wasn't even sure either of them intended to win, they just enjoyed driving the price up and frustrating the other young men bidding. Rose's basket came next, and Callum placed the initial bid of 15 cents. Rocky Taylor, a young man who'd been a few years ahead of them in school, as well as a few gentlemen from Brown Lumber, brought the bid up to $1. Rose's face burned bright red, but she sighed with relief when Callum finished it out at $1.50. Helen nudged her in the ribs. I didn't see him bidding on anyone else's baskets, Rosie. Rose shook her head. He couldn't get a bid in with the twins bidding on every single one. Next up we have Helen Jones's basket, Mayor Hinson said as he lifted hers in the air, the bright bow created of different shades of green just right for Helen. Do I hear 15 cents? At least 10 hands rose, many of them from Brown Lumber, with a few young men they knew. The bidding rose to 50 cents before Uncle Cade's voice boomed from the back. $2. Helen whipped around and let out a frustrated groan. Papa. He raised an eyebrow at her and lifted one corner of his mouth in a smirk. $2, and anyone who bids against me can come get the basket from me personally. No one dared cross the mountain of a man, and Mayor Hinson declared the basket his. Helen's brother Robert stood with the twins and Callum as they all roared with laughter. Aunt Abigail whacked Uncle Cade in the chest, and Helen all but stomped across the churchyard to take her basket. She shoved it at Uncle Cade with a huff, before turning on her heel and joining the girls again. She crossed her arms over her chest. I can't believe he did that. Then you don't know your father very well, Edie replied with a grin. The bidding continued through another 6 baskets until Mayor Hinson took Lily's from the dwindling few that were left. Here we have Miss Lily Carson's, may I start the bidding at? Danny Potter raised his hand and cut Mayor Hinson off mid-sentence. 30 cents. Mayor Hinson's eyes widened, but he recovered quickly. All right then, do I hear 35? A man Lily didn't know from the sawmill yelled out next. 40. Gentlemen, that's not exactly how this goes. 45, Danny shouted. The two went back and forth up to 60 cents, not letting Mayor Hinson get in a word edgewise, while Lily wished she could sink right into the ground. A few other men got into the bidding, but the most surprising was Alex's raised hand. $1, Mayor. Lily groaned, and she knew her face was the color of the tomatoes in Mama's garden. Helen's eyes were wide beside her, while Edie glanced at her with compassion, aware that being the center of attention like this was not something Lily welcomed. The 3 men drove the bidding well past $2, as everyone else who'd gotten into the competition had bowed out. $2.50. $2.60. Alex looked like he was ready to toss Danny and the other man in the creek. Papa didn't look far behind, though Alex was likely included in his list. Mama stood with Aunt Carissa and Abigail, all 3 looking her way with wide eyes. Simon, Nicholas, and her male cousins roared with laughter. $3.25. $3.40. Forget throwing the men in the creek. Lily wouldn't mind escaping the scrutiny of everyone in town and diving into the creek herself. She glanced around, wondering if she could slip out and take Papa's horse bandit and get out of there. Edie took her hand then, as if reading her mind. She leaned down and whispered in Lily's ear. If you want me to stop this, just tell me. I'll do it. Helen overheard and turned with shining eyes. Don't stop it. This is great, I'm just jealous Papa stopped the bidding on mine before this happened. Lily chuckled, though the higher the bid climbed, she wanted to run more and more. $4.10. From further back in the group, Lily heard a woman ask, "What in the world is in that basket?" Another woman answered, "I don't think it has anything to do with the basket." More heads turned her way, and Lily could take it no longer. Her face burned hot, sweat running from her forehead down the sides of her face. She pulled her hand from Edie's and pushed through the crowd. Papa stood in the back with Uncle Cade, his face hard as stone. She pulled the knot out on his lead rope, and had mounted his horse Bandit before he or Mama could reach her. She nudged Bandit into a full gallop to get as far away from the church as possible. Tears tracked down her face at the humiliation she felt, not to mention the anger at all three men involved. Why in the world had Danny fought so hard, and who was that man from Brown Lumber? And Alex, the only one she wanted to bid for her basket, should have known how badly that would embarrass her. What must everyone in town think of her? What must the parents of her schoolchildren think? It would kill her if she lost her teaching job because of a ridiculous basket bidding competition, convincing their parents she had loose morals. But then, what would that mean for Alex if so? With the town well behind her, and the drive to the Circle H in her sights, Lily slowed Bandit into a gentle walk, bringing her sleeve up to wipe her eyes and nose. She did her best to calm with shuddering breaths. She was so focused on cleaning herself up, she didn't notice the clop of horses' hooves behind her until they were close. She turned, startled to see a rider barreling down on her and only beginning to slow 20 or so yards away. Alex's voice rang out, panicked, "Lily." Her expression hardened, but she pulled Bandit to a stop and stared him down. "What do you want, Alex?" "I'm so sorry, Lils. Truly, I am. I never meant to embarrass you like that." He dismounted in one swoop, and Lily recognized the horse as the one Callum had ridden into town earlier. The rest of them, save Papa, had taken the wagon. "Then why did you do it? You, of all people, would have known." He held up a hand to help her, and she dismounted Bandit as well. Both horses were well trained and would graze in the grass along the road until they were summoned. Lily's feet hit the ground, her hand still in his, and she lost her breath at how close they stood. Her face was only an inch from his chest, though his pointed down to her. "I did it because it was the only thing I could do." Chapter 13. What do you mean? Lily cut her eyes at him, and he was reminded of the look her father had given him after he'd borrowed, or stole, Callum's horse to chase her. "If you're talking about some silly promise you made to Malachi." "It wasn't silly," Alex said in a low growl. "Keeping you safe was never silly." Her features softened a little, but only a little. "Was that all it was, Alex? Was that all today was? Keeping me away from Danny and that other man?" His brows furrowed. So she didn't know the man either? That didn't sit well with him. He'd have to ask Lucas about him. But what she said couldn't be further from the truth. "No, Lily, it's never been just about keeping you safe." She gasped, her beautiful, bright, chocolate brown eyes widening. Her mouth formed in O, and Alex had to fight the urge to kiss her. "Then what was it about?" He reached up and stroked a stray lock of her blonde hair from her cheek, allowing his fingers to linger a moment before dropping them to her chin. He cupped her chin in his hand, and slowly, lest she want to push him away, dropped his lips to hers. His fingers left her chin and wrapped around her waist, as hers clutched his arms. They didn't push him back. If anything, they pulled him closer. The whole world fell away, and he felt a complete and utter peace with her in his arms. Something in the back of his mind roared at him to stop, but the feel of her softness, the smell of mint and lavender she seemed to hold from her mama's garden shut out the noise. With all the willpower he possessed, he lifted his head and grinned. "That's what it was about. Years of wishing I could do that, combined with an almost all-consuming need to keep you safe, are what it's about. Any other man bidding on your basket doesn't feel right, because it was always supposed to be me." But he'd gone and shot himself in the foot. Plenty of men from the mill were there, and while those who'd recognized him in town that day had promised to keep his secret, he'd just put a target on Lily's back for the new ones that had just poured in from the northeast. "It was always supposed to be you," she said in a breathy voice. "Then why haven't you kissed me before?" Reality slammed into him like a ton of bricks. What had he just done? He stepped back and looked around, making sure no one else had seen what just happened. If he was being watched, as he'd thought at the mill, he needed to be as far away from Lily as possible. "Lily, I'm sorry. I shouldn't. Don't you dare apologize, Alex. Explain to me whatever it is you're scared of. Share that burden with me. Please don't believe this has anything to do with you," he pleaded. The idea that she would feel rejected by him after such a soul-stirring moment would break his heart. She stepped closer, and he could go no further without bumping into Callum's horse. "I know it's not, Alex. You're far too honorable a man to kiss me if you didn't have feelings for me." Her eyes bore into his, silently imploring a truth he didn't think he could give her. "Is this about what you told me at the ranch? About having broken laws?" He nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat that threatened to choke him. "What was it then? Did you kill a man?" Lily took another step closer, until she was just a half step from the position they'd been in earlier. Tears shone in her eyes, but they hadn't spilled over onto her cheeks. "Why can't you trust me?" Alex stepped to the side and breathed deeply. He couldn't think when she stood that closely, as evidenced by the fact that he'd kissed her in the first place. "I trust you, Lils. Then tell me what's going on. Please, Alex." She stepped toward him again. "I won't let this go until you tell me. The way you're glancing around, like a threat might pop out of the woods at any moment, you look like you're about to fight. What is it? What's the threat? We can fight it together, but not if I don't know what it is." His eyes that had been focused on the woods in the distance popped to hers. "You can't fight it with me, Lily. I want you nowhere near it." He closed the distance between them and held her arms as she'd held his a moment before. His grip was firm, but he worked to keep it gentle. "You have to promise me that you won't go digging. Promise me." A rarely seen stubbornness passed over her face. Her mouth set firmly, her eyes blazed fire. Alex had only seen it a few times over their friendship, but it meant she wouldn't be swayed. "I will not leave you alone in this, Alex Hall. If the roles were reversed, would you? If Wyatt Patterson were possibly looking for Lily? Absolutely not. He'd probably marry her and carry her far away from Pine Creek, further out west where Patterson would never find them. Somewhere, a thought creeped in that Patterson likely didn't know where he was. But still, he'd seen the looks sent his way from men he didn't recognize from the mill. He'd felt the eyes on his back more than once since he'd gone to the woods that day. It was probably paranoia, but he couldn't risk it. He couldn't risk her. Letting go of her arms, he ran a hand over his face. "It's not the same thing. Is it not?" Her stance challenged him as much as her tone did. He paced back and forth across the road for a moment, her eyes following him with brows furrowed. She crossed her arms over her chest and stood still until he paused and looked out over the fields of the Circle H. Knowing what he had to do, especially if she planned to go digging and possibly put herself in danger, he turned and covered the distance between them in 2 long strides. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. "Go home, Lily. You deserve better than me, and I won't put you at risk." "I'm willing to take that risk," Lily said with utter and complete trust in her eyes. "If you'll let me, I'm all in here." She had no idea the image her words conjured. After his mother died, his father had dragged him to saloons for a while as their apartment wasn't in a safe area of town. Not that he'd been any safer inside the saloon, particularly with a drunk father. Pictures of his father pushing his chips in assailed him. "I'm all in," he'd said. Alex looked on as a child, knowing he just bet the money they paid their rent with, the money they ate with, the whiskey-induced haze in his father's eyes trashing any hope that he had a good hand. He couldn't tell her. She was in a love-induced haze, or perhaps simply infatuation. She couldn't make decisions that could cost her life when she couldn't think any clearer than he could. And he wouldn't put it past her and her cousins to go searching for information about him if he stayed in town. This wasn't about Malachi anymore. It hadn't been for a long time. This was about what would happen if Wyatt Patterson ever found him. If he were married, he'd no doubt use her as bait to avenge the money lost when Alex threw the finals match against Griffin. No, he had to leave. Wyatt Patterson could never know Lily Carmichael existed. His heart broke every step he took away from her stricken face. It shattered when he mounted Callum's horse and nudged him forward down the road. He couldn't look back and see whatever expression she wore on her pretty face. If he did, he knew he wouldn't go through with it. The horse was fast, and he reached his cottage quickly. He hadn't passed Lily's family, a fact that surprised him. He would have thought her papa would have demanded they leave immediately, and he'd have passed the wagon on his way back. He tethered the mare outside the cottage and rushed through, packing only the things he needed. Among them, his Bible and the Colt .45 he kept along with a wad of cash for just this possibility. Stuffing most of his things in his bag and donning his holster for the Colt, he glanced around the small cottage one last time. "Thank you, Lord," he said aloud. "Thank you for this place, these people. But I have to go to make them safe. The more they dig, the more she digs, the more likelihood they'll get hurt." He heard no answer, no audible voice from the sky reassuring him he did the right thing. He hadn't expected it, but he had to admit it would have been nice. Leaving Callum's horse tied in plain sight where they'd see it on their way back, he hurried to the livery. Opening the door, relief filled him at the sight of Pete. He didn't want to answer any questions, and he knew Pete wouldn't ask any unnecessary ones. "Pete," he said as he crossed the distance between them. "I need to buy a horse." Pete's eyebrows raised, but he recovered quickly. "All right, you gonna need boarding?" "No." With a nod, Pete moved to the back of the livery and brought up a solid black colt. "This is Midnight. He's solid stock, fast with a smooth gait. He can run longer than most others, and doesn't spook easily." Pete narrowed his eyes at Alex but still didn't ask any questions. Alex pulled the wad of cash from his bag. "Will you take $150? Pete's eyebrows raised. "That's a little higher than I figured. I'll need tack too. Call the rest a thank you for your discretion." Pete ran a hand through his hair. "Now, Pastor. I'm not gonna spread anything around, but if the sheriff comes looking." "I'm not asking you to lie, Pete. I would never do that. Just give me a few hours to get out of town before you sound the alarm." Pete nodded. "All right, Pastor." Alex handed him the cash, and Pete tacked up Midnight quickly. Within minutes, Alex was on the road south of town. He'd gone the long way through the fields so he didn't pass Lily's family, or anyone else, on the road. His stomach growled, he'd missed lunch. He pulled out a bit of hardtack and a biscuit from his saddlebag and continued on, knowing he'd have to stop in the next town for supplies. He had the Colt but could probably do with a rifle as well for hunting game along the way. He didn't know where exactly he planned to go, but west seemed as good a plan as any. Lily ran up the wooden staircase of their home, each thump of her shoe against wood an echo of her racing heart. The door to her room was open, a good thing as the tears streaming down her face had made getting into the house in the first place difficult. She flung herself on the bed that had been hers since childhood. A single straw tick mattress cushioned with blankets and quilts Mama had made. The light green and white floral pattern of the quilt on top had always been her favorite. It matched her light green curtains, and the color went well with the wooden bed and floor. But as she cried, the only purpose the quilt served was to catch her tears. The light streaming in through her curtains served only to contrast the storm brewing in her soul. He'd left. He'd told her to go home, and then he'd left. Whether he simply left her or left town altogether, she didn't know. She prayed it was the former. Whatever demons haunted him, whatever trouble he ran from in his past, she wanted to help him fight them. It was all she wanted, for him to be happy. Even if it wasn't with her. That was a lie, and she knew it. She wanted him to be happy with her. But still, if he found some measure of peace that he and those he loved were safe, she could find it too. She didn't know how long she'd cried when the door downstairs opened and she heard 2 sets of footsteps on the stairs. One was heavy-footed, likely Papa. The other was lighter, but still purposeful. Attempting in vain to dry her tears, Lily sat up and breathed deeply. She wiped her sleeve across her cheek, but the tears just kept coming. She feared, for a single, irrational moment, that she'd never be able to stop crying. Despite the sunshine outside, if Alex had left town as her gut told her he had, she didn't know that she'd ever see the light the same way again. A soft knock on her door jarred her from her thoughts. Mama's soft voice spoke. "Lily? Honey, can we come in?" She sniffed loudly before answering. "Yes." The gravelly tenor of her voice made her cringe, and she did her best to calm as her parents entered the room slowly. It might have been possible for her to dry her tears had Mama not sat down beside her on the bed and pulled Lily in for a hug only a mother can give. It broke down all the fragile walls Lily had erected, and she sobbed against Mama until it felt she had no more tears. "Oh baby," Mama crooned as she rocked them back and forth. "Let it out, love. Let it out." When her crying had calmed somewhat, Papa sat on the bed beside her. "Lily, what happened? After you left, I mean. Ray and Wyatt said they saw you flying into the house like someone was chasing you." Lily's voice shuddered. "Alex is gone. He came after me, to apologize for the basket bidding. He knew it embarrassed me." Her father's face turned stony. "As he should have. What do you mean he's gone? We thought we saw him leaving the livery on one of Pete's colts on our way home. He went a different way but headed south. Pete wouldn't say much, but I asked him whether Alex had bought the horse or rented it. He said he bought it." Mama covered Lily's hand with hers. "When he took Callum's horse, we assumed he was coming after you to apologize, but when we saw him going south, we didn't know what had happened between the two of you." A fresh track of tears fell down Lily's cheeks. "He kissed me." Papa's jaw and fists clenched simultaneously, but she continued before he could speak, "He loves me. And I love him." Mama's face showed her confusion. "So the kiss wasn't unwelcome?" "No," Lily said as she shook her head. "It was very much welcome." Her father stood and paced the room, as uncomfortable as she'd ever seen him. "So then why are you up here crying?" And he looked like he just fled a crime. Lily paused. "When you went to see Uncle Matthew that night, to talk about Alex, what did he say?" Papa stopped pacing and stared out the window. "He said Alex had a past that concerned him, was it to ever catch up to him? But he said that I needed to trust him, that Alex was a good man. I see how the two of you look at each other, and I asked him what he'd do if Emily were older and it was her in your place. He said he'd be proud to have the man as a son-in-law." Lily looked around the room that had been hers since Papa had taken over the Circle H. Her eyes landed on the beautiful trunk Simon had carved for her, the trunk that contained the trousseau she'd begun working on as a youth. "He's afraid his past is going to get me hurt, so he left." Mama rubbed her back in slow, soothing circles. "What is in his past that's so dangerous?" "I don't know," Lily answered. "He wouldn't tell me, he was afraid I'd go digging into it." Papa scoffed. "He was probably right about that." He turned away from the window to meet Lily's gaze. "And you have no idea where he's gone?" "Not a clue. I had a feeling he left town, but didn't even know for sure until you two told me." She leaned into Mama's shoulder and gleaned as much comfort as she could. Quietly, she spoke the question that had been on her heart since she'd seen him light out down the road. "Why can't he just trust me?" Papa sat on the bed beside her and put his hand on her knee. "He wants to protect you, baby, and I can't begrudge him that. I can't know for sure, but I imagine it's not you he doesn't trust. It's himself." The three of them sat like that for a few more minutes until more sets of feet sounded on the steps. Simon and Nicholas came in first, followed by Lucas. Bringing up the rear were Helen and Edie. All three men looked guilty and slightly afraid. Helen and Edie wore identical murderous expressions and cut their eyes to the men as soon as they entered the room. Helen moved over to Simon and Nicholas and stood between them. Raising both hands, she smacked them both hard on the back of the heads, then pointed to Lily. "Tell her." The twins looked at the floor and didn't speak for a moment. "Tell me what?" "What in the world?" Simon was the first to look up. Today was kind of our fault." Papa's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" This time it was Nicholas who spoke. "We paid Danny to bid on your basket as a prank. He was to be incredibly annoying through your lunch, talking about himself the whole time, then we were going to sneak up at the end and throw a bucket of water on you." Two identical sets of brown eyes stared back at her with immense guilt. Edie pushed Lucas forward without speaking. Lucas loosened his tie, his face drained of color. "I'm afraid I'm also partly responsible. The brown lumber employee who bid on your basket, he's a friend of mine. He's a good man, but I asked him to bid so that Alex would get jealous and maybe act on some of those feelings I know he has for you. I didn't realize the twins had done the same thing or that the bids would get so high and embarrass you so much." "We're really sorry," Simon said as both Nicholas and Lucas nodded. Lucas swallowed loudly. "I can't apologize enough. And I'll apologize to Alex as well." "You're going to have a hard time doing that," Papa said. "Alex has left town and we don't know where he's gone." Chapter 14. Pete had been right. The endurance of Midnight was impressive, as they'd gone miles and the beast continued to push on as though they'd barely gone a mile. Still, Alex held him back, not intending to have his horse go lame before they even went 100 miles. He'd been gone for 2 days, stopping at a small outpost to the south of town to stock up before moving on. A rifle sat attached to his saddle, easily grabbed if necessary. His saddlebag was full of hardtack and biscuits, but he was prepared to hunt some game if necessary. He'd chosen to stay near the creek as long as he could to ensure proper water for both himself and Midnight. The last 2 nights they'd camped under the stars, something that brought Alex back to his life working the rail line. For 2 days, he'd spent his time writing, praying and reading his Bible when they stopped as long as there was daylight. Mostly, he tried to ward off thoughts of Lily. He'd done the right thing by her, he was convinced. Now she could go off and find a man without a past that always lingered in the background, ready to pop up again at a moment's notice. The thought brought him both heartbreak and relief. Relief that she'd be safe, heartbreak that she'd be with anyone but him. He and Midnight slowed to a walk, and Alex took the time to take in his surroundings. The land still looked similar to that of Pine Creek, though there was more ranch land than woods on either side of the road he followed now. The long dirt path threatened to choke him, as dry as it had been, so he wore his bandana up. He was grateful he'd thought to grab the Stetson Malachi had given him shortly after he arrived in town, as the sun beat down mercilessly. Malachi had given it as a joke, but it might have saved Alex's fair skin from charring to a crisp. At the outpost he'd visited, he'd picked up some gloves, which kept mostly everything covered, if mighty hot. Lifting his bandana, he took a swig from the canteen he'd filled earlier that morning in the creek, and narrowed his eyes at the sight of a storm of dust headed his way. 5 riders rode at a brisk pace in his direction. All were men, and as they approached, he could see all were armed. Beyond that, he could tell nothing as they wore bandanas around their faces as well. As they approached, they pulled to a stop at the command of the man in front. He rode a large palomino, with a red and black plaid shirt and a pistol on each hip. On closer inspection, Alex saw the Texas Ranger star with a circle along the outside clipped to each man's chest. "Hello, sirs," he said carefully, intent not to get himself shot or arrested. The one in front nudged the palomino forward while the rest of the men stayed about 6 feet back. None looked overly jumpy, but all were ready for a fight if the need arose. As their leader got closer, Alex noticed wrinkles around his eyes. "What's your business here, son?" "Just headed west, sir." "I mean no trouble." Movement from one of the men in the back pulled Alex's attention. The man rode a dapple gray horse and a solid gray shirt with a blue bandana. He cocked his head to the side and studied Alex, his eyes going to Alex's Stetson. Alex? Of course. Malachi? The commander looked sharply back to Malachi. Carson, you know this man? Yes, sir, Malachi replied. I can vouch for him. He's the pastor in my town, or at least he was. He pulled down his bandana, and Alex could see how his friend had changed in the year since he'd been gone. His blonde beard was longer, his eyes more fierce, but mostly he just looked like the best friend Alex didn't think he'd ever see again. He narrowed his eyes at Alex. What are you doing way out here? I left town, Alex replied. He debated whether to tell the Rangers of his past, but figured it was important they knew. It seemed the safest for the people there. The commander put his thumb and pointer finger in the air and pointed toward a patch of trees close by. Seems like we got ourselves a story, boys. Let's hear it in the shade. He turned back to Alex. You a criminal? The truth would come out anyway. In a way, I used to be. Now, I'm trying to protect the folks I love from a bigger one. Malachi's eyes went wide, but he schooled his features quickly and followed the rest of them to the shady spot. As they dismounted, the men pulled off their bandanas and took long swigs from their canteens before sitting on rocks, logs, or the ground. None spoke until their boss did, not even Malachi. Off his horse, Alex got a better feel for the size of the men. Malachi had always just been a few inches shy of Alex's 6.5 feet. The man in charge was the same, and had a bushy gray mustache. 3 others were shorter but plenty broad. The pistols on both hips added to the general effect that one didn't want to cross them. Your name's Alex, Carson said? Yes, sir. I'm Samuel Wallace, he said as he stuck out a hand. He gestured to one man after the other. This here's Peter Pistol Rogers, John McDonald, and Benjamin Hayes. Of course, you already know Malachi. He then pointed toward a spot next to the tree. Take a seat, son, and tell my boys and me what's got you hightailing it out of town and whether we ought to help you or slap cuffs on you. Wallace leaned back against a rock and pulled off his hat, revealing thick gray hair that matched his mustache. He seemed relaxed, but Alex figured it was a show to get him to talk. Not necessary. Even if it got him arrested for things he'd done as a youth, he'd do everything he could to keep the people of Pine Creek safe. Alex nodded and sat against the tree. He took one last swig of water to give him time to get his thoughts together. I've gone by Alexander Hall for years, but my real name is Alexander Byrne. A stocky man with dark hair they called McDonald raised his brows in recognition. Red Thunder? From New York? If his recognition of Alex didn't give him away, his accent would have. That's me. I assume you're from New York? When the man nodded, it piqued Alex's curiosity. How'd you end up here, and a ranger at that? Wallace leaned forward. More about McDonald later. What is Red Thunder? It was my fighting name in the illegal bare-knuckle circuit. I stopped 6 years ago, but before that I fought for 6 years for a snake named Wyatt Patterson. 3 of the men, Malachi included, let out a hiss at the name. Malachi pierced him with a glare. You fought for Patterson? I did, not by choice, but I did. My father was a gambler, and he ended up on the wrong side of a poker game with Patterson. He had 2 choices, put his son in the ring or both of us died. I fought until I paid off his debt with my winnings, or I was supposed to anyway. Wallace picked grass from the ground and placed a blade between his teeth. I get the feeling you didn't hold up your end of the bargain. No sir, I threw my last match. It was the finals, and my opponent really needed the money for his family. Thinking back to the moment he heard Griff's wife crying against her husband's chest, he still couldn't bring himself to regret the decision. I faked a knockout. Twirling the blade of grass between his fingers, Wallace was quiet for a moment. And what is it that has you running now? How'd you get from there to here? The short of it is that he realized I'd faked it, killed my father in cold blood, and I ran. After spending some time working on the railroad, I came to know the Lord and eventually went to seminary. He paused, wondering if he was going to sound ridiculous, before continuing. And as to what has me running now, it's more of a gut feeling than anything. The lumber company in town pulled in a number of workers from the Northeast. I've been recognized by a few men, but it was more a general feeling I was being watched and that people there I loved were no longer safe. I get the sense there's a girl involved, Wallace said unashamedly. He'd gotten this far on honesty, might as well continue. Yes, sir. Malachi's eyebrows shot up. Who? You didn't have a girl when I left. How in the world could he tell Malachi he'd fallen in love with his sister, when he was supposed to be protecting her from the other men in town? He supposed he'd already let him down by leaving, he might as well pound the final nail in the coffin of their friendship. Lily. Malachi's eyes narrowed, and Alex wished he knew what his friend was thinking. The man called McDonald bounced a little. Where he's Saturday, who's Lily? Wallace looked back and forth between the two men and pulled another blade of grass from the ground. I'm guessin' either Carson's sweetheart or his sister. And since he's never mentioned a sweetheart. Malachi stood and took the few steps between him and Alex. Alex stayed seated. If Malachi wanted to lay him out, that was his choice. Are you courting Lily? Malachi's voice was low and gravelly. I'd have liked to be, but I won't put her in danger like that. So, no. Alex met Malachi's gaze, his best friend of nearly 3 years. Does anyone else in town know about your feelings for her? Malachi's eyes blazed, but he hadn't punched Alex yet, so that was something. Not until the basket bidding competition, I expect. McDonald sat back and chuckled. Basket bidding competition? What in the Sam Houston is that? Come on, McDonald, Wallace said as he threw a pebble at his head. Like when pretty girls make up a basket for lunch and the men bid for the basket and the lunch. McDonald's eyes lit up. That sounds interesting. How much did you bid? More than I planned to, Alex replied. There was a bit of a bidding war. Malachi threw up his hands. With who? How many men are after Lily now that I've gone? Wasn't that your job, to keep them away? Hayes and Rogers watched with mild interest, but McDonald looked like he hadn't had so much fun in a long time. It was, but one of them was Danny Potter, and it's occurred to me since I left that the twins might have put them up to it to get back at Lily. Malachi shook his head. Those stupid prank wars. I'm going to kill them. He turned to Wallace. Sir, Lily is my sister, and if Patterson's in the area then I want to get there as quickly as possible. Permission to ride ahead? The implication of Malachi's words settled in Alex's stomach like a brick. Wait, Patterson's in the area? It hit him then that 3 of the men had visibly reacted when he said Patterson's name. You know he's here? Wallace stood and brushed the dirt off his pants. We do, it's actually who we're tracking. We got intel from Dallas that he'd come in on the train. He's on the watch list for the U.S. Marshals and the Pinkertons, so we got notified. Sir, Malachi said impatiently. May I have permission to ride ahead? No, Wallace responded. You never ride in without your unit, Carson. We'll go with you, and we'll get a move on it. Load up boys, we're headed to Pine Creek. I'm coming, Alex said as he strode toward his horse. Alex, Malachi started, but Alex turned quickly to face him. You're welcome to shoot me when this is all over, Malachi. I failed the 2 things you asked me to do, to keep Lily safe and away from the men in town. Malachi smacked Alex on the side of the head. I didn't mean you. I'd be proud to have you as a brother-in-law. I was only gonna say you might want to try and think up everything you remember about Patterson, habits, tendencies, quirks, anything. It'll help us catch him. You don't mind if I court Lily? Alex couldn't believe what he was hearing. Of course not, you're the best man I know. If you can get past my pa, you're already basically family anyway. Gentlemen, Wallace said gruffly from atop his horse. If we want to get to Pine Creek before the new century, we'd best get a move on. You can finish this little family moment later. Alex and Malachi mounted their horses quickly, and the group moved quickly down the road, the opposite direction from which Alex had come. The fact that Patterson could beat them to Pine Creek coiled every one of Alex's nerves and set his heart to racing, but it warred with the realization that Malachi wouldn't begrudge his courting Lily. Wallace yelled a command, and they all nudged their horses faster down the road. Whatever happened, he'd make sure Lily was safe. If it meant sacrificing his life for hers, he'd do it. Alex felt a little like David and his mighty men riding into battle, only this time, it wasn't to protect a heritage or country, it was to protect the woman he loved. He could only pray that the Lord would be as gracious to them as he had been to King David in his fight. Chapter 15. Lily looked behind her one last time before slipping into the cottage Alex had left behind. No one was out, as a summer storm had begun to pour on her way from the Circle H. Thunder rumbled in the sky, but she hadn't seen any lightning yet. She judged it to be nearly 3 o'clock, which meant she had roughly half an hour before she was to meet Edie and Helen at the bakery. Socializing wasn't high on her list of desired activities, but she'd taken the invitation with the knowledge that it would give her an easy excuse to search Alex's home for anything the men might have missed. He'd been gone for 3 days, and Uncle Matthew was no closer to finding him than he had been the day he left. Papa told her that if he loved her, he'd come back to her. Helen told her to go after him, while Edie told her to let the law do their job. Mama hadn't given her any advice, she'd simply held her as she cried more tears than she knew she possessed over the last few days. Her routine was a simple one. Wake up, do chores, eat when a plate was given to her, and go to sleep. She functioned as a shell of a human, almost wishing school were in session so she'd have at least those hours where her mind was occupied. As it was, she'd seen her parents whispering in the kitchen, her brothers' concerned looks. The family was worried about her, but she couldn't bring herself to put on a happy face. Alex was gone, and he'd likely never come back. Pushing through the door left unlocked, she fully planned to rifle through every inch of the cottage for the tiniest hint of where he'd gone. She stepped softly across the wood floors and caught a glimpse of the white curtains her mother had made for the cottage when she lived here many years ago. It grounded her and pushed her into action. Lily started in the main room but found very little. His bedroom held more of his belongings, clothing he'd not taken and books he'd brought back and forth to his office at the church. None of it gave her a clue to where he'd gone. With a sigh, she plopped down on his bed and felt the tears fill her eyes again. Thunder clapped in the sky again, making her jump. One more minute to cry, then it'd be time to clean up and meet Helen and Edie. Those who lived with her were already worried enough about her, no need to add to the list. When her count reached 60 seconds, she stood and crossed the room to the small bronze-framed mirror mounted on the wall. Wiping her tears on her handkerchief, she moved from the room to the kitchen to splash her face with a little water. Not that it would matter in all the rain, but she'd do her best. Her dress wasn't soaked yet, but by the time she made it to the bakery it would be. Oh well, it was fitting that the sky mirrored her mood. Depending on the hour of the day, she alternated from anger at Alex to a desperate sadness at his absence to an all-consuming worry for his well-being. When they found him, and she couldn't let herself think otherwise, he'd be answering every single one of her questions. The cool water splashed across her face and felt good. It was nice to feel something refreshing after so many days of nothing but that which drained her. She took another handful and splashed once more, taking a deep breath as she dried her face on the towel that still smelled like Alex. She couldn't describe his scent, only that the spice of it reminded her of the cinnamon Mama put in their tea on special occasions. The clock on the wall told her she didn't have much time left, and she needed to get to the bakery lest her cousins wonder where she was. Moving toward the door, she was startled when it opened with a crash that rivaled the thunder outside. A short but broad bald man stood on the other side of it, along with 2 other taller men. One had bushy dark hair, the other a close-cut gray. All 3 men wore murderous expressions on their faces, and Lily wished she'd taken a cue from Edie and carried a derringer in her pocket. Their expressions turned from angry to wolfish when they turned on her. Was there anything she could use to defend herself? Not bothering to attempt to play dumb, she grabbed a skillet that hung from a nail on the wall and held it in front of her. Don't come any closer. Lily backed away, but knew the wall wasn't far behind. She'd never be able to get out the window without them capturing her. Running wasn't an option. They took a step closer, and she didn't hesitate. Swinging wildly, she knocked the first man in the shoulder with all the strength she possessed. He cried out and kicked his booted foot out while she readied to swing again. His boot connected with her gut and sent her flying backwards the couple of feet between her and the wall. Gripping the pan as hard as she could, she jumped back to her feet and prayed she wouldn't trip on her dress. "What do you want here?" One of the taller men stepped forward and ducked out of the way of another swing, while the other took advantage of her distraction and grabbed her around the middle from behind. He smelled of dirt and sweat and tobacco as he spoke in her ear with a hiss. "You Burns girl?" He got himself an old lady? Who was Byrne? She swung the pan back again but grunted when the bushy-haired man who'd ducked from her strike grabbed her wrist and squeezed with all his might. Dropping the pan at their feet, she cried out as loud as she could. If nothing else, perhaps someone would hear her. But it was no use, the storm was too loud, and Grandpa and Nana weren't even home. They'd gone to visit friends north of town and no other homes were close enough to hear her scream. She was on her own, they'd overpower her, but no way would she make it easy. She stomped her left foot down hard on the gray-haired man who held her around the middle before swinging the same foot forward, and kicking the other one in the knee as hard as she could. Malachi had taught her a few ways to defend herself over the years. In fact, so had Alex. They'd both worked to give her as many tools as possible to keep herself safe. Wrenching an arm free, she lashed out at their short, stocky leader. He clutched his arm as he approached. His expression was menacing, but quickly turned pained when she dug her nails in as close to his eyes as she could get. He cried out again and raised his clenched fist. Eyes closed from pain and blood, he only clipped her jaw, but it hurt just the same. Popping her head back as hard as she could, she heard the satisfying crack of her captor's nose and felt his hold on her loosen. Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, Lily pulled from his grasp. Lunging for the door, the floor rose up to meet her when one of them grabbed a handful of her skirts and pulled back. She heard it rip, but fell with a hard thud nonetheless. Her attempt to scramble to her feet was thwarted by a heavy body sitting on her back while she lay face down on the floor. Her breath caught as he roughly bound her hands together behind her back, but she refused to go that easily. Turning her body in the hopes of knocking him off, she began to roll and elbowed him in the ribs, sending him tumbling off her. The door was 2 feet in front of her. If she could just get outside, Patches could get her to Uncle Matthew. Her hands were still bound, making it impossible to crawl, but she used every bit of strength she had to push with her shoulder into a standing position. She'd almost made it when another fist struck out from her right side and sent her sprawling back onto the wood planks. Everything went black. Wallace led the posse of Texas Rangers and Alex through the middle of town, not slowing down with any fear of scaring the townspeople. They could explain later. First, Alex had to lay eyes on Lily and make sure she was all right. Wallace turned his head to the side. "Carson, where's the jailhouse?" "4 buildings down on your left, sir. Just past the bank." Wallace nodded and pushed the group harder and faster until they came to an abrupt stop just outside the jail. All 6 men swung down off their horses and tied them off in quick knots on the boardwalk railing. It had taken him 2 days to reach the spot where he'd met the Rangers, but they'd only stopped long enough to rest their horses and let the group fuel up, so they arrived a day later. He'd only been gone 3 days, so why did it feel like an eternity? The storm they'd ridden through earlier had cleared, leaving them with a deep purple sunset slashed with pinks and with white clouds that lingered. He didn't care that his clothes were soaked through, as long as they could keep the people here safe from Patterson. He bounded up the steps to the jail, noticing with a curdle of fear in his belly that multiple horses stood tied alongside theirs. Lily's father's horse Bandit was among them. Pushing the door open, he stepped to the side to allow the Texas Rangers inside. Matthew stood with both Jake Carson and Cade Jones, as well as Simon, Nicholas, Callum, and Lucas. A few ranch hands from the Circle H gathered in a far corner, and the grim expressions on everyone's faces felt like a punch to the stomach. They stared at him in shock for a split second, before Jake rounded Matthew's desk and shoved Alex to the wall, his grip firm on Alex's collar. "This is your fault," he growled. Jake Carson was not a small man, but Alex knew he could best him easily if needed. His arms stayed by his side, though. "What's my fault? What's happened?" "Not Lily." "Anything but Lily." Jake shoved harder and roared, his eyes blazing fire. "They took her. They took her because of you." Alex felt the world crumble around him. Looking past Jake at Matthew, he spoke through gritted teeth. "How do you know they've taken her?" "Where?" Cade, Jake's brother-in-law, stepped forward and put one hand on each of Jake's shoulders. He pulled him back, but his eyes were just as hardened as Lily's father's. He stared Alex down, his position clear. This was all Alex's fault. "We know because they left a note," Matthew said as he held up a sheet of paper. "They also left this. This mean anything to you?" He held up the red cord Alex had always worn around his arm when he fought. McDonald let out a hiss, reminding Alex he was there. "It's definitely them, isn't it? They're after Red Thunder." It seemed no one else in the room had noticed the Rangers either, but they did now. Jake wrenched out of Cade's hold and stepped toward Malachi. "Son?" The anger and fear must have caught up to Jake, as his eyes filled with tears at the sight of the son he hadn't seen in a year. Malachi stepped forward and pulled his father into a quick hug. "We'll find her, Pa. It's what we do." He pulled back and stepped forward to shake both of his uncle's hands, nodding quickly at his cousins. "Uncle Matthew," he said, "this is my boss, Samuel Wallace, and we were on our way to Dallas with word that Patterson had come by train." He turned to Wallace, who nodded he could continue. "The U.S. Marshals alerted us, but about 50 miles outside town we spotted Alex. He told us everything and returned with us when we told him about the intelligence we'd received." Jake turned and narrowed his eyes at Alex. "You didn't know he'd found you?" "No sir, I'd have never left if I thought Lily might have been in immediate danger. I thought she'd be safer with me gone." Jake nodded, but his eyes still burned. Matthew strode forward and shook Wallace's hand. "Matthew Carmichael, Sheriff of Pine Creek. We've got a plan, and we'd appreciate your help on it." Wallace nodded curtly. "How long has the girl been missing?" 4 hours, give or take," Matthew answered. "There was sign of heavy struggle in the cottage, and her cousins reported her late within 30 minutes. We found her horse tied outside his cottage," he said as he pointed to Alex and handed Wallace a piece of paper. "Found this note on the table inside." Alex stepped forward and read it over Wallace's shoulder. "Got your girl, Byrne. You have 12 hours to find her or she'll meet the same end your father did. Bradford." He felt the growl well up in his chest, but didn't expect it to come out a roar. The rage overtook him, and he crossed the room blinded by rage. He'd raised his fist to put it through the wall when strong hands grabbed his arm. He swung around, his other arm raised. Malachi held his forearm and pierced him with his bright blue eyes. Lily's were chocolate brown, like her father's, but their intensity was the same. "Save it for Patterson, brother. Putting your fist through the wall won't bring her back faster." Alex took 2 deep breaths and shut his eyes tight. "Lord, guide me through the anger. Help us find her." He nodded and turned to where Matthew and Wallace both stood. "What's the plan?" Chapter 16. Voices Lily didn't recognize mixed with those she remembered from her captors as she came to. Something in her warned her to keep her eyes shut for a bit. If they thought her still unconscious, they'd leave her alone. Other than the voices, she heard little else. Wherever they were was stifling in the heat, and sweat dripped down her face. Her head hurt fiercely, but she didn't feel nauseous as the twins always had when they'd hit their heads doing something reckless. That was a good sign at least. Robbed of the sense of sight, she focused on her others. Her hands were still bound behind her back on what felt like a packed dirt floor. As another bead of sweat dripped down her face, she wondered if they must be somewhere devoid of windows for breeze, or perhaps they kept them shut. A few abandoned line shacks to the north of town existed, as did some old trapper cabins to the south. Based on the dirt-packed floor, she'd guessed the trapper cabins. She could smell nothing that might signal her location, only the men who stood in proximity to her. For now, they ignored her. Physically, anyway. They still discussed her. I thought you said you just knocked her unconscious. Why isn't she awake yet? The voice that had said something about a man named Byrne in Alex's cottage responded. She's alive, look how she's breathing. She'll come to before long, then we can find out where Byrne is. A quiet, controlled voice that ran shivers up her spine spoke then. You sure that was even his house? Yes, sir, the man responded. Edwards confirmed it a while back and was very clear with his description. Speak of the devil, the other man said. The door opened on squeaky hinges and Lily realized she couldn't hear the rain outside anymore. Edwards, can you tell us who this girl is? She Burns? Someone, she assumed. Edwards gasped. That's Lily Carson. She's the sheriff's niece, and her brother's a Texas Ranger. My boss at the mill is her brother-in-law. A loud crack sounded, followed by a grunt and the sound of a body hitting the floor. The man they called Surf spoke again with the same quiet control. You trying to have every lawman in the area breathing down on us, Bradford? The voice she recognized from the cabin, the one belonging to the stocky bald man, came pitifully from below her. He must be the one who'd hit the floor. I'm sorry, Mr. Patterson. I didn't know. Another crack echoed through the air, and Lily fought the urge to cringe lest it be turned on her. The quiet control Patterson held on his voice turned deadly. I demand perfection, Bradford. Yes, sir, Bradford groaned. I'm sorry, sir. Should we get her out of here? Another, more blunt force sound, split the air. Not now that she's here. She'll sound the alarm immediately. We'll have to kill her and dispose of her somewhere they won't find her until we're long gone. Sir, Edwards said, she may not be ideal, but she does seem to have a special relationship with Byrne. Who was Byrne? That was the third time she'd heard the name, but she still had no idea who he was. Patterson nearly growled his response. What kind of relationship? I'm not sure exactly, Edwards said hurriedly, but she's the school teacher, so they share the church. I've seen them walking through town, and word around the lumber mill employees is that no one speaks to her or he has to deal with the pastor. It's not much of a threat until they see him, but they take it seriously after that. Alex was Byrne? It made sense, with all his talk about a past he couldn't share with her. He'd broken the law, so logically he'd want to change his identity. But who was Alex Byrne and how had he turned into the man she knew as Alex Hall? Boots clopped on the floor. It sounded like pacing, but Lily didn't dare risk opening her eyes to find out for sure. Patterson's voice no longer sounded as controlled as it had a moment ago. So we think he'll come after her? Frankly, Edwards said, I'm surprised he's not already here. If he doesn't, my next 2 bullets are you and Bradford. Jake Carson narrowed his eyes at Alex as they mounted their horses, to fan out and search the surrounding areas for where Patterson might have Lily. So you're a fighter? Was a fighter, sir. That's not who I am anymore. Lily's father stared him down for a moment, brows furrowed, before nodding and untying his horse. Just as Alex went to do the same, they heard a shout from down the road. Timmy Corden flew toward them, waving his hands and yelling for whoever would listen. Sheriff! Sheriff! Matthew climbed down off his colt and approached Timmy. What is it, son? Timmy fought to catch his breath, bending at the waist and gasping with his hands on his knees. Still, he looked up at Matthew, red face and all, to rasp out words that brought Alex equal parts relief and fear. It's Miss Carson, they've got her. Jake, Alex and Malachi all jumped down off their horses and approached quickly. Matthew glanced back at them before turning to Timmy once again. Where? Timmy took another gulp of air before continuing. I saw Em heading south on the main road. She was slung over the back of one of their horses. A wave of hot rage rose up in Alex at Timmy's words. Beside him, Jake let out a growl, and Malachi remained stone-faced. Was she moving? Was she conscious? Turmoil swirled in Alex's body at the image of her lifeless frame hung over a horse. He hadn't realized he'd barked the questions, and Timmy's eyes widened. I couldn't tell exactly, I was over by the creek fishin'. But they turned off the road near the old trapper cabins. I didn't follow them, figured you'd want to know quick. Matthew placed a hand on Timmy's shoulder. You did the right thing, Timmy. Thank you. Timmy hesitated a moment before adding. Could you? Could you not tell my ma I was fishing this morning? I was supposed to be doing chores. Matthew shook his head, and had the situation not been so dire, they'd have all chuckled. No son, we won't tell. He looked up at the rest of them. Let's go, men. They mounted their horses for a second time and set out down the dusty road toward the south side of town. Lord, Alex mumbled as the thunder of horses' hooves drowned out his words, I have no choice but to trust you. I want to ride in there right now and tear the door down, pull her out, and kill Patterson with my bare hands. If he's harmed her, if he's touched her, it'll be you alone that will stop me. Matthew rode in front, with Jake a half step behind on his right. Alex rode even with Jake on the other side. Lily's brothers and the marshals rode behind, and Alex continued to pray. He prayed that Matthew's plan would work, that Lily wouldn't be hurt in the process, and that this would all be over soon. He didn't let himself think about whether Lily would hate him after all was said and done. She was bound to find out who he'd been at some point since she'd been captured, or she'd demand the answers shortly after. The idea that she'd look at him with fear in her eyes was nearly as unbearable as her being harmed by Patterson, but he'd bear it if it meant she was safe. Matthew held up a hand from his spot at the front of the pack, signaling them all to slow. He spoke quietly as they turned off the road down the path. We'll go up another 100 yards or so, but then we'll need to tie off the horses so they don't know we're there. Thundering in will alert them to our arrival. We need the element of surprise. He pierced Jake with narrowed eyes. We have to do this right, with cool heads, or Lily will get hurt. Can you do that? Jake nodded curtly. Matthew turned to Alex then. You too? Yes, sir. It would take every bit of self-control in him not to charge in, but Matthew and the Rangers had all agreed on the plan, meaning it was the best one. Alex would approach as though alone, with the other men hidden in the woods. The cabins didn't have windows, as they were normally only used through the winter, so if the men were quiet, they wouldn't be seen getting into place. That is, unless a guard was posted, in which case their scouts, McDonald and Hayes, would try to disable them first. The sun was mostly set, the twilight more pronounced in the dark woods. Owls hooted in the distance, and Alex spotted a few bats swooping down to catch insects. The creek trickled in the distance, and the faint sound of horses slowed to a walk filled the air. Matthew put a hand up again and pointed to a small clearing to the right. This was the point they'd tie up the horses, and the twins would stay with them. If nothing else, the goal was to get Lily there. Malachi was to run in once Alex had lured Patterson outside. It was probably the most dangerous job, but Malachi had insisted. Of the men trained in such situations, he was by far the closest to Lily. Once Malachi and Lily made it to the clearing, the twins would hightail it out of there with her and back to Matthew's house just behind the sheriff's office. Robert waited there with all the women, and the three of them would keep watch until the rest of the men returned once Patterson and all his cronies were captured. If it worked, Lily would be safe quickly. He refused to think about what would happen if the plan didn't work. Their scouts, Hayes and McDonald, took off through the woods. They ran so quietly, there was no way they'd be discovered as the dark had fully encompassed them. Alex fought the urge to pace until they returned, but the plan was important. The plan might mean the difference between Lily's safety and tragedy. Jake bounced on his toes, but didn't speak. Matthew gathered them around. All right, men. You know what we're going to do, but we need to talk about what happens if our plan is thwarted. Each of you has to make his own decision about what you'll do if something happens that blows this up in our faces. Alex's eyes had acclimated to the low light, and he spotted Jake nod in his direction. He returned the gesture. Both would give their lives to get Lily to safety, and each knew it. For many of the men there were two objectives: get Lily out and take Patterson and his men in to stand trial for their crimes. For Jake and Alex, the second objective fell well below the first. MacDonald returned and motioned them forward. Alex didn't ask where Hayes was. They hadn't heard any gunshots, which meant he was likely still in place. The group moved as quietly as they could through the woods, and Alex was grateful it wasn't fall yet. There were no crunching leaves to contend with. A set of 3 small cabins came into sight quickly. 2 looked empty, while the third sprinkled light through holes in the chinking. Wallace looked up beside him and motioned for everyone to look to the roof. Hayes lay on his belly on the roof, Colt .45 in hand. He nodded and held up 4 fingers, then pointed to a man tied to a tree and gagged. His head lolled to the side, but Alex figured he must just be unconscious if they bothered to tie him up. Wallace spoke softly, so softly Alex could barely hear him. 4 men plus the girl. Guards been neutralized. Hayes made other motions that Alex couldn't really make out. Malachi blew out a breath behind him, and the other rangers nodded before Wallace spoke again. Captive is unconscious but looks to be alive. The holes in the chinking must be big enough to see through, a clear advantage. Matthew turned to Alex and motioned him forward. He barely heard the men behind them fan out in a half circle around the cabin, hidden in the darkness. Even Cade Jones, the only man there who would rival Alex in size, moved as though no heavier than a rabbit. Guide us, Lord. Help us return Lily safely. Alex waited for the signal from Matthew. With all the men in Lily's family, save Robert as he was back at Uncle Matthew's, the ranch hands from the Circle H, and the marshals, it came to around 20 men. They had them more than outnumbered, but that meant little if Patterson decided to shoot Lily before they got to her. Matthew nodded his direction, and Alex breathed one last prayer before calling out with every bit of power he had. Patterson. He stood 10 paces back from the heavy wooden door. It opened, slowly at first. The light inside the cabin was dim, and a man Alex didn't recognize stepped out with a lantern. He had a bruised face and walked with the slightest of limps. He had bushy dark hair and a scowl on his face. Speaking with as much calm as he could muster, he addressed him. "Where's Patterson?" The face that haunted his nightmares appeared in the doorway with an evil grin. "I'm right here, Burn." No need to shout. One hand remained behind the doorframe until then, when he yanked and pulled Lily forward into the light. Chapter 17. Lily caught sight of Alex's intimidating figure before she could make out the features on his face. The moon shone in the clearing the cabin sat in, giving just enough light that she could see his jaw clench. She knew she had blood on her dress, though not all of it was hers. They hadn't hit her since the initial capture and had only just realized she was awake when she flinched at Alex's voice. The way her eye and jaw pounded, though, she knew her face must look of fright. "Alex," she spoke softly without thinking. "You came back." The bruising grip on her arm forgotten, she took a step forward before she was yanked backwards on the ground by Patterson. "You don't move until I tell you to move, girl." She heard Alex's low growl from there. "You don't want her, Patterson," Alex said. "You want me. Let her go, and we can talk." His voice was threatening, but not nearly as threatening as the tension radiating from him as he took a step forward. "Let her go, and you get me." Patterson yanked Lily up from the floor and shoved her at the man he called Bradford, the one who still bled from the whips he'd been given earlier, and stepped out the door. "Why would I trust you? Maybe I ought to bring her with us, a prize of sorts, for all the trouble you put me through." He turned to Lily and cupped her chin roughly. "With her looks, I could probably get a tidy sum of money for her once we clean her up a bit." Alex's eyes blazed. "Lord, keep me calm. Getting myself killed won't do anyone any good." Patterson released her and stepped back toward Alex. "It's been a long time, Red Thunder." Alex didn't speak, just stood stiff and straight as a statue. Lily worried that if he tightened his jaw anymore, he'd crack his teeth. But then, Patterson continued. If you do as I wish, and return to the circuit, we might work out a deal where you get to keep her, mostly. Lily nearly retched at the idea the word mostly conjured. That's what you want? Alex's voice sounded strained. You want me to return to the circuit? Patterson studied Alex's face unhurriedly and spoke in a mocking tone. I want the money you lost me 6 years ago. Only now, with interest, it's tripled. But the circuit's grown since you were in New York. I have no doubt you could earn it back within the next 5 years or so. And if I agree, would you let Lily go? Lily struggled against her captor's grasp. She didn't even completely grasp whatever they were talking about, but she knew Alex had become an entirely new man to get away from it. No, Alex. Don't bend to him. Alex's eyes shot to hers, and she spotted pain and fear there. The other 2 men in the cabin approached from the side, pistols drawn. Bradford loosened his grip momentarily, and Lily calculated the best way to wrench free. She couldn't get an elbow up to his nose, and she didn't have a heavy enough shoe to stomp his toe through his boot. That left an elbow to the rib or kicking backwards and praying she hit the spot Malachi always told her would double a man over in seconds. Let her go, Alex said as he took a step forward. And I'll go. She almost screamed out again, but the snap of a twig in the woods to their left brought everyone's attention around. Patterson raised his pistol at Alex and roared, trying to fool me, boy? He cocked the gun, and Lily knew she had to act or watch Alex crumple in front of her. He wouldn't run, not while she was still held. Deciding on the surest means, she kicked backwards and Bradford's hands released her arms with a howl. Within a split second, she'd lunged forward and pushed Patterson's arms up to the sky just as he pulled the trigger to end Alex's life. It fired high and wide, releasing pandemonium. Lily's vision tunneled to Alex and Patterson alone. Patterson cocked his gun again just as Alex barreled into him from the front. Shots rang out around her, and she heard the whistle of a bullet as it flew past her head. Alex and Patterson wrestled on the lawn, Alex clearly the stronger of the 2, but the object they fought over was a fully loaded and cocked gun. If Alex threw it to the side, she wanted to grab it before his other men did. Voices shouted around her, registering in some far part of her brain, but her focus was solely on the men fighting for the gun. A strong arm wrapped around her from behind. An instinct made her bend at the waist before grabbing her right fist in her left hand and pushing her elbow backwards, with every ounce of strength she possessed. The satisfying smack of it against her captor's face, whoever it was, bolstered her. She repositioned her elbow quickly and drove it into the man's ribs. He let out a grunt, but his left arm remained tight around her. Lily, a familiar voice hissed, it's Malachi, stop fighting. She froze. Malachi? Yes, and I'm getting you out of here. Let's go. Despite the pain he must be in, he pulled her into his arms and turned his back on the firefight. Running toward the woods, she spotted the blood pouring from his nose and felt an ounce of guilt before she began fighting again. I have to go back and help Alex, she screeched. Let me go. The only reason Alex is there is because of you, Lily. We have 20 men back there ready to bring those men to justice, but our main objective was getting you out. The rational part of Lily's brain knew it was best not to fight, but some part of her wanted to. She wanted to go back and be of some help. The rational part won out, just as she became aware of a seeping warmth on her left shoulder. She looked down and briefly wondered if it wasn't Malachi's blood from his nose. But that wasn't possible, as his bleeding wasn't gushing, and the spot on her shoulder only grew. Her vision grew hazy, and she couldn't pull together coherent thoughts except for the searing pain in her shoulder that radiated down her arm and outwards, to her chest and back. It burned so badly. Had she been struck with the lantern? That wouldn't have caused the blood. Malachi hadn't noticed, with the way he ran forward through the dark forest, but Lily couldn't form the words to tell him. She coasted on the edge of unconsciousness before Malachi stumbled forward a bit, and she tensed before he righted them. The groan that escaped her must have alerted him, as the last thing she remembered before everything went black was his voice. Lily. Lily, that blood, is it yours? She couldn't answer, couldn't do anything but grit her teeth and nod. She barely registered his frantic voice asking her more questions as he sped faster into a clearing, but the edges of her vision closed in, and she went under. Malachi Carson had never been so terrified in his life. Lily's groan when he'd stumbled, though they hadn't fallen, sounded somewhere between an utterance of pain and a whimper. He tried to ask her more questions, but she'd fainted before he had a chance to determine any more. The twins stood ready in the clearing, eyes wide in the heightened light due to the lack of trees. They were ready with water and cloth, but she needed Edie immediately. "Nicholas," Malachi said, "ride ahead to Edie's at Uncle Matthew's house. Tell her Lily's been shot, and we need her to meet us at the clinic." Nicholas nodded and was off in seconds. "Simon, help me tie some cloth around the shoulder and try to hold back some of the bleeding." They did a shoddy job of it, but it was better than nothing. They had to get to the clinic. Malachi handed Lily to Simon for a moment before mounting his horse. He reached down and took Lily again before heading off to follow Nicholas back to town. He supposed Simon stayed behind to let the men know why Malachi hadn't returned, but he didn't care. His shirt was now covered in Lily's blood, more blood than he knew a person could let go and still live. He didn't feel her pulse, didn't have a hand while holding her and holding the reins. "Don't die, Lil," he choked out even as he nudged his mount faster. "Please, just hang on." His relationship with the Lord over the years had experienced ebbs and flows, but he prayed harder than he ever had that she wouldn't die before they reached the clinic. When the church steeple, the first visible sign of town from that direction, came into view, he sighed with relief. Pushing even faster, they reached the clinic faster than he thought, and he nearly cried when he saw Edie through the window. Her hair was pulled back, her face serious, and she disinfected her surgery table and instruments. Nicholas had been watching for them from inside and opened the door to the clinic, the waiting room already full with Mama, Aunt Carissa, Grandpa, Nana, Aunt Abigail, Helen, Robert and Emily. He passed them all with barely a nod, noting the gasp Mama let out when she saw him for the first time in nearly a year. Boots clomping over the wooden floor, he passed into the operating room where Edie had closed the curtains to the window he'd seen her through just moments before. "We're here, Edie." "Lay her there," Edie directed as she pointed with her elbow. She stood at the wash basin and washed her hands thoroughly, sleeves pushed up to her elbows. The smell of lye soap filled the room, as well as the smell of the antiseptic she used on her instruments. She dried her hands on a clean towel and brought the tray of tools around. "Can you do this, Malachi? Can you assist me?" Malachi nodded. "I can do it." He placed Lily gently on the table and noted how pale she looked. Edie's voice jarred him from his thoughts. "How long has she been out?" "About 15 minutes, he answered. He had to detach or he'd never be able to do this, never be able to help Lily. Just as he'd learned in training, he had to step back and just act. Do what he had to do. "What do you need me to do?" Lily had a black eye and a busted lip in addition to her gunshot wound. There was also a large bump on the right side of her head that would give her a nasty headache when she woke. "Fill that cloth right there with the solution in the brown bottle. Make sure it's saturated. If she wakes, be prepared to hold it over her nose until she's out again." Malachi nodded and did as she asked before placing the cloth on the second tray that stood on his side of the table. "Hand me the scissors," Edie directed as she held out a hand. "I need to cut into her dress." Malachi did, and helped Edie cut back the fabric on Lily's dress around her left shoulder. Edie felt the back of Lily's shoulder, then asked Malachi to roll her slightly to her side, so she could see if the bullet was still inside. "No exit wound," Edie said matter-of-factly, as though the woman whose life stood in the balance wasn't her cousin. She continued to speak as she stuck her finger in the wound gently, though Malachi didn't understand everything. "Lodged on the clavicle, missed the major vessels, bullet still intact, pulse quick but strong." He understood enough to know that was a good thing. Edie asked for a few different tools, as well as the lamp to be brought closer. He followed each instruction as though Lily's life depended on it, because it might. The wound was small and circular, not like what there would be if it had exited. Finally, Edie asked for a pair of special forceps. They'll grip the bullet better, she explained as he handed them over. Hold the light steady. I'm trying to remove it with the least tissue damage as possible. He moved it closer, though still not in her way, and did his best to keep the lamp from moving. Edie pulled the bullet from Lily's shoulder just as the main door to the clinic slammed open and more pairs of boots than he could count streamed inside. The operating room door was shut, but Malachi didn't put it past his father or Alex to come barging in. If they weren't in worse shape than Lily, that was. Voices rose in the waiting room, but Edie seemed to tune them all out as she studied the bullet. With a small grin, she placed it on the tray. No fragments to find. Lily whimpered, and Edie nodded toward the cloth he'd filled earlier. In case any part of it had dried, he filled it again quickly and pressed it lightly over her mouth and nose. That's it, Edie said to Malachi. Lily, it's Edie. I'm here and I'm taking care of you. You're going to be all right. You can go back to sleep. Lily succumbed to the medicine, and likely the peace of knowing Edie was there to take care of her, and fell back into a deep slumber. The waiting room had quieted, save for a few pairs of boots that paced along the floor. Edie shook her head as she stitched up Lily's wound. Those men will wear a hole in my floor. Malachi smirked, the first thing he'd had even resembling a smile since they'd learned Patterson had Lily. I'm sure Pa and Alex are trying to outpace each other. Edie's eyes flew to Malachi's face. So I guess the cat's out of the bag. I suppose it is. Edie's eyes returned to Lily's wound, but she spoke again. How do you feel about that? Their feelings for one another, I mean. How did he feel about it? Alex was a good man, and he'd be a good husband for Lily, but Malachi couldn't shake the knowledge that Lily lay here on the table because of Alex. There was also the question of how long Alex had had feelings for her and why he'd never told Malachi before he left. I'm not sure, I guess. Edie nodded, still not looking away from Lily. That's fair. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're here. Mama wouldn't have been near as calm assisting me as you've been. Malachi shrugged. It's different since it's my sister, but it's not the first bullet wound I've seen. Edie closed the stitch on Lily's shoulder and stood back to study it a moment more. I'm going to need your help getting her into that bed over there before I go out and speak to the masses. I think she'll be more comfortable there than this table. Malachi nodded and lifted Lily slowly and carefully into his arms, staying as far away from her wound as he could. Just as he settled her in the bed, a light knock sounded at the door. Edie opened it just a little and was handed a bundle of white fabric through the crack. She brought it over to Malachi and studied Lily for a moment. I don't want her still in this bloody dress when they come in here, it might give Uncle Jake a heart attack. That was Mama. She thought we might need a nightgown, but I imagine you'd rather I do this part myself. Heat rose up in his cheeks. I'll do whatever you need me to do, but... Go on out, Malachi. Tell them she's going to be all right, and I'll be out in a moment. Send in Aunt Beth to help me if she's up to it. When she's dressed, come back in, and I'll work on your nose. Malachi nodded, grateful, and opened the door to a waiting room full of people. He'd forgotten all about the elbow Lily had sent into his face. He couldn't help the measure of pride that rose up as he thought of it, having taught her that move himself. Everyone looked up when they heard him open the door. All the women were still there, seated, while every man in their family stood and waited. Alex was there as well, as was Wallace. As soon as he shut the door to the operating room, the questions began. Is she all right? Is she going to live? Simon said she was shot, is that true? Where was the bullet? Can I see her? The last question was croaked from Alex, and Malachi didn't think he'd ever heard a man sound more afraid. His fair skin was beet red, his eyes nearly the same color. He sported a black eye but doubted he even realized it. He turned to Mama first. Mama, can you help Edie get Beth changed into the nightgown? Mama nodded and pushed through the cluster of men, all at least 6 inches taller than her, with more strength than she looked to possess. But then, that was her daughter in that room. Nothing would keep her away. As she shut the door behind her, Malachi turned back to the group. She's going to be all right. Edie removed the bullet and stitched up the wound. She said she'll be out in a minute to give you more details, but she said to tell you that Lily is going to be fine. Paul let out a long sigh and dropped down into the chair Mama had just vacated. He wiped his hands over his face and sniffed loudly. Alex looked like he was about to burst into tears himself, while the other men just breathed sighs of relief. Edie came out a moment later, and Paul wiped the tears he'd let go on his handkerchief. He stood again to listen. I'm not sure what Malachi told you, she said, but Lily should make a full recovery. It's going to be very sore for a while, and she'll need to wear a sling for 3 months at least, but we were blessed today. The Lord was watching out for her. The bullet narrowly missed any major blood vessels, and it didn't break into fragments once it hit the bone. This greatly lowers the risk of infection, though I'll continue to monitor her here for at least a week. Pa took a tentative step forward. Can we see her? Yes, Edie answered before addressing both him and Alex. She's asleep right now, and will probably move in and out of consciousness for a bit, but you can see her. Alex turned to Jake, a tear spilling from his eye and falling down his cheek. I'd like to make sure she's okay, to tell her I'm sorry. Then I'll leave if you don't want me here. Pa narrowed his eyes at Alex for a moment. Do you want to leave? No, Alex said. But I'll understand if you don't want me within a mile of her ever again. Pa was silent for a moment before surprising them all as he clapped Alex on the shoulder. Son, you wrestled a gun away from a man today for her. You went in all by yourself, knowing what that might mean. And I have no doubt you'd have done whatever was necessary to get her out alive. Stay as long as you want. Alex nodded and wiped away another tear. Thank you, sir. Chapter 18. Lily woke to pounding in her head and a feeling of cotton in her mouth. Her shoulder burned, and her eye throbbed. Suddenly, the memories of the night before came flooding back, and all her unanswered questions gripped like a vice. Panicked, she started to sit up, but a hand appeared at her shoulder, gently nudging her back down. It's all right, Lily. You're safe now. Alex? What was he doing here? Wherever here was. Forcing her eyes open, she groaned at the light streaming in through the window of the clinic. She had no memories of getting there, only of Malachi carrying her away from the fray. She tried to speak, but the dryness of her throat rendered it impossible. SSH, Alex said as he scrambled closer. He took a cup of water from the table beside the bed she lay in, and pulled the curtain closed a little more so it blocked the sun. He placed the arm that didn't hold a cup of water gently behind her to help her sit up. Just take a drink. Don't try to speak yet. His voice was hoarse, his eyes red. The water felt like heaven going down her parched throat. She closed her eyes and relished the feeling of a few more sips coating her insides with blessed coolness. Opening her eyes again, she took in her surroundings more readily and noticed the sling on her arm for the first time. She turned to Alex, his dark blue eyes alight with concern. What happened? He reached up and smoothed a bit of hair from her face. What do you remember? Lily thought back. She remembered him leaving and going to his cottage to look for him. She remembered being captured by Bradford and the other two, and she remembered Alex coming in with the other men to rescue her. Where's Malachi? Is he all right? Edie's voice was the one that answered that time, though Lily couldn't see her. She must have been on the other side of the curtain. He's fine. He went back to the Circle H with your parents for a bit of sleep, but they'll all be back soon. Relief sluiced through her. Everyone else, whoever came with you. Did anyone get hurt? She took in the bruises on his face. Are you hurt? Only Patterson and his men, Alex answered roughly. She knew his anger wasn't directed at her, but it jarred nonetheless. They were taken to jail last night, including Edwards, the man who worked for Lucas and fed Patterson information about my whereabouts. The full impact of the day before hit her like a ton of bricks, and Lily turned to look Alex in the eye. She ignored the throbbing of her wounds, fought the urge to wince brought on by turning her head. Who is Alex Byrne? Patterson had given her no answers, though she'd continued playing unconscious until they heard Alex's voice outside the cabin. Alex let out a long sigh. I am. I'm not proud of the man I used to be, but I think you deserve the truth about him. Alex launched into a tale as heartbreaking as any she'd ever heard about his childhood in New York, his mother's death, his father's gambling, his fighting career, and his eventual flight from New York and coming to know the Lord. Tears filled his eyes, one spilling over onto his cheek. If I'd have thought he'd follow me here, I would have never put all of you in danger this way. It all made sense. The distance he kept from her. His protectiveness over her, but never trying to take it beyond friendship. The day at the ranch. The day he'd run. His hand still held the cup of water close by in case she needed it, but she took it from him to place it on the table beside them. Taking his hand in hers, she squeezed gently. It's over now, Alex. Don't blame yourself for something you didn't cause. She brought his hand to her lips and kissed his fingers gently. His tears continued, slowly flowing down his flushed face. I don't deserve your forgiveness, Lily, but I'll ask for it anyway. I forgive you for not telling me about this sooner and for leaving town, but my getting kidnapped was not your fault. She felt a lump in her own throat but swallowed it down. For this moment, she sensed he needed her to be strong for the both of them. He stared at her for a moment, but she couldn't begin to guess what he was thinking. Finally, Alex pulled their hands back towards him and kissed her fingers the way she'd kissed his. I'm not sure what to say right now. I have so much I want to tell you, but I'm not sure it's the right time. She wanted to shout that it absolutely was, but her throbbing head and shoulder argued the opposite. The time will come. First, can you tell me why my shoulder hurts so bad? The curtain pulled back and Edie stepped in with a bottle and a spoon. I can take care of that. She kissed Lily on the top of her head. I'm glad you're awake and feeling all right. The shoulder was a bullet wound. It lodged in front of the clavicle, and I had to remove it. The Lord was looking out for you, though, as it didn't hit any major blood vessels or give me any reason to believe you won't make a full recovery. You might have some limited range of motion, but unless you're planning to take up baseball anytime soon, I think you'll be all right. She winked, and Lily shook her head. No, I think I'll leave the baseball to my students. She couldn't even say the boys in the class, as a couple of her girls enjoyed the game immensely as well. Edie turned to Alex, who'd backed up to give her space. I need to examine her for a bit. Why don't you go home and get cleaned up? Alex hesitated, looking from Lily to Edie and back again. I can just wait outside. She's going to be fine, Alex, Edie said knowingly. Come back in an hour, and you can sit here all day if you like. He stood for another few breaths before striding forward and placing the lightest of kisses to Lily's forehead. I'll be back, I promise. He turned to Edie, eyes serious. Please send someone for me if anything happens. The spark in Edie's eyes betrayed her amusement to Lily, but she doubted Alex noticed. Of course. Thank you, he said as he turned and opened the door to the waiting area. As soon as he opened the door, Helen flew through it. He stood still for a moment, undoubtedly shocked, but Helen didn't notice. She breezed in the room and knelt at Lily's bedside just as he continued his way out and shut the door behind him. Helen's face was flushed with excitement. Oh goodness, I feel like I've been in that waiting room for hours. I didn't want to interrupt you if you were having a moment. She sighed the way she often did at a particularly romantic scene in one of her dime novels. Edie smirked. He hasn't left your side since he came in last night. I tried to tell everyone you were sleeping due to the medicine I gave you, not because of injury, but he insisted on staying until you woke. Your parents were here until early this morning, but I sent them home when your mama looked dead on her feet. They should be back soon. What time is it? It's nearly lunch, Edie said. Lucas said he'd bring us something from the cafe. Helen looked back and forth between them with her mouth agape. We're really going to just drop the subject of Alex's bedside vigil that easily? She pinned Edie with a dramatic glare. Don't you want to know what he said when she woke up? I know what he said, Edie responded with a chuckle. I was just on the other side of that curtain. Helen threw her hands up. Then please, put me out of my misery and tell me what was decided. Lily grinned. No matter what happened, she could count on the women in front of her to give a dose of normal. Nothing was decided. But if and when it is, I'll be sure to let you know. Fine, Helen said before taking on a more serious expression. I'm so thankful you're all right. She crawled beside Lily on the bed and turned sideways so as to not touch her injured shoulder. Me too, Edie said as she did the same on the other side. They lay there in silence for a moment. Edie held the hand that wasn't in a sling, and Helen pushed a few strands of hair from her face. Lily hadn't grown up with sisters, but the women beside her were as close as any sisters could hope to be. They hadn't lived in the same household, none of them shared a surname, but their hearts were unbreakably bonded. She wasn't sure how long they stayed that way, but at some point her thoughts took a new direction. Can I ask you girls something? Edie pretended to think about it for a moment. I suppose. Why do you think the Lord allows children to be born into homes like the one Alex was born into? Or like Lucas, to a mother who didn't want him? Or the children at Hope House who have no one? Or like our parents, Helen added. Mama, Aunt Carissa, and Uncle Cade had been born to the cruelest of criminals. He turned most of his sons into his gang of outlaws and even forced Uncle Cade into it for a while. Like our parents, Lily repeated. I don't think we'll really know for sure while we still have an earthly perspective, Helen answered. The Bible is full of people put in difficult situations beyond their control, or even because they were living as the Lord asked them to. Edie nodded. Like Alex's sermon on the fiery furnace a few weeks ago. The Lord allowed them to be thrown into the furnace, but he was with them. Just like he was with Daniel in the lion's den and Peter as he tried to walk on the sea. It seems unfair to us, Helen said, but I can't help but wonder if the situation looks a great deal different when you have the full picture. I don't know that any of our parents would say they're thankful for who they were born to, but they're thankful for how their lives turned out. Grandpa and Nana stepped into parental roles for them, as did Grandma Ruth. Pa would be the first to tell you that he was wounded when he first arrived in Pine Creek, and all he knew of God was justice. But he healed here, and he built a life here that he can be proud of. You know, Lily said as the corner of her mouth quirked up. For someone who spends so much time with her head in the clouds, you can be really wise when you want to be.
Shh.
Helen said with a giggle. Don't tell anyone, you'll ruin my reputation. Alex couldn't get back to the clinic fast enough. Despite the fact that Edie had basically sent him away, he'd only gone home long enough to change into clothes that weren't blood-stained. He'd splashed a bit of water on his face and left immediately to head back. Charlotte had left a basket of food on the counter, and someone had apparently been inside to clean up what he assumed was quite the mess after Lily's capture. Lily's capture. The words still twisted in his gut and tasted bitter each time he'd had to speak them. After talking with Wallace and Matthew, he was free and clear. Save the fighting he'd done as a youth, Alex hadn't done anything illegal, except perhaps living under a false name. Now that Patterson was put away for good, should he go back to the name of his blood father or keep the name of his spiritual one? Whatever he decided, he'd need to make it legal. He was done living in the shadows. His boots kicked up some of the dust as he made quick work of the main road through town. Approaching the clinic, he spied a crowd going inside. As he moved closer, he realized it was Lily's parents, Thomas and Charlotte, and Malachi. Reason dictated he should stay back. After all, he'd stayed with Lily all night and already spoken to her that morning. But he couldn't seem to get reason to win out over the overwhelming compulsion, to reassure himself she hadn't taken a turn for the worse. His boots clopped on the stairs leading to the boardwalk outside the clinic, the curtains to the outside window having been closed at some points. Malachi must have heard him, as he held the door open for Alex to enter. Malachi's face was unreadable, and Alex couldn't tell whether he'd forever severed the trust and friendship of the man before him. Beth Carson stuck her head out the door that separated the waiting room from the area Edie worked on the patients. She grinned and held a finger up to her mouth to stay quiet, then motioned them all forward. Assuming Lily was asleep, he nearly walked on his tiptoes to keep from waking her. The other heavy-footed men around him did the same. When he stepped through the door behind Malachi, he couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. He'd expected to see one woman asleep on the patient bed. He hadn't expected 3. Helen and Edie lay on their sides facing Lily in the middle, all 3 slumbering peacefully. Helen breathed a small snore while Lily's mouth hung partially open, the smallest bit of drool trickling down her chin. Helen and Edie's hands were clasped over Lily's midsection. They only watched them a moment before Edie woke with a start. She glanced at her wristwatch and yawned. She smiled and nodded at her aunt and uncle before reaching over to gently wake Helen. Thankfully, Helen didn't move enough to jostle Lily's injured shoulder while she got her bearings. Helen yawned as Edie had, and both women rolled slowly out of the bed, careful not to wake Lily. It wasn't necessary, though, as Lily stirred just as both her cousins' feet hit the floor. "Mama?" Lily's voice sounded stronger than it had an hour ago. Beth rushed around the bed and kissed her daughter on her wheat-colored hair. Jake did the same, while Malachi stood at her feet. Alex felt like he was intruding, so he stepped out the door back to the waiting room. Helen and Edie followed him out, and Edie picked up a basket left on the small table she kept for patients to sign in. "Oh good, Lucas brought our lunch." She picked up the note he'd placed inside it and smiled before pulling out a few of the items. It looked to be some sort of sandwich for Edie and chicken soup for Lily. Good, she needed to keep up her strength and likely hadn't eaten since lunch the day before. The door to the patient room opened, and Malachi stepped out. Edie gracefully ducked back inside to bring Lily her food, while Helen looked excitedly between the 2 men. "Well, I'll just take my leave," she said. Alex had no doubt Helen would have hidden in a closet to hear what was said if there had been one available. Malachi pulled his cousin in for a quick hug.
Bye.
"Helen, it was good to see you. Will you be leaving today?" Her mirth over their impending discussion was gone, replaced with a woman who would miss her cousin. Malachi nodded. "We'll set out this afternoon. My commander let us stay long enough to ensure Lily was going to recover, but we need to get the prisoners to Dallas to stand trial." She wrapped her arms around him in a hug. "We'll miss you, Malachi. One day, maybe you'll come home for good." "We'll see, Helen. In the meantime," he tweaked her nose, "try and stay out of trouble, will you?" A broad smile crossed Helen's face and she winked. "Now where's the fun in that?" After she all but floated out the door, Malachi shook his head. "She's going to be the death of her father." Alex chuckled and wiped a hand over his face. "He's got a job ahead of him, for sure." He paused, taking in the exhaustion on Malachi's face. "Alex," Malachi said, "I want you to know I don't blame you." Out of all the things he'd imagined Malachi might say, that was more than he could have hoped. "Why not?" "I blame myself." "That's one of the reasons I don't blame you," Malachi said. "I know you'd never put Lily in danger on purpose. All you've done was try to protect her, right?" "Of course," Alex replied. He'd protect her with his life, would have gladly done it the night before if necessary. That's all I needed to know. Alex knew Malachi had given him more than he deserved and warred with himself over asking anything more of him. But he had to know the truth. "Malachi, I love your sister." "I know you do," Malachi said. "I wouldn't be giving you my blessing if I didn't." The door opened behind Alex, and another pair of boots stepped out of the patient room. "I believe that's my job, son." Alex whirled around and grimaced at the sight of Lily's father. He just declared feelings for Lily without looking the man in the eye. That wasn't how it was supposed to go. "Sir, Alex wasn't quite sure what to say. Jake held up a hand with a reluctant grin. "It's all right, son. I'll pretend I didn't hear that so that when you come to ask me for her hand for real, I can put you through the ringer. I'll even pull out my Winchester." "Just please don't actually shoot him," Edie said as she exited the patient room as well. "I've dug out enough bullets for a while, and rifles do more damage than a pistol." Malachi scoffed. "You turn into a different person when you're in surgery, Ed." It was like you had a committee in your head having a conversation with each other determining the best way to do things. She feigned frustration and lowered her voice to a stage whisper. "Don't tell everyone my secrets, Mal." Crossing the room, she pulled Malachi into a hug. We miss you around here, Mal. Come back and visit whenever you can, ideally not chasing outlaws. I'll do my best, he replied before turning to Alex. I'm gonna go in there and spend some time with Lily before I need to leave. Will you be around? Absolutely, Alex said as Thomas and Charlotte exited the patient room and Jake went back in. I'll just run in and tell her.
Goodbye.
But then I'll let you have some family time. Thomas clapped a hand on his shoulder. From what I hear, you're going to be family before long, son. Malachi pulled Charlotte in for the same fierce hug he'd given his cousins. As long as Pa lets him live that long. I think I'll win him over, Alex said with a wink to Thomas. Chapter 19. That's it, just go slowly. Alex held his hands up to lift Lily from the buckboard, much more concerned for her injuries than she was. Here, I've got you. She rolled her eyes. Between you and Papa, I'll be treated as a China doll for the rest of the summer. She took a step forward and allowed Alex to lift her down. Edie had given her the go-ahead to finish her recovery at home, satisfied that she wouldn't develop an infection from the wound. She'd given Lily a few stretches to do through the next few weeks to attempt to regain her full range of motion, but at the moment all Lily wanted was some lunch. The week had passed at a snail's pace, despite seemingly everyone in town coming to visit her. Timmy Corden's visit had surprised her the most. Alex shared with her how Timmy was responsible for them getting to her so quickly, and the boy had arrived with a bouquet of freshly picked flowers. Whether his mama knew he'd picked them was another story, but the gesture had touched her. Alex placed her gently on the ground, leaving his hands on her waist a breath longer than necessary. His eyes searched hers, and she was suddenly grateful Mama had shooed Papa and the twins inside to prepare for her arrival. Are you sure you're all right? I know Edie said you can taper off your pain medication, but if you need it. I'm fine, Alex. Or at least I will be. I don't like the way it makes me feel, anyway, so I'm glad to be rid of it. Her shoulder still hurt, but it didn't keep her from sleeping the way it initially had without the tonic Edie gave her. Now, the willow bark tea took enough of the edge off that she didn't wear a permanent grimace. Something filled his eyes that Lily couldn't name, but it was the same look he'd worn just before he kissed her that day on the road. Her gaze met his, and she momentarily lost her breath. He leaned a hair closer before his eyes shot down to her shoulder. Freezing, he clenched his eyes shut. I'm sorry, Lily. This isn't the time. Lily let out a highly unladylike grunt. Alex, neither Malachi nor my father have a problem with you courting me. Patterson is behind bars for a very long time, and we're alone for the first time since the day you left. Even when he'd stayed at the clinic throughout the week, someone else was always bustling about. What's holding you back now? She'd never dreamed of being so forward with a man, but she wasn't as fragile as he seemed to believe her to be. He ran a hand over his face. You're still injured, Lily. You're injured because of me. I shouldn't be thinking about kissing you in front of your parents' house like your father's not waiting on the other side of that door with a rifle. I should be focused on helping you heal. She'd already laid her heart and pride on the line, might as well take it the rest of the way. Alex, she said with as much compassion as she could muster, did you ever think that kissing me would help me heal quicker? Her face blushed bright red, she was sure, but her patience with the man in front of her blaming himself had worn thin. Taking a step forward, she wrapped her good arm around his neck and stood on her tiptoes. This felt much more like something Helen would do, or even Edie, but perhaps a brush with death had given Lily a boldness she'd never had. Lowering her voice to a whisper, her lips barely an inch from his, she spoke. If you're not ready for more than a friendship, I can wait. I've been waiting for 2 years. I can keep waiting. But if the only reason you won't make a move is some misguided fear over your part in my injury, that ends today. He blinked, his dark blue eyes widening. His mouth opened as though he wanted to speak, then closed. Wrapping one hand around her waist and placing the other on the back of her head, he pulled her face to his. His beard scratched her face, and she imagined he brushed her wound at some point, but she didn't care. A breeze kicked up around them, and she felt a sudden and overwhelming peace. Their first kiss had been hurried, frenzied, and he'd been warring with himself the whole time. This one was slow, less desperate, as though they had all the time in the world. Which, if she had her way, they would. He pulled back and smiled through the haze that covered her eyes. You know your papa's probably going to come outside right now and shoot me, don't you? Lily giggled and looked around his broad frame to where the curtains jostled in their front parlor. Don't worry, I'll protect you. She took his hand with her good one and led him up the porch steps. He stepped ahead of her to open the door and found both her parents and brothers in the parlor. Simon and Nicholas both grinned, while Mama winked at her and gave a subtle nod of approval. Papa, on the other hand, pouted as though someone had just helped themselves to the last piece of strawberry pie. He shot Alex a look of feigned anger, but couldn't even make it all that convincing. Lily stepped forward and pulled Papa into a quick hug. Don't worry, Papa, you're still the first man I ever loved. He grumbled something incoherent but pulled her into a gentle embrace, mindful of her injuries. Thankfully, the bump on her head and bruises on her face had healed in the week she stayed in the clinic, leaving only her shoulder still sensitive. Edie had told her it would be a few months at least before that would heal. Lily yawned at the same time her stomach rumbled, and her father pulled back. Why don't we take care of lunch first, then let you go upstairs and rest a bit? He shot a look of challenge at Alex. We can take it from here, Pastor. Mama stepped forward and batted Papa on the arm. Hush you. Alex, there's plenty of lunch to go around, and we'd love it if you stay. Simon snickered. Lily sure would. Both Papa and Alex shot the twins identical reproving looks, but Lily just chuckled. Of course, Alex, and I have to plan your payback for that stunt you pulled with the baskets. Alex's brows furrowed and he looked from the twins to Lily and back again. I wondered why Danny Potter was so eager. Did I assume correctly? The twins took a step back, and Nicholas glanced at the clock in the parlor. Oh, look, Simon. We've really got to get out and feed the pigs or they're going to get antsy. Mama rolled her eyes. You didn't feed the pigs this morning when you fed everything else? No. We've found they. Lily put them out of their misery. Just go, we'll fill Alex in on your trick. Then, when you least expect it, she let her words hang as both her brothers scurried out. Alex watched them go before turning back to Lily. So I get Danny, but what about the other man? She took his arm and led him into the dining room, smiling as she went. We'll tell you over lunch. After lunch, Alex stood at the bottom of the stairs with Lily and smoothed a strand of hair from her face. Rest up, I'll come back and see you after church tomorrow. I wish I could make it in, Lily said. He shook his head. You don't need to sit in a bouncing wagon again so soon. Give the shoulder some time to heal. I'll even preach my sermon again to you tomorrow if you'd like. He winked, but she lit up as though she'd actually enjoy that. The world around them seemed to fade away as her gaze met his. From the bottom stair, she was only a few inches shorter than him. He lowered his lips to hers for another kiss, this one decidedly quicker. He wasn't sure where her father was, but he figured he better not push his luck until they'd said their vows. He pulled back and pressed his forehead to hers. So how quickly are you hoping to get married? Chuckling, she lifted her good hand to his cheek. I'd rather not walk down the aisle in a sling, but as quickly after that as we can manage. He nearly groaned at the idea of waiting 3 months, but just as she'd been waiting 2 years, so had he. He could make it. Then I suppose it's time I go find your father. She nodded out to the porch. He's sitting in the swing out front staring at us through the dining room window. With a wink, she pulled back. I'll be praying for you. He dipped low for a quick kiss to the top of her head before feigning a look of dread and turning to head out the door. Truthfully, he wasn't all that worried about asking Jake Carson for his daughter's hand. Jake was known to have hot-headed moments, but he was a good man. With one last look back at her, he used the sight to bolster his courage as he stepped onto the porch. For some reason, though no punches would be thrown, he was more nervous about this than he ever had stepping into the ring. He guessed it was due to actually caring about the result of the conversation. As Lily had said, Jake sat on the porch swing. His Winchester sat across his lap, and he stared out over the fields of the Circle H. His expression was unreadable. Alex took a few steps forward and sat in the rocking chair just in front of the swing. "I suppose it's time you and I had a talk." Without looking at him, Jake responded. "I reckon it is." He paused for a moment, then turned to look Alex in the eye. "I knew this day was coming, and I gotta say, I wish I didn't like you so much." Alex raised a brow but let the man continue. "I've always dreamed of running a suitor of Lily's off my property, rifle in hand. But I like you, you're exactly the type of man I'd want for Lily's husband. I'm just disappointed I never got to run any yellow bellies off." "That's probably mine and Malachi's fault," Alex replied. "We've run off a few over the years." Jake nodded approvingly and set his Winchester aside. "Welcome to the family, Alex Byrne." "About that, sir," Alex replied. "I think I've decided to make Hall my legal surname. Harold Byrne was my biological father, and I've no doubt that he loved me. But Tucker Hall led me to the Lord and discipled me to know what it meant to love him." Alex Byrne was hurt and angry and searching. Alex Hall is at peace in a way Byrne couldn't have hoped to be. For some reason, he felt he needed Jake's blessing to change his name. "That sounds like a fine idea, son. It sounds like Tucker Hall was a father to you in all the ways that matter." "Then I suppose there's only one thing left to do," Alex said. He put out a hand. "Would you do me the great honor of blessing mine and Lily's marriage?" They'd court for a bit first, as Lily deserved that, but asking her to marry him might just be the greatest moment he'd lived so far. "Just so we're clear," Jake said as he cut his eyes through the window inside the house. "I gave you a stern talking to out here. You even feared for your life at one point." He smirked. "But yes, you have mine and Beth's blessing." A huge weight was lifted off Alex's shoulders. "Thank you, sir, and thank you for not shooting me." Jake glanced at the rifle leaning against the porch rail and shrugged his shoulders. "I might have, but Edie gave me strict instructions that she'd be digging no more bullets out of bodies for at least a week." Epilogue. Early fall, 1897. Pine Creek, Texas. "You're sure it'll work?" Lily nearly bounced from her excitement. It had been 2.5 months since the basket bidding competition, and she was certain the twins thought their prank war was over. She'd simply been biding her time. "I'm sure," Alex said as he took one last look from the barn loft before climbing down. "The first people to open the barn doors will trigger the buckets to fall, soaking whoever stands under them." He paused long enough to climb down the ladder before stepping in front of her. "You've told your mama and papa to come in the back if they need something from the barn?" "Yes," Lily said. "I think mama just wants this particular prank war to be over more than anything." Glancing up at the buckets, she had another thought. "The buckets won't hurt them, will they?" "They won't hit them?" Alex grinned at her. "No, I rigged them with just enough rope to stop before then. The only thing that will hit your brothers in the head is fresh, cold water from the creek." Lily giggled and stood on her toes. She had to maneuver a little with her sling, her companion for only 2 more weeks, but managed to plant a kiss on his blushing cheek. "Thank you for helping me with this." He wrapped his arms around her and his eyes sparkled. "That's part of the deal with marrying you, isn't it? I'm your ally in periodic prank wars over the years?" "Well, I don't know," Lily responded mischievously. "We'd have to be engaged for me to divulge that information." "All in due time," he chuckled as he pressed his lips to her forehead. Despite her impatience to get married, she truly enjoyed their courtship. After Papa stopped pouting about the idea that Lily would be leaving home soon, he and Alex had actually gotten much closer. Their moment was interrupted when a dinner bell rang from Mama's front porch, accompanied by Bumper's bark of excitement. He knew they'd all sneak him food. Despite the fact that the front barn doors faced the house, they took the back way out so as to not trigger the trap they'd set for the twins. Taking her good hand in his, Alex led them around the barn and to the open area where they'd set up picnic tables for family dinner. The slight nip in the air meant fall was approaching, and Mama had deemed it a crime to sit inside when they had plenty of seating outside. The tables Simon had built were truly a work of art, created specifically for their growing family. Soon enough, Edie would start showing with their first child, a fact which had Aunt Carissa beside herself with delight. Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte had already arrived, and both pulled her into a quick hug before Grandpa stepped back to shake Alex's hand. "We're glad to see you too before everyone else arrives," Grandpa said. "We wanted to talk to you about moving out of the main house at the parsonage." Alex furrowed his brow. "You don't have to do that, Thomas. Lily and I have talked about it, and we don't mind living in the cottage for a while after we get married." Despite there having been no official proposal, it had been one of the things they'd agreed on wholeheartedly about their future. "I know you would," Grandpa replied, "but we've been spending more and more time at Hope House in New Orleans in recent years. We'd like to move towards splitting our time evenly between here and there, not to mention it's your house anyway." Nana wrapped her arm gently around Lily, pulling her close to her side. "Before long, you'll be joining Edie and Lucas in continuing the legacy of this family with little ones. We'd rather you be settled before that happens. If you're amenable to it, we thought we might pay rent at the cottage for the months we'll be in Pine Creek. It can then be offered to those in need while we're in New Orleans." Alex looked down at Lily and lifted his eyebrows. She nodded, and he turned back to her grandparents. "It would be our honor to host you both at the cottage whenever you're here, but there will be no rent. Consider it our thank you for all you've done for us." His lack of ownership over the parsonage property was something Lily had admired about Alex since he arrived in town. He'd wasted no time in offering to let her grandparents stay, despite the fact that his contract secured the house for him for as long as he served as pastor. "Thank you," Grandpa said. He looked up the long drive and spied both the Carmichael and Jones families approaching. He winked at Lily. "I suppose the festivities can begin." Lily and Alex approached the rest of the family, as well as Ray, Paula, and their children. She was delighted to learn both twins had brought young ladies with them to family dinner. They did from time to time, and the women they brought were rarely repeated. That day, it was Tricia Yates, a good friend of Belle Thurston, for Simon, and Maya Griggs for Nicholas. Maya was a longtime friend of the family, with her family ranching next door. She was a few years younger than the twins, but had truly transformed over the summer into a beauty like her mother and older sisters. Tricia wasn't quite as forward as her friend Belle, but was a member of the line of girls who'd followed the twins around for years. Historically, her brothers were happy to oblige. Dinner was a simple affair, with beef sandwiches and a few side dishes. The harvest had been abundant from Mama's garden, and Papa had done very well after the cattle drive in August. That evening was as much a celebration and time of Thanksgiving as it was a family get-together. Malachi had written once since he left and assured his family that he was safe and fulfilled in what he was doing. He couldn't share many of the details surrounding his assignments, but that was probably better for Mama's nerves anyway. Alex filled Lily's plate for her. She could have done it, but the awkwardness the sling created made her grateful for his help. Conversation moved through a myriad of topics, not the least of which being Edie's pregnancy and how much longer Robert had to go in his apprenticeship before he was a full blacksmith. He'd finished back in December before Emily followed in May, and Lily had to admit it'd been a little odd having no family in her class for the first time since she'd started teaching. It was a decidedly different attitude than she'd had after the twins graduated. Her first year teaching had been their last year of school, and she'd been tempted to dance a jig around the schoolhouse on the last day of school. Speaking of the twins, Simon and Nicholas were both engrossed in conversations with their young ladies. Tricia looked at Simon like he'd hung the moon, while Maya didn't seem overly impressed with whatever tale Nicholas was trying to spin. Catching her mother's eye, Lily nodded. "Simon, Nicholas," Mama said, "I've just realized I forgot to get the pies out of the icebox in the barn. Would you be dears and go get them for me?" "Sure, Mama," Simon said as he wiped his face. He whacked Nicholas on the back of the head. "Come on, little brother, I can't carry 6 pies by myself without dropping one. You came into the world 4 minutes before I did," Nicholas groused as he stood. "I'm not your little brother." "Best 4 minutes of my life," Simon said as they retreated toward the barn. Helen and Edie caught Lily's eye when they realized she was barely holding back giggles. She simply grinned and cut her eyes toward the barn to watch the show. The barn door creaked open, and a great splash sounded. Arg. What in th? Lily. That one word had been spoken together and had both twins, soaking wet to their core, moving toward them with alarming speed. Lily squeaked and jumped out of her seat. Alex did the same, and she hid behind him, doubled over in giggles. Lily Carson, you'll pay for that one. Simon ran a hand through his soaking wet hair. Nicholas tried to reach around Alex, but Lily ducked away as their entire family roared with laughter. Alex angled himself to protect her but shook with his own chuckles. Let us at her, Hall, Simon said as he tried to go in from the other side. I can't do that, Alex said as he spread his arms out wide. His feet were in fighter's stance, she imagined, with one leg braced behind the other. Besides, who do you think climbed up in the loft? Simon and Nicholas paused, eyes going wide. The laughter at the table got louder, and Lily saw Mama wipe her eyes from laughter-induced tears. You've been helping her all this time? Of course, Alex replied. I'm not about to let my wife be outnumbered in any war, even one with her brothers. Simon's mouth dropped open, and the laughter at the table died down. All eyes were wide with mirth and curiosity, curious if Alex had meant what it sounded like. Wife, Nicholas repeated. As in the future one day? Alex turned to Lily and reached in his pocket. Could be, but I was thinking more like Christmas time. He dropped to one knee and pulled out a simple, elegant gold band. Lily Carson, he said as a blush rose up above his beard, I've loved you for nearly as long as I've known you. And, for some reason I can't fathom, you love me back. Will you be my wife? The tears streaming down Lily's face were no longer from laughter, but they were from joy. She nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat, and managed to croak out a yes, as he pushed the ring onto her finger. Yes, Alex, I'd love to be your bride. He stood to his feet and pulled her in close to his chest as her family cheered in the background. You love me despite who I've been, Lily, he whispered in her ear. In a life of battle, the Lord brought me peace. And now he's brought me you. Simon cleared his throat from beside them. Well, that's all well and good, but I hope you know this doesn't let you off the hook here. Lily raised up to her toes and kissed Alex before answering. I'd be disappointed if it did. Alex chuckled and pressed his forehead to hers. I'm not sure what I've gotten myself into, but I think I'm going to enjoy it. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed Alex and Lily's story, please be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.